Initially lured by the island's resources, Rome's entanglement with Britain begins with Julius Caesar's expeditions and evolved into a full-scale conquest under Emperor Claudius. This era of Roman rule introduced a profound transformation in British society, economy, and landscape, epitomized by flourishing cities, the construction of Hadrian's Wall, and the Romanization of the British elite. However, the stability and prosperity under Roman dominion were increasingly undermined by economic challenges, internal dissent, and barbarian incursions. The 4th century witnessed a gradual but irreversible decline in Roman authority, culminating in an official withdrawal of Roman forces around 410 AD, which left Britain to navigate the turbulent waters of the post-Roman world completely on its own. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. If you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description and comments. Otherwise, a like, comment, subscribe goes a long way. And now, with that out of the way, let's begin our topic. Roman Britain. The ancient world, including the Greeks, Phoenicians, and Carthaginians, were well aware of Britain, engaging in trade for the coveted Cornish tin as early as the 4th century BC. Known as the Tin Islands, or Cassiterides, these lands were thought to be situated along Europeans' western shores. Notable figures, such as the Carthaginian mariner Himilco and the Greek explorer Pythias, are believed to have explored Britain during the 6th to 5th centuries BC and the 4th century respectively, although its existence was sometimes questioned or deemed mythical by certain scholars of the time. Julius Caesar's ventures in 55 to 54 BC marked Rome's initial direct engagement with Britain during his campaign to conquer Gaul, prompted by suspicions of British support for the Gaulish resistance. The first of these expeditions, primarily exploratory, managed to secure a position on Kent's coast, but could not progress due to storm-induced ship damage and a notable scarcity of cavalry. Nevertheless, this attempt was deemed a political triumph in Rome, celebrated with a 20-day festivity in honor of Caesar's successes, including taking hostages from Britain and defeating the tribes of the Belgae upon his return to mainland Gaul. But it wasn't over for Caesar yet. He went back to Britain. In his subsequent invasion, Caesar led a significantly larger force back to the island, persuading or perhaps compelling various indigenous Celtic tribes to submit, offering hostages and tribute for peace. He established Mandubracius, a cooperative local leader, reinstating him to power, and subdued his adversary, Cassivellaunus. Although hostages were also secured, it still remains a matter of debate about whether tribute was consistently paid following Caesar's departure back to Gaul. Now, one thing that is notable, Caesar did not annex any land, nor leave Roman forces behind in Britain, but he did establish client relationships, effectively bringing Britain under Rome's influence. Augustus, however, considered launching invasions in 34, 27, and 25 BC. Yet these plans never materialized due to unfavorable conditions, leading to a period of somewhat peaceful trade and diplomacy between Britain and Rome. Strabo, writing during the late period of Augustus's rule, suggested that the revenues from trade taxes exceeded what could have been gained through conquest. So, really, the game was not worth the candle to just annex the entire island. It was too far away anyway. Stretching out the baggage train like that is way too complicated. Now, this era saw an uptick in luxury imports in southeastern Britain, corroborated by modern archaeological findings. So, of course, the Brits had gained somewhat of a taste among the upper classes for Roman goods. Strabo also recorded British monarchs who sought diplomatic relations with Augustus, who mentioned receiving British rulers seeking asylum in his historical records. And notably, during Tiberius's Germanic campaigns in 16 AD, Roman ships blown off course to Britain returned with quite a few interesting tales to tell. Well, the fact that they returned, that is a feat in itself. Now Rome, at least at this time, preferred to maintain a balance of power among southern British tribes, notably backing the powerful Catevelani under Tasciovanus's lineage and the Atrebates led by Commius's descendants. The strategy persisted until around 39 or 40 AD, when Caligula entertained an exiled Catevellanian prince and mooted an invasion of Britain that ultimately never occurred due to the absurdity of the failures in Gaul at the time. Now, Claudius's successful invasion in 43 AD was ostensibly to support Verica of the Atrebates, who was another British leader in exile. The Roman assault on Britain in 43 AD was spearheaded by Aulus Plautius, though the exact number of legions involved seems somewhat ambiguous. The only legion explicitly recorded as participating is the Legio II Augusta, under the command of Vespasian. Yes, that Vespasian, the one who would later become emperor. But it's also speculated that the Legio IX Hispana and several other legions played critical roles in the suppression of the Boudiccan revolt around 60 to 61. Well, it seems that these other legions, including the 20th Valeria Victrix and the 15th Gemina, later known as Martia Victrix, were part of the initial landing force, so they certainly showed up with their guns loaded. Now, one must remember that the historical documentation is not definitive, due to the Roman military's practice of reassigning units as needed. Now, the 9th Hispana's presence is suggested by its later stationing in Eboracum, which was modern-day York, around 71. There's also an inscription there dated to about 108, before it met its end somewhere in the empire's eastern territories, which was possibly due to the Bar Kokhba revolt. A video on that I did about a few days ago, I believe. Fresh in the memory. Now, A mutiny among troops was actually one of the main things that delayed the invasion, which was only quelled after an imperial freedman convinced them of the importance of their mission beyond the familiar world. Well, after a great deal of talking about this, they set off in 3 groups, likely making landfall at Richborough in Kent, with a possible secondary landing near Fishburn in West Sussex. The Roman forces quickly engaged and overcame the Catuvellauni and their allies in 2 significant battles, one likely near the Medway River, and one other by the Thames. The Thames is the river that runs through modern-day London, by the way. The conflict saw the death of Togodamus, one of their leaders, though his brother, Caratacus, escaped to continue resistance efforts elsewhere. Awaiting Claudius's arrival with heavy reinforcements, including war elephants and artillery, Claudius paused his advance by the Thames. These reinforcements were crucial in the march towards the Catavellanian stronghold, Camalodunum. That's modern-day Colchester. In parallel, Vespasian was instrumental in pacifying the southwest, while treaties were secured with other tribes and Cogidubnus was installed as a client king over multiple regions, stabilizing Roman power and influence in the newly conquered lands. With the southern part of the island now firmly under Roman control, the empire's forces turned their focus towards what is presently known as Wales. The Silures, Decalangi, or Devises proved to be tenacious opponents, engaging Roman attention for the initial decades, despite occasional revolts by Roman allies like the Brigantes and the Iceni. Now, under the leadership of Caratacus, the Silures waged a rather effective guerrilla war against the governor Publius Ostorius Scapula until about 51 AD, when Scapula managed to draw Caratacus into open battle, and that resulted in his defeat. It's much more difficult to fight Romans when they're on even ground, and much easier to just jump out of the forest and start stabbing. Just ask the Germans. Now, seeking sanctuary with the Brigantes, Caratacus was unfortunately betrayed by their queen, Cartimandua, who promptly handed him over to the Romans. Well, despite being paraded in Claudius's triumph in Rome, Caratacus's eloquent plea for mercy spared him from execution. Well, even with Caratacus out of the picture, the Silures' resistance persisted, and Venutius, Cartimandua's former husband, emerging as the new rebel leader. Things changed a little bit upon Nero's rise to power. The Roman-controlled territory of Britain extended northwards to Lindum. The newly appointed governor, Gaius Suetonius Paulinus, undertook a campaign against the Druid stronghold of Mona, also known as Anglesey, in 60 to 61 AD, decimating the Druid population and destroying their sacred groves. If you don't know what a Druid is, go and watch my video on the Druids, and after watching it you'll know what a Druid is. Now, concurrently, the southeast of Britain revolted under Boudica, the widow of the Iceni king Prasutagus. The Roman annexation of Iceni lands under the guise of enforcing Prasutagus' will, led to a rather brutal uprising, with Boudicca's forces annihilating the Roman colony of Camalodunum, London, and Verulamium. Well, Paulinus, however, did manage to defeat the warrior queen Boudicca's significantly larger force in the Battle of Watling Street, leading to her demise. But it was a pretty valiant effort, and the rebellion was such a shock that it almost prompted Emperor Nero to withdraw the Roman presence from Britain completely. Almost, but not quite. The tumultuous Year of the Four Emperors in 69 AD saw further instability in Roman Britain, with Venutius seizing the opportunity to control the north after Romans failed to defend Cartimandua. The subsequent Roman governors, Quintus Petulius Carialus and Sextus Julius Frontinus, focused on subjugating the Brigantes and Silures, with Frontinus also exploiting South Wales' mineral wealth, and there was certainly a lot of that. Roman conquests continued under Governor Gnaeus Julius Agricola, who subdued the Ordovices in 78 AD and secured a significant victory against the Caledonians at the Battle of Mons Gropius in 84 AD. Despite reaching the peak of Roman territorial expansion in Britain, Agricola's recall and the subsequent Roman withdrawal to a more defensible position marked somewhat of a strategic retraction. The military significance of Roman Britain necessitated the posting of future emperors such as Vespasian, Pertinax, and Gordian I in governing roles, underlying the province's importance in the Roman Empire. Now, the period following Agricola's departure from Britain remains largely undocumented, with even his successors' names lost to history. However, we've got a little bit of archaeological evidence, which suggests a mixed Roman response to the challenges north of the Fourth Clyde Isthmus. While some forts were expanded, others were seemingly abandoned completely. And by 87 AD, the Roman frontier had at least somewhat stabilized along the Staingate. The era's Roman influence in the Scottish lowlands is inferred from Roman coins and pottery found at native sites, which hint at a growing Roman presence. And a crucial source of information from this time comes from the Vindolanda tablets that were found near Hadrian's wall and dated somewhere between 90 to 110 AD. They shed light on life at a frontier fort, detailing the social and logistical networks that sustained Roman operations at the very edge of the empire. So, around 105 AD, Roman forts in what would become Scotland faced significant destruction, possibly at the hands of Pictish tribes, evidenced by archaeological finds of fire damage and combat at Newstead. Now, this turmoil might have coincided with auxiliary reinforcements from Germany and hints at an unrecorded British conflict. The aftermath may have seen a strategic Roman retreat to the Staingate, reinforcing this as the new frontier line. Certainly, Scotland was, at least in terms of the northern perception, the final frontier of the empire, and they never really managed to make inroads into Ireland. The early reign of Emperor Hadrian was marked by further unrest in Britannia, quelled finally by Quintus Pompeius Falco. Hadrian's visit around 120 AD prompted the construction of the defensive Hadrian's Wall, which was closely aligned with the Steingate under the governance of Aulus Platorius Nepos, and the introduction of the Legio Six Victrix. This move might relate to the disappearance of the Legio IX Hispana amidst the broader instability in Scotland. The frontier extended north again under Antoninus Pius around 142, with the Antonine Wall marking a temporary reassertion into the Scottish lowlands by Quintus Lollius Urbicus. This fluctuating boundary reflects the era's political and military challenges, and it underscores the complexity of the northern frontier dynamics, always changing and chopping back and forth, whether at the will of the Romans or the mysterious barbarians that lay beyond. Now, the initial Roman occupation of Scotland under Antoninus Pius came to an end due to a crisis between 155 and 157, sparked by a rebellion of the Brigantes. With reinforcements limited, Roman forces retreated southwards, although the revolt was eventually quelled by Governor Gnaeus Julius Verus. The Antonine Wall was briefly reclaimed within a year, but by 163 it was again relinquished. The second period of occupation might have been influenced by Antoninus' desire to protect allies or extend the empire's boundaries. Yet the return to Hadrian's Wall soon after his death suggests a strategic reassessment of the wall's value. And notably, Roman military presence persisted in Scotland, maintaining the large Newstead fort and several smaller outposts all the way until 180 AD. Well, during the subsequent 2 decades, that's the decades following 157, Rome's focus began to shift on its Danubian provinces, with an increase in coin hoards in Britain hinting at unsettled conditions. Usually, when people are running away, they'll bury all of their coins and their valuables. And if they don't get back in time to find them, well, we find them, hundreds or thousands of years later. Now, significant Roman silver found in Scotland implies that the Romans might have been paying tributes to the Picts under treaty agreements, despite all of the ongoing hostilities. Money talks. In 175 AD, a substantial contingent of Sarmatian cavalry was dispatched to Britain, likely in response to revolts, but these have gone unrecorded. The most severe conflict of Commodus's reign occurred in 180 AD, when the Picts managed to breach Hadrian's Wall, leading to the death of its governor as detailed by Cassius Dio. Ulpius Marcellus's appointment as the new governor brought a temporary peace, at least for 4 years until 184, when he faced a mutiny over his stringent policies. He was not very popular at all. Now, despite the election of a new leader being declined, Marcellus narrowly escaped with his life. The Britannic Roman army's defiance persisted, with demands leading to the execution of the Praetorian prefect Tigitius Perennis. It seems the Romans had enough trouble fighting the Picts without fighting each other. Well, Pertinax, the future emperor, was then tasked with suppressing the mutiny. Despite initial success, the riot ensued, and after being attacked, Pertinax requested a recall to Rome, where he briefly ascended to the imperial throne in 192 following Commodus. Now, after Commodus's death, who is indeed a very interesting character and you should watch my video on him, the Roman Empire was plunged into turmoil, leading to a civil war, and a very brutal one at that. Pertinax's brief reign gave way to a power struggle, with Septimius Severus and Britannia's governor Claudius Albinus among the key contenders. Albinus, enjoying support from both British natives and 3 legions, was seen as a formidable claimant. Initially allied with Severus to defeat Pescius Niger in the east, Albinus was later betrayed as Severus sought to consolidate his power. Albinus's move to Gaul in 195 and his establishment of Lugdunum led to a decisive confrontation with Severus in the following year, ending in Albinus's defeat and unlifing of himself. Severus's subsequent actions against Albinus's supporters underscored the volatility in Rome that Britain represented. With its command of significant military forces, offering a launching pad for ambitious political rivals. Of course, the aftermath saw a new character, Virius Lupus, forced to negotiate peace with the troublesome Meate tribe, indicating ongoing instabilities. Severus's response to a report detailing the barbarian threat was a military expedition to Britain, aiming to quell the unrest and possibly to instill some martial values in his sons, Caracalla and Geta. Apparently they were a little bit too soft and needed to, as we say in Australia, drink some concrete and harden up. Severus's campaign into Caledonia, marked by a rather significant guerrilla resistance, along with harsh conditions, culminated in treaties that had very little lasting impact on the Northern Territory's status. And his death in 211 led to a retraction to Hadrian's Wall, with his division of Britannia in 2 provinces attempting to curb the power of individual governors. Now this period, known as the Long Peace, saw efforts to manage internal and external pressures, including piracy, which led to the development of the Saxon shore forts. Despite relative stability, economic challenges and broader imperial crises of the 3rd century certainly had their impact on Britannia as much as everywhere else, and it culminated in the Corasian Revolt and the brief establishment of a Britannic Empire, highlighting the ongoing turmoil of Roman rule in Britannia, this power yo-yoing back and forth between whoever can manage to hold it for the longest. Kind of like a game of hot potato, but just passing around the politics of the Britannic Empire, or whatever we want to refer to it to, depending on the time. Now, under Diocletian's reorganization, Roman Britain was structured into a diocese governed by a vicarius, positioned beneath a praetorian prefect, notably Junius Bassus from 318 to 331, who resided in Augusta Trevornum, that's Trier in modern tongue. The vicarius, headquartered in Londinium, the diocese's chief city, oversaw the diocese administration, and Londinium, alongside Eboracum, remained pivotal as the provincial capitals, with the territory subdivided into smaller provinces to enhance administrative efficiency. Another significant shift in authority redefined the roles within the province. Civilian and military powers were separated. While governors were trained in administrative duties, emphasizing financial responsibilities, military command was transferred to the Dux Britanniarum by 314. This figure commanded the northern region troops, particularly those guarding Hadrian's wall, enjoying a considerable amount of autonomy due to the geographical distance from central Roman governance. The vicarius's role entailed supervising governors and ensuring the smooth operation of the treasury and crown estates, despite having separate administrative frameworks entirely. As the top civilian authority in the region, the vicarius had broad oversight over administrative processes, exerting control, albeit not absolute, over the governors. Now we have some documentation from the early 4th to the early 5th centuries, including the Verona list, Sextus Rufus's writings, and list of officers by Polemius Silvius, and it identifies 4 initial provinces, with the first 2 having very creative names: Britannia I, Britannia II, Maxima Caesarineris, and Flavia Caesarinensis, each governed by a praeses of equestrian rank. But by the 5th century, a 5th province, Valentia, appears, with its governor and that of Maxima elevated to consular rank. Now the establishment of Valentia, as recounted by Ammianus following the Great Conspiracy's suppression in 369 by Count Theodosius, is seen as either a revival of a previously lost province, or potentially an entirely new entity, speculated by some to have been situated even beyond Hadrian's wall, possibly in the region once abandoned south of the Antonine Wall. Analyzing ecclesiastical records sheds light on the organization of the provinces and their capitals in this era, with scholars often referencing the bishop list from 314 Council of Arles to align ecclesiastical structures with the Roman administrative hierarchy. However, inaccuracies in the list, especially regarding the British delegation, certainly seem to complicate interpretations. Various amendations have been proposed over the years to rectify the listing of a bishop, Aborius, from Eboracum, and 2 from Londinium, reflecting the diverse and historical and geographical speculations ranging from Colchester to Lincoln and even Caerleon as potential locations. Now, moving much later on, into the 12th century, Gerald of Wales outlined an ecclesiastical structure involving metropolitan sees, purportedly established by S.S. Fagan and Duvian, assigning them to regions that largely overlap with the Roman provincial divisions, but with some rather imaginative geography, particularly in placing Valentia in what he now calls Albania, now Scotland, and advocating for the ancient stature of St. Andrews. Now, modern reconstructions tend to adjust these assignments, often situating Maxima in Londinium due to its vicarial seat, Prima in the west, with its capital moved to Cirencester for archaeological regions. Flavia, north of Maxima, with Lincoln as its capital, aligning with one correction of the Arles bishop list, and Secunda in the north, centered in York. Valentia's placement remains somewhat debated, with suggestions ranging from northern Wales to areas adjacent or between Hadrian and Antonine walls, reflecting the ongoing challenge in pinpointing the exact administrative and ecclesiastical geography of Roman Britain. Now back to Roman times. During Emperor Constantius's final expedition to Britannia in 306, amidst his declining health, he led military operations into the northern reaches of the island, aiming to subdue the Picts, beyond the formidable barrier of Hadrian's Wall. And, by the way, if you quickly do a little Google search of Hadrian's Wall, it doesn't really look like much. But back in the day, it was pretty good. Now, the historical record of these campaigns is pretty minimal, and therefore it's largely inconclusive, hinting at a significant battle in the northern territories during early summer, after which the emperor retreated southward. That's all we really know about that one with Constantius. But this period is also marked by the military apprenticeship of his son, Constantine, and we all know him, also known as Constantine the Great, right? He actually accompanied his father in these northern endeavors, certainly an eye-opening experience. Now, Constantius's demise in York that July saw Constantine at his side, setting the stage for Constantine's ascent to power, leveraging his British base to claim the imperial purple, a stark contrast to the fate of the usurper Albinus decades earlier. The mid-4th century saw Britannia's brief allegiance to the usurper Magnentius, who rose to power following the assassination of Constans. The ultimate defeat of Magnentius in 353 at Mons Seleucus prompted Constantius II to dispatch Paulus Catina to purge the province of the usurper's sympathizers. However, Catina's mission quickly spiraled into a draconian witch hunt, compelling Flavius Martinus, the Vicarius of Britannia, to intervene. The confrontation escalated when Martinus, faced with accusations of treason by Paulus, attempted to eliminate the notary in a desperate act that culminated in his own unlifing, a tragic close to a turbulent chapter in Britannia's history. And as the 4th century advanced, Britannia found itself increasingly under siege, facing relentless incursions from eastern Saxons and western Scoti. The western Scoti were the Irish. They were just effectively calling them Western Scots. Now, despite a network of coastal forts that were established circa 280 to counter these threats, the simultaneous onslaught by Saxons, Picts, Scoti, and the Attacoti in 367, coupled with the internal dissent among Hadrian's Wall's garrison, brought the province to its knees in an event often termed the Barbarian Conspiracy. Now, this catastrophic breach saw the decimation of Britannia's western and northern defenses, leading to widespread urban pillage. Now, the crisis was eventually quelled by Count Theodosius in 368, who initiated a series of strategic military and administrative reforms after a landing at Bononia, which is modern-day Bologna-Semer, and setting up operations in Londinium. Through a combination of amnesty for deserters and military resilience, Theodosius managed to restore order, capture Hadrian's wall, and re-establish control over the beleaguered province, culminating in the establishment of Valentia as the new province to enhance governance in the north. This period also saw the appointment of Dulcetus as the new Dux Britanniarum, and the introduction of Civilis to oversee civilian affairs. But it couldn't all be safe and sound. The precarious stability was again disrupted in 383, when Magnus Maximus, proclaiming himself emperor, rallied forces at Saguntium and embarked on campaigns that extended across the Western Empire, even achieving victories against the Picts and the Scots. His military endeavors, however, drained Britannia of critical defenses, leading to the desertion of strategic forts and enabling Irish incursions and settlements in the north of Wales. The downfall of Maximus in 388 marked the beginning of the end for Roman military presence in Britannia, with subsequent barbarian invasions around 396 necessitating a punitive response led by Stilicho. Although peace was momentarily restored in 399, the empire's dwindling military resources prompted further withdrawals by 401 to counter the threat of Alaric I of the Visigoths, signaling a fading grip of Rome over not only its distinct Britannic province, but of its own namesake. Now, the prevailing historical perspective depicted a broad economic downturn at the dawn of the 5th century. But some archaeological discoveries do challenge this narrative, and it prompts a bit of a reassessment of the written knowledge. The consensus acknowledges certain developments, though, a trend towards more luxurious, yet fewer urban residences, the rich getting rich, the poor getting poorer, which is generally not a good thing. There was also a cessation in new public constructions, except for fortifications, and also a proliferation of dark earth layers, as described by some texts, indicating a heightened horticultural activity within city boundaries. An example of early urban decline is seen in the late 3rd century repurposing of Silchester's basilica for industrial use, a change that was likely sanctioned by authorities. Now, contrary to earlier beliefs, the desertion of certain locales appears to have occurred later than initially assumed, while many structures were repurposed rather than demolished. Moreover, barbarian incursions predominantly targeted exposed rural areas over the urban centers. Evidence from villas like Chedworth and Great Casterton suggests that economic hardships were not universal, as demonstrated by the laying of new mosaic floors during this period. Well, despite a general decline, some areas, such as Verulamium and Cirencester, saw the construction of new buildings, and urban centres like Canterbury and Cirencester as well continued to thrive into the 5th and even the 6th centuries, amidst expansive agricultural estates. Which I suppose is kind of like saying now, if you would have a millionaire sitting in his nice apartment, saying to you, "I don't know what you're complaining about. It all seems fine to me. I just put a new swimming pool in." That's pretty much the situation in Chedworth and Great Casterton. Now, by the latter part of the 4th century, urban vitality had significantly waned, and it was mirrored by the scarcity of coins that were minted between 378 and 88, which gives us a potential for an economic contraction, reduced military presence, or perhaps general instability during Magnus Maximus's reign. That was 383 to 87. Although coin circulation did see a modest recovery in the 390s rather, it did fall short of prior levels, and quite obviously, with copper coinage becoming exceedingly rare post-402. Despite the presence of silver and gold coins in hoards, indicating their continued existence in the province, by 407 the influx of new Roman coins had dwindled, and by 430 coin-based trade had likely completely ceased. Of course, after this, the Romans were gone. The people of Britannia were left to their own devices. But they certainly developed their own great culture. Now, I'm sure you've noticed that I'm doing these videos somewhat chronologically, so I will get to Britain. And if you didn't know, my father's British, so I should probably be doing a little bit more British history. After the Romans withdrew from Britain in the early 5th century, the region entered a period of significant transition and transformation, giving rise to the era of Anglo-Saxon Britain. In the vacuum left by the Roman departure, various Germanic tribes, including the Angles, Saxons, and the Jutes, began to migrate and settle across the country, gradually establishing a patchwork of small kingdoms. This period was marked by the fusion of Romano-Briton and Germanic cultures, seen in evolving languages, social structures, and artistic expression. The Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, each with their own rulers and customs, laid the foundations for the English nation, while also facing threats from Viking invasions in later centuries. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, liking and subscribing and leaving your comments down below certainly helps YouTube push my videos out to a wider audience, and it's such an easy thing to do. Thank you in advance. Now, without further ado, let's get on to Anglo-Saxon England. Make yourself comfortable first, and we can begin. As Roman control over Britain waned due to the pressing Germanic invasions of Gaul, marked notably by the crossing of the Rhine in December of 406, Constantine III pulled back the Roman troops. This left Romano-British populations vulnerable to increasing raids, especially from the Picts along the eastern shores. In response, the leaders of Romano-Britain sought the aid of Anglo-Saxon mercenaries, offering them land in return for defense, a common practice of employing foederati for military assistance. It's not a bad deal. However, by around 442, these Anglo-Saxon forces rebelled. Apparently, none of them had been paid, well, signaling the breakdown of their arrangement with the Romano-British. The deteriorating security situation compelled the Romano-British to seek help from the broader Roman Empire, which led to the issuance of the Groans of the Britons, as it was called. This appeal to Aetius, the Roman Magister Militum in the West. This appeal was made despite the earlier directive from Emperor Honorius around 410, which was enough of a difficult year for the Romans, advising the British to simply fend for themselves, as the empire could no longer protect them, especially since 410 was the sack of Rome by the Visigoths. It was not a good year at all for them. Well, the subsequent period was marked by several years of pretty intense conflict between the native British populations and the Anglo-Saxon settlers. Before the fall of the Roman Empire, wherever you want to place that, generally would be placing it in the 5th century, there were already instances of Germanic people infiltrating Britain. It wasn't a completely new concept. The initial Roman invasion, led by Aulus Plotinus in AD 43, reportedly included Batavian cohorts, a Germanic group, indicating an early Germanic presence. The notion that some pre-Roman local tribes in Britain might have spoken a Germanic language is more of a recent hypothesis, though it is broadly contested due to the scarce linguistic evidence from Roman Britain, but we can't write it off completely. Now, Rome's military strategy often involved incorporating Germanic foederati, this means allied mercenaries, into its legions, and that included those that were stationed in Britain. They couldn't all be Italians. The numbers had to be padded out somewhat, and they were. Archaeological evidence, such as grave sites, confirms the presence of these mercenaries and their families within Roman Britain. The practice of enlisting Germanic help continued beyond the Roman era, notably during the Anglo-Saxon migration and the subsequent rebellion in 442, when Anglo-Saxons were recruited for Britain's defense. The establishment of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms in England, as chronicled in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, began with the arrival of small groups of invaders, leading to battles with those sub-Roman British populations. The incursions laid the foundations for the rise of the distinct kingdoms that would eventually form what we know as England. The language, Old English, gradually became dominant, and it overshadowed the British Celtic and Latin languages of the indigenous populations, Latin, of course, being heavily influenced from the Romans. Now, the Anglo-Saxon migration into Britain is part of a more broader migration period, which saw Germanic peoples move across Europe between 300 and 700 AD. This era also witnessed Britons relocating to what is now Brittany and Normandy in France, and to Britannia in northwest Spain, due to pressures such as the Anglo-Saxon Rebellion around 450 to 500 AD. Modern historians, drawing from sources like Bede, initially presented the Anglo-Saxon arrival as a kind of violent takeover, driving the native Britons to the fringes of the land and into continental Europe. The narrative included accounts of slaughter and servitude on a mass scale. But modern scholarship, increasingly supports a model of Anglo-Saxon and British coexistence, influenced by laws like those of Ine that suggest a complex social structure, with Britons often occupying a lower status than the Anglo-Saxons. Debate continues over the scale of the Anglo-Saxon migration, whether it was dominated by a warrior elite who assumed control, or involved mass movements of people overwhelming the indigenous populations. Some theories propose a combination of both scenarios, with significant demographic shifts in settled areas alongside elite dominance in others. Gildas mentions resistance led by Ambrosius Aurelianus, which culminated in the Britons' victory at Mount Badon around the year 500, which may have halted Anglo-Saxon expansion, albeit temporarily. And despite a period of peace that followed this victory, the Anglo-Saxons established control over significant territories, including Sussex and Kent, while the West Saxons, under Cerdic, founded a kingdom in Hampshire around the year 520. A resurgence of Anglo-Saxon expansion occurred with Ceolwyn of Wessex's campaign in 577, capturing strategic locations like Cirencester, Gloucester, and Bath. However, internal conflicts soon led to Ceolwyn's retreat and eventual death, with Cirencester falling under Mercian overlordship rather than the control of Wessex. By the year 600, Britain had transformed significantly, very unrecognizable from its earlier Roman era, evolving into a kind of kaleidoscope of Anglo-Saxon kingdoms and sub-kingdoms. The period saw the emergence of what medieval historian Henry of Huntingdon termed the Heptarchy, referring to the 7 principal Anglo-Saxon kingdoms that dominated the land. We'll get to them in a moment. The concept of the Heptarchy serves as a framework for understanding the power dynamic and politics of early medieval England, which spanned from the 5th century until 829, when Egbert of Wessex achieved lordship over these realms. Sorry about the spoilers. Now, this term, Heptarchy, derived from the Greek words for 7 and rule. It doesn't imply a permanent or stable confederation of exactly 7 kingdoms. Instead, it's a convenient label used by historians to describe the fluid and often contentious relationships among the myriad of Anglo-Saxon policies during this era, commonly referred to as the early Middle Ages. Or perhaps you've heard the controversial term, the Dark Ages, which I don't really like. Its connotations bring up some imaginations that aren't really conducive to reality. Anyway, throughout this period, a number of distinct kingdoms and their territorial borders frequently changed due to the constant warfare and raiding, alliances, and dynastic disputes. The Anglo-Saxon Heptarchy is traditionally defined as consisting of 4 major kingdoms. The first being East Anglia, situated in what is now eastern England. This kingdom was among the later Anglo-Saxon settlements, characterized by its rich agricultural land and strategic trade routes. Mercia, occupying the central region of England, emerged as a powerful kingdom, especially during the 8th century when it achieved dominance over much of southern England. The third is Northumbria. This kingdom, which included the sub-kingdoms of Bernicia and Deira, controlled vast territories of what is now northern England and parts of southern Scotland. It was a centre for art, learning, and religious activity, particularly after the introduction of Christianity. And then the fourth major kingdom, Wessex, located in the southwest, eventually became the most powerful of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms, leading to the unification of England under its rulers in the 9th and 10th centuries. Of course, in addition to these four, there were the three minor kingdoms, which also played significant roles in the shifting alliances and conflicts of the period. They were just a little less relevant than the major four. The first of the minor kingdoms being Essex. Situated to the northeast of London, Essex was strategically important, but often found itself somewhat overshadowed by its more powerful neighbours. The second was Kent, known for its adoption of Christianity in the very early days due to Roman influence. Kent maintained its own distinct identity and significant cultural influence despite its smaller size. And the third of the minor kingdoms was Sussex. Occupying the southern coast, it was among the first regions to experience Anglo-Saxon settlement and played a key role in the early history of England. Now, we've established these kingdoms, so we know who the main players are. So, let's go now towards the end of the 6th century. Aethelbert of Kent emerged as the most dominant ruler in England, with his authority extending northwards toward the Humber River. This period marked Kent and East Anglia as the preeminent English kingdoms, largely due to King Aethelbert's powerful rule. His death in 616, however, saw a shift in power to Raedwald of East Anglia, who then became the most influential leader south of the Humber. Raedwald's ascendancy played a crucial role in the power dynamics of early 7th century England. He notably supported Edwin of Deira in his bid to unify Northumbrian territories of Deidre and Bernicia against the backdrop of Aethelfrith of Northumbria's demise. Raedwald left a power vacuum that Edwin exploited, seeking to expand Northumbrian dominance. This ambition set the stage for a pivotal conflict including Edwin, Penda of Mercia, and the Welsh king Cadwallon ap Cadfan of Gwynedd. This alliance between Mercia and Gwynedd proved to be formidable, culminating in Edwin's defeat and the death at the Battle of Hatfield Chase in 633. This victory, however, was short-lived, as Oswald of Northumbria, Aethelfrith's son, defeated Cadwallon at Heavenfield, near Hexham, restoring power to the Northumbrians. However, the ongoing conflict between Northumbria and Mercia persisted, with Penda defeating and killing Oswald at the Battle of Maserfield in 642. Penda's aggressive campaigns against Northumbria were ultimately halted by Oswio, Oswald's brother, who managed to kill Penda and shift the focus of Mercian military efforts towards the kingdom of Powys throughout the 7th and 8th centuries. The era of mercy and prominence was symbolized by Offa of Mercia's construction of Offa's Dyke, a significant fortification delineating the border between Wales and England. The exact purpose of Offa's Dyke, whether as a boundary marker or a defensive barrier, still remains a topic of debate. And now, the spread of Christianity. Of course, that is definitely one of the big turning points in British history. The spread of Christianity in the British Isles during this period can be traced all the way back to the Roman occupation. Early Christian writers like Tertullian acknowledge the presence of Christianity in Britain by as early as the 3rd century. The religion gained further official acceptance within the Roman Empire through the Edict of Milan in 313 under Emperor Constantine, and ultimately became the empire's official religion under Emperor Theodosius the Great by the end of the 4th century. The extent of Christianity among Britons at the time of the Anglo-Saxon arrival is, of course, very hard to know and a little ambiguous. Early efforts to evangelize the Irish, for example, initiated by Pope Celestine I in 431, culminated in St. Patrick's mass conversion of the Irish. This Christianized Ireland, of course, played its own pivotal role in spreading Christianity throughout the British Isles. St. Columba's establishment of a religious community in Iona, and St. Aidan's mission to Northumbria from Iona to Lindisfarne marked the spread of Celtic Christianity in these regions. And the Christians at Lindisfarne are also famous for other reasons. Notably, there was a big Viking raid there. I'll get to it soon, just perhaps in a video on the Vikings later on. Now Bede, in his ecclesiastical history, criticizes the native British clergy for their alleged moral failings and their general reluctance to evangelize the Anglo-Saxons. It seems they were a little bit lazy in their proselytizing. Well, despite Bede's criticisms, there is a consensus that the British clergy significantly contributed to the Anglo-Saxons' conversion. Augustine's mission to England in 597, sanctioned by Pope Gregory I and supported by Aethelbert of Kent, laid more of the foundation for Christianity in the southeast of England. And by 601, Aethelbert's baptism marked the beginning of a more broader mission to convert the English, supplementing the Irish Church's efforts in the north and the east. Kind of like this Christian pincer maneuver. Something like that. Well, however, regions like Sussex and the Isle of Wight held out for quite a long time, and they remained largely pagan until St. Wilfrid's efforts in the late 7th century. This process of conversion itself is scrutinized for kind of its superficiality. It's often declared complete upon a king's baptism, rather than a genuine widespread adoption of Christian practices. So just because the King of Wessex or Sussex or Essex or any of the others converts, it doesn't mean that everybody is under the same umbrella, unless this king definitely chooses to enforce it, which, well, we all know where that leads. Now, interestingly, Early churches not only displayed Christian symbols, but also pagan symbols, indicating a gentle outreach effort towards the pagan Anglo-Saxons, rather than the other methods. Well, discrepancies between Roman and Irish Christian rites, particularly regarding the celebration of Easter and monastic tonsures, led to a little bit of friction within the church. The Whitby Synod of 664, where St. Wilfrid argued for the Roman rites against Bishop Colman's Irish practices, resulted in the adoption of the Roman rites in England. This decision did not fully reconcile the practices between the English and Irish churches until much later, namely the 12th century, when the Roman rites were enforced more harshly in Ireland by Henry II. Now, during the 8th to the 11th centuries, Scandinavian raiders, predominantly Danes and Norwegians, embarked on voyages of plunder across Western Europe, including significant activities, of course, in the British Isles. These Norse explorers and warriors, widely known as Vikings, which means sea kings, by the way, initiated their incursions with raids targeting wealthy and ecclesiastical sites, exploiting the monasteries' riches. The Anglo-Saxon Chronicle vividly recounts the devastating sack of Lindisfarne, a revered holy site, in 793, marking one of the first major Viking attacks on the British Isles. Told you. Now, following an interlude of relative calm, Viking raids had resumed with increased frequency around 835, which leads us to the mid-860s, which witnessed a bit of a shift from sporadic raiding to systematic invasion by the Danes. In 865, the arrival of the formidable Great Heathen Army, later bolstered in 871 by the Great Summer Army, bit of a less cool name, but okay, signaled the beginning of a decade-long campaign that saw the swift fall of the Anglo-Saxon kingdoms. Northumbria succumbed in 867, and in 869, East Anglia, followed by much of Mercia in 877. Kept dropping like flies, it seems. These invasions devastated the Anglo-Saxon landscape, sparing only the kingdom of Wessex from conquest. King Alfred of Wessex, in a remarkable display of resilience, retreated to the marshes of Somerset in 878, where he established a fortified position at Athelney. From the stronghold, Alfred orchestrated guerrilla attacks against the Viking occupiers, culminating in an assembly of a force from Somerset, Wiltshire, and Hampshire. This makeshift army confronted and decisively defeated the Vikings at the Battle of Edington in May 878. The Vikings' defeat led to their leader, Guthrum, agreeing to baptism and a withdrawal from Wessex, formalizing a subsequent ceremony at Wedmore. A peace treaty negotiated between Alfred and Guthrum established the Danelaw, a region that was under Danish control, while delineating the territories of Wessex, which included parts of the Midlands and all southern regions except for Cornwall, which remained under Briton control. Following the strategic victory at Edington and the peace agreement that ensued, King Alfred of Wessex embarked on a comprehensive campaign to fortify his kingdom against future invasions. Recognizing the need for a robust defensive infrastructure, Alfred initiated the construction of a network of fortified towns, or burhs as he called them, strategically leveraging the remnants of ancient Roman settlements for this purpose. These fortifications were not only military bastions, but also evolved into bustling commercial centers, drawing merchants and craftspeople to the safety and stability they offered. To support the maintenance of these fortifications and a standing military force, Alfred introduced the burghal hidage, an innovative taxation system, which I'm sure, like all new taxation systems, was wildly popular. This fiscal strategy ensured a steady flow of resources necessary for the upkeep of the burhs and the sustenance of the army. The establishment of these fortified towns certainly did prove to be a turning point, significantly hindering Viking mobility within Wessex. A notable instance of the burh's effectiveness was recorded in the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, which details a failed Viking attempt to breach the defences at Chichester, highlighting the strategic value of these fortifications in repelling raiders. The resurgence of Danish invasions in 891 posed a renewed threat to Alfred's realm, igniting a conflict that spanned for more than 3 long years. However, Alfred's comprehensive defensive measures, anchored by a network of burhs and bolstered by a restructured military, effectively countered this wave of assaults. The endurance of Alfred's system ultimately led to the exhaustion of Danish forces, who, by mid-896, had dispersed, marking a significant triumph for Wessex and cementing Alfred's legacy as a formidable strategist. Apart from his military and administrative achievements, Alfred was also known for his contributions to literacy and scholarship. He championed the use of Old English, a departure from the Latin-dominated literature of the era, most notably through the commissioning of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle. This endeavor not only preserved the historical narrative of the Anglo-Saxons, but it also fostered a sense of unity and identity among his subjects. Between 874 and 879, the western half of Mercia came under the rule of Ceolwulf II, marking a period of political reshuffling in the Anglo-Saxon territories. This leadership then transitioned to Aethelred, who became known as the Lord of the Mercians. This intertwining of Mercian and Wessex royal lines solidified through Aethelred's marriage to Aethelflaed, daughter of Alfred the Great of Wessex, around 886. Alfred's establishment as the king of the Anglo-Saxons, circa 886, indicated a significant consolidation of power and yet another shift in the politics of the region. But he wasn't around forever. Following Alfred's death in 899, his legacy was carried forward by his son, Edward the Elder, who assumed the throne and continued the expansion and fortification efforts initiated by his father. The death of Aethelred in 911 saw Aethelflaed ascend as the Lady of the Mercians, a title reflecting her leadership and the esteem in which she was held. Together, with her brother Edward, Aethelflaed played a pivotal role in reclaiming East Anglia and eastern Mercia from Viking control, demonstrating the resilience and strategic prowess of these new Anglo-Saxon rulers. Edward the Elder's expansion of the fortified burhs was crucial in enabling these offensive strategies against the Vikings. By the time of Edward's death in 924, he had extended his rule to encompass all of England south of the Humber River, which set the stage for his son, Aethelstan, to unify Northumbria with the rest of England in 927. Aethelstan's subsequent victory at the Battle of Brunanburh in 937 against a coalition of Scots, Danes, Vikings, and Strathclyde Britons was a defining moment in the establishment of a unified English kingdom. Legend made at Brunanburh. Despite the centralization of power under Wessex monarchy, tensions remained, particularly in Northumbria, where resistance to Wessex rule persisted. The reign of Edgar, Alfred's great-grandson, saw attempts to further consolidate this power, culminating in his recognition by other British kings in 973. The lasting impact of the Danish and Norse presence in the Danelaw region significantly influenced the cultural and linguistic landscape of England, and introduced a wealth of Scandinavian elements into the English lexicon and place names. This Anglo-Scandinavian fusion is reflected in the modern English language, which contains thousands of words of Scandinavian origin, and in the place names that dot the English countryside. Ever wondered why a lot of the English countrysides have very funny towns? Well, the names are somewhat emblematic of these linguistic changes. Edgar's death in 975 at a relatively young age led to a contested succession between his sons, with the elder, Edward, ultimately taking the throne at around 12 years old. Edward's short reign was tumultuous and ended with his assassination some years later in 978, paving the way for Aethelred, known as the title the Unready, to ascend to the throne. Somewhat of a foreshadowing, isn't it? It was like me when I got my driver's license. Despite a lengthy reign of 38 years, Aethelred's tenure was marked by ineffectiveness and calamity, earning him a reputation as one of England's most unsuccessful monarchs, a sentiment echoed by the historian of the time, William of Malmesbury. During Aethelred's early reign, internal strife within the Danish kingdom saw Sweyn Forkbeard overthrow his father, Harald Gormson, partly due to the resistance against Harald's push for Christianity. This domestic conflict likely spurred the initial Viking raids on the English coastline. The situation escalated in 991 with the devastating sack of Ipswich and the Battle of Maldon, where the English, refusing to pay ransom to the Danes, suffered a crushing defeat. This emboldened the Vikings, who, perceiving weak resistance, decided to intensify their raids across England. Aethelred's response, characterized by evasion rather than confrontation, underscores the period's desperation and the ineffectiveness of the once stalwart Alfredian defense system. By the late 10th century, the Wessex monarchy had solidified its control over England's monetary system. boasting around 300 moneyers and 60 mints nationwide. This sophisticated currency system allowed for a periodic recoinage every 5 or 6 years, ensuring the king could mobilize significant financial resources whenever it was necessary. Following the defeat at that Battle of Maldon in 991, King Aethelred chose to pay the Danes off through a system known as Danegeld, rather than engage them in battle. However, this approach only encouraged further Viking incursions, rather than deterring them. Apparently, word spread that it was very easy to take King Ethelred's money. Tensions between England and Normandy escalated as the Danes utilized Norman ports for their raids. In a strategic move, Aethelred sought an alliance with Normandy through marriage to Emma, the daughter of Duke Richard I in 1002. This union aimed to sever the Viking-Norman collaboration. Yet in November 1002, Aethelred ordered massacres of Danes in England, which further complicated the Anglo-Saxon and Viking relations. The Vikings certainly did not appreciate the massacre. So, the Viking leader, Sven Forkbeard of Denmark, initiated a full-scale invasion of England in 1013, quickly gaining support in the Danelaw and compelling Aethelred to seek refuge in Normandy. Sven's sudden death in February 1014 allowed Aethelred to reclaim his throne, but the peace was short-lived. In 1015, Sven's son, Cnut, launched another invasion. Despite initial resistance from Aethelred and his son Edmund Ironside, Cnut emerged victorious, leading to a division of the kingdom that lasted until Edmund's somewhat mysterious death in 1017. Well, when the sources say mysterious, you can sort of use your imagination. Cnut then consolidated his rule over all of England, reorganizing the kingdom into earldoms and integrating the Danish and English nobility. His marriage to Aethelred's widow, Emma of Normandy, was a strategic one, aiming to unite the English and Danish claims and secure succession for their children. Cnut's reign was extended beyond England, as he also claimed the thrones of Denmark and Norway, establishing a North Sea Empire. Cnut's marriage to Emma of Normandy also led to a complex succession crisis upon his death in 1035, as his realm was contested between his sons by different mothers. Harald Hardrada, his son with Ealgifu, and Harthacnut, his son with Emma. Emma favored her son Harthacnut over Harald and her sons from her previous marriage to Ethelred, Edward, and Alfred. Edward's attempts to reclaim the throne resulted in failure, and Alfred's subsequent murder in 1036, forcing Emma to flee to Bruges. Harald Hardrada's accession to the English throne was marked by his mother Ealgifu's influence, but his reign was short-lived and ended with his death in 1040. Harthacnut then succeeded, becoming notorious for his heavy taxation and unpopularity, which seemed to go hand in hand, which of course paved the way for Edward's return from Normandy and eventual accession to the throne as Edward the Confessor upon Harthacnut's sudden and once again suspicious death in 1042. The reign of Edward saw the influential role of the Godwin family, particularly after his marriage to Godwin's daughter. However, the relationship between Edward and the Godwins was fraught, exacerbated by the controversy surrounding the murder of Edward's brother Alfred, in which Earl Godwin was somewhat implicated. A significant conflict between Edward and the Godwins occurred when Godwin refused to punish the men of Dover for resisting Eustace of Boulogne, Edward's brother-in-law, leading to Godwin's temporary exile. And despite Norman claims of Edward promising the throne to William of Normandy, such a promise was probably never made. It's improbable due to the Anglo-Saxon tradition of electing kings, a process Edward himself had undergone. Well, either way, the Godwins, leveraging their military strength, managed to return from exile and reassert their dominance in English politics. With Godwin's reconciliation, and Edward marking their family's ascent to unparalleled power within the kingdom. Upon Godwin's death in 1053, his son Harald inherited the earldom of Wessex, and his brothers received other significant earldoms, though Tostig's harsh rule in Northumbria led to his exile, sowing discord between him and Harald. Edward the Confessor's health deteriorated significantly by late December of 1065, leading him into a coma. Briefly regaining consciousness, he entrusted the kingdom and the Queen's protection to Harold Godwinson, before passing away on January the 5th, 1066. Edward's funeral and Harold's coronation occurred in very quick succession, marking Harold's ascent to the throne amidst competing claims. William, the Duke of Normandy, alleged that Edward had promised him the crown instead, further claiming that Harold swore loyalty to him during his stay in Normandy. Additionally, Harald Hardrada of Norway claimed the English throne through connections to Cnut's lineage, and an agreement between Magnus of Norway and Harthacnut of Denmark. Tostig Godwinson, Harold's brother and estranged from him, initially sought William's support in Normandy, but ended up allying with Harald Hardrada after being forced by storms to Norway. Tostig's journey saw him raiding the English coast, before eventually joining forces with Hardrada, amassing a substantial Viking fleet. In September 1066, the Viking army, with Tostig as Hardrada's vassal, sailed into the Humber estuary and marched towards York. At Fulford Gate, they clashed with the English forces, led by Earls Edwin and Morcar in a brutal battle, resulting in a Norse victory and their subsequent entry into York. Harold Godwinson, upon hearing of this invasion, rapidly marched north with an English army, confronting Hardrada at Stamford Bridge. The ensuing battle, which spanned 2 days, ended in a decisive victory for Harold, which allowed the Norse survivors to retreat in a mere 20 ships, significantly diminishing the Norse presence and momentarily securing Harold's rule before facing the impending Norman invasion led by William. After securing victory at Stamford Bridge, Harold Godwinson's time for celebration was abruptly ended by the news of William of Normandy's landing in England. with William's forces disembarking on September 27, 1066, Harold hastened his army southward, culminating in the pivotal Battle of Hastings on October the 14th, where Harold fell, marking the demise of the Godwin dynasty. The battlefield claimed not just Harold, but also his brothers and key allies, effectively dismantling the Godwin power base. William's march to London subsequently met minimal resistance, leading to his coronation at Westminster Abbey on Christmas Day. Merry Christmas. The subsequent decade under William's rule was defined by his firm efforts to cement his control, characterized by, of course, the brutal suppression of anyone who looked at him sideways. The harrowing campaign known as the Harrying of the North, with its deliberate devastation and resulting mass famine, remains a stark illustration of his relentless pursuit of dominance. By the end of William's reign, the Anglo-Saxon elite had been largely displaced, and the transformation initiated by Norman architectural and cultural impositions signified a profound shift in the fabric of English society, and an even more profound end to the time of the Anglo-Saxons. The Christianization of Anglo-Saxon England, which began in earnest in the late 6th century, marked a transformation of English religious, cultural, and political life. Initiated by Pope Gregory the Great, who sent the monk Augustine to Kent in 597 AD, the mission aimed to convert the pagan Anglo-Saxons to Christianity. Over the next several centuries, the spread of Christianity was gradual but profound, as it moved from the southern kingdoms to the more resistant north and east, blending local traditions with the new Christian practices. Hello, welcome to the channel. If you are new here, it's good to meet you, and if you're coming back, it's great to see you again. As always, if you like what I do, there's a Patreon link in the description, or assist me in getting to my 15,000 subscriber goal. I'm sure we're right around the corner. Like, subscribe, all the good stuff. Now, without further ado, please get yourself relaxed, and let's learn together about how Britain found itself to be such a Christian country. Christianity had been present in Roman Britain from the 3rd century onwards, introduced by merchants, immigrants, and soldiers, though many soldiers likely practiced Mithraism. The enforcement of the Diocletian persecution edicts in 303 was relatively relaxed, at least in the territories governed by Constantius Chlorus. Of course, things changed in the year 313, when Constantine, who ruled the Western Empire, and Licinius issued the Edict of Milan, legalizing Christianity across the Roman Empire. By 314, the structured organization of the British Christian community was evident when 3 bishops from Britain attended the Council of Arles. These bishops were Eborius of York, Restitutus of London, and Adelphius, whose diocesan location remains unknown. Their attendance not only underscored the established ecclesiastical framework within Britain, but it also indicated a dependency on the Gallic Church. Thus, the British Christian leadership, facing theological challenges, specifically Pelagianism, sought help around 429. In response to their plea, Germanus of Auxerre and Lupus of Troyes were dispatched to Britain. Germanus, once a high-ranking official, reportedly led British forces to victory against raiders from the Picts and the Saxons in a battle believed to have occurred near Mold in North Wales. This event highlights the active and influential role of Christian leaders in society, but also military affairs of early medieval Britain. While later on, in 595, under the rule of Aethelbert, Pope Gregory I initiated a mission to bring Christianity to the Anglo-Saxons on a large scale. At this time, Aethelbert, a pagan king from the region of Kent, was married to Bertha, a Christian princess from the Merovingian dynasty, the daughter of Charibert I. Now their marriage stipulated that Bertha could bring her chaplain, Bishop Leodhard, to Kent. Together they refurbished a Roman-era church in Canterbury, which may be today's St. Martin's Church, where Bertha practiced her faith freely. Despite Leodhard's presence, there was little success in converting the Anglo-Saxons, his historical significance underscored only by the discovery of a gold coin inscribed with his name. Bertha, on the other hand, her influence is noted in various historical accounts, including one by her biographer, suggesting that she played a role in encouraging Aethelbert to request missionary aid from Pope Gregory. Some modern historians also suggest that this request was likely supported by both Aethelbert and Bertha together, indicating a joint initiative from the Kentish court to embrace Christianity. In 597, following the directive of Pope Gregory, a Christian mission was finally established in Kent, which was then under the reign of King Aethelbert still. Thus they were granted a base in Canterbury and utilized the existing Church of St. Martin. The church subsequently became the epicenter of their bishopric. Historic accounts, including those by Bede and Gregory, do not pinpoint the exact date of Aethelbert's conversion, but it is widely accepted that this would have occurred around the year 597. Of course, within a year of the mission's arrival, the conversion of subjects had markedly increased, a fact noted by Gregory in a letter to Aethelbert and Bertha in 601, where he references the king's baptism. But what about the reasons? Well, the specific motivations behind Aethelbert's embrace of Christianity, that remains a little bit of a mystery. As far as Bede is concerned, it was mainly for spiritual reasons, but modern historians suggest more pragmatic motives might have played a role. Possibly to enhance diplomatic ties with the Merovingian courts, or simply to align more closely with the prevailing powers in Gaul. Additionally, embracing Christianity could have been seen as a means to modernize and consolidate administrative control across his kingdom. Evidence provided by Bede indicates that Aethelbert encouraged his subjects towards Christianity, but he did not coerce them, relying instead on softer powers like royal patronage and personal alliances to foster voluntary conversions. This method was necessary due to the significant pagan presence in Kent, which limited more forceful approaches. There was only so far you could push that lot. Aethelbert also celebrated the conversion of his subjects, and treated Christian believers with particular favor, showing again the king's strategic and inclusive approach to fostering religious change within the realm. Indeed, if you join the club, you get the benefits. But, well, if you remain in the old ways, we're not going to beat you over the head for it. But you just don't get any extra cake after dinner. Now, Eadbald ascended the throne of Kent following the death of his father Ethelbert on the 24th of February in either 616 or perhaps 618. Ethelbert, who had been Christian from around the year 600, and his Christian wife Bertha, had significantly influenced the religious landscape of the region. However, prior to Eadbald's rise to power, Bertha had sadly passed away, and Ethelbert took a second wife, whose name remains unrecorded, but it was likely that she was a pagan. This assumption is supported by her subsequent marriage to Eadbald, her stepson, an action that's strictly prohibited by Christian doctrine. So, yeah, he married his stepmother. Far be it for me to push my morality on others. Bede documents that Eadbald initially rejected Christianity, causing significant disruption to the church's progress. This apostasy coincided with the death of Sabert, the Christian king of Essex, influenced by Ethelbert, whose own sons ousted Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and reverted back to paganism. Bede suggests that Eadbald suffered divine retribution for his infidelity to Christianity through frequent episodes of madness and even demonic possession, potentially indicating epileptic seizures. Well, eventually, Eadbald renounced his wife/stepmother and converted to Christianity. Eadbald's second wife, Ime, was of Frankish origin. The strong ties between Kent and Francia, particularly through trade and diplomacy, were likely influential in his conversion, and he did convert eventually. These links were further demonstrated when Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg, who also migrated to Kent, sent her children to the court of King Dagobert I in Francia. The influence of the Frankish council, and perhaps political pressure, may have been pivotal in Aethelbert's initial conversion, and similarly affected Eadbald's eventual acceptance of Christianity. Now, in terms of artifacts that we have, a few of them from an Anglo-Saxon cemetery in Fingalsham, including a bronze pendant and gilt buckle from the 6th and 7th centuries, hint at the region's lingering pagan practices, still holding on to the old ways, even if it was just in private perhaps. While these items, possibly connected to the worship of the Germanic god Woden, date back to the era known as the Pagan Reaction, and suggest ongoing religious and cultural tension during Eadbald's reign. Bede provides a comprehensive but somewhat contradictory account of Eadbald's early reign and religious orientation following Aethelbert's death on the 24th of February 616. And we're just going to go through that timeline, explain a few of the dates from 616 onwards. So in 616, Eadbald ascends the throne upon his father Aethelbert's death, and initially he rejects Christianity outright, indulging in pagan practices, including marrying his stepmother in pure violation of church laws. Concurrently, Mellitus, the Bishop of London, is expelled by Cerebert's sons in Essex, and subsequently departs for Kent. Facing resistance in Kent, Mellitus, along with Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, flees to Francia. In the winter of 616 to 17, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury, contemplating a similar departure to Francia, is purportedly scourged by St. Peter in a vision. Displaying his wounds to Eadbald the following morning, he is so moved by the display, and thus he is persuaded to embrace Christianity. 617. Justus and Mellitus finally return from Francia, a year after their departure, with Justus being reinstated at Rochester. In the years between 619 and 624, Lawrence passes away, and Mellitus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury. During this period, Eadbald constructs a church that is consecrated by Mellitus. In the April of 624, Mellitus passes away, and Justus ascends as the Archbishop of Canterbury. Later in the year following Justus' succession, Pope Boniface sends him a pallium, acknowledging Eadbald's conversion to Christianity in letters reportedly from one King Eadluald, possibly a miswriting of Eadbald. By 625, Edwin of Northumbria, the king of Deira, seeks to marry Eadbald's sister, Aethelberg. Edwin is stipulated to allow her to continue practicing Christianity, and to consider baptism as a condition for marriage. Thus, the 21st of July, 625, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, and later in 625, Aethelberg travels to Northumbria with Paulinus, following Edwin's agreement to the marriage conditions. Easter, 626. Aethelberg gives birth to a daughter, Eanfled, in Northumbria. 626. Edwin conducts a military campaign against the West Saxons. Around this time, Pope Boniface writes to Edwin, urging him to convert to Christianity, citing Eadbald's conversion as a precedent. But he converted to Christianity. Why don't you? He also sends a separate letter to Aethelberg, encouraging her to aid in converting her husband, which I think is quite funny. It's essentially like, please, can you just talk to him? Just talk to him and convince him. It's much easier if you do it. He'll listen to you. Well, Bede's historical narrative, while authoritative, is not without its challenges. There is an alternative chronology that raises questions about the accuracy of the established timeline concerning King Eadbald's conversion. One D.P. Kirby. His re-evaluation hinges particularly on the content of correspondence from Pope Boniface, which suggests that news of Eadbald's conversion was recent at the time of writing. This assertion is critical, as it implies that Boniface, who was likely well informed of significant ecclesiastical developments, only acknowledged Eadbald's conversion shortly before the letter was composed. Thus, Kirby deduces that Eadbald's conversion must have occurred closer to 621, and no later than April 624, the latter date marking the latest possible conversion time, since it coincides with Mellitus's death, who had consecrated a church for Eadbald prior to his passing. Now, just to make things a little bit more complicated, we can also entertain the possibility that the figure Aedluald mentioned in Boniface's correspondence with Justus, may not actually refer to Eadbald, but to a different ruler, potentially a sub-king or a junior king in western Kent named Aethelwald. This suggests a scenario where Archbishop Lawrence may have converted Eadbald, with Bishop Justus later converting Aethelwald. Additionally, Kirby challenges again the significance of the pallium sent to Justus. While it is traditionally viewed as a symbol of Justus' archiepiscopal status, the limited conditions for its use described in the letter do not uniquely elevate Justus, as similar conditions were also set for the Archbishop Augustine, indicating standard practice rather than a specific elevation or recognition. Moreover, Bede might have conflated what were originally two distinct letters from Boniface into a single narrative. This conflation could explain some of the chronological inconsistencies found in Bede's account. Thus, this analysis of the grammatical structure of the letters supports this view, suggesting a singular, unified composition rather than two separate messages. Significantly, the letter to Aethelberg implies her marriage to Edwin of Northumbria had already occurred by the time of the news of Eadbald's conversion reached Rome, conflicting with Bede's earlier dating of Eadbald's conversion. This discrepancy in particular has led some to speculate that Aethelberg might have been married to Edwin before 625 and remained in Kent until her later travel to Northumbria. This speculation, and it is speculation, is supported by the sequence of correspondence, where Boniface's letter to Edwin and Aethelberg indicated news from the messengers precedes his letter to Justus, which references direct communication from the king himself. Furthermore, the condition placed on Aethelberg's marriage, requiring Edwin to allow her to practice Christianity, comes into question under Kirby's revised chronology. It does seem more plausible that the marriage agreement, potentially controversial from the Church's perspective, occurred prior to Eadbald's conversion, suggesting that Aethelberg was already a Christian by that point. And lastly, the details surrounding Paulinus's role are re-examined under Kirby's framework once again. While traditionally believed to have been consecrated before accompanying Aethelberg to Northumbria, Kirby suggests that Paulinus may have initially traveled as a priest, or perhaps as a missionary, and only received consecration as a bishop sometime after 625, which is the latest plausible date for Aethelberg's marriage given the historical context. So, with all that in mind, here's a slightly reorganized and expanded version of the timeline based on the revised chronology. Starting in 616, Eadbald assumes the throne of Kent following Aethelberg's death and instigates a pagan backlash against the Christian influences established by his dad. Mellitus, the Bishop of London, and Justus, the Bishop of Rochester, depart from Kent to seek refuge in France due to increasing hostilities and the loss of royal protection. In 619, Archbishop Lawrence of Canterbury dies, and Mellitus assumes the role of leadership in Archbishop, marking a continuation of the Christian leadership despite the prevailing pagan sentiment. In early 624, Eadbald, influenced by ongoing interactions and pressures from Christian factions, converts to Christianity under the guidance of Bishop Justus. The conversion prompts messengers to relay the news to Rome. Around the same time, the arrangement of Aethelberg's marriage to Edwin of Northumbria is negotiated. It is likely that this occurred prior to Eadbald's official conversion, hinting at political motivations intertwined with religious affiliation. Eadbald commissions the construction of a new church, where Archbishop Mellitus consecrates shortly before his death, symbolizing a renewal of Christian commitment in the kingdom. Which leads us to April of the same year, 624. Archbishop Mellitus passes away, and Justus succeeds him as the Archbishop of Canterbury, indicating a continued line of Christian leadership amidst the kingdom's religious turbulence. King Edwin of Northumbria consents in 624 to the marriage conditions laid out for Aethelberg, ensuring her freedom to practice Christianity. Aethelberg subsequently travels to Northumbria, accompanied by Paulinus, who acts as her spiritual guide and protector of sorts. Thus, Pope Boniface receives the word of Eadbald's conversion through messengers and writes letters to both Aethelberg and Edwin, expressing his spiritual support and encouragement for their roles in furthering the cause of Christianity. Later in the year of 624, news of Eadbald's conversion reaches Pope Boniface directly from the king himself, which prompts the Pope to write directly to Justus, sending him the pallium as a recognition of his archiepiscopal authority. This correspondence likely also addresses the recent death of Mellitus and the need for continued ecclesiastical stability in Kent. Now, 625, or perhaps 626, during the winter, Justus consecrates Paulinus as the Bishop of York, solidifying his ecclesiastical role and preparing him for his missionary work in Northumbria. This event marks a significant step in the Christianization of northern England. Now, back to Bede, because anything Anglo-Saxon, pretty much we have to go through Bede to get to it. So according to his Historia Ecclesiastica, Book 3, Chapter 8, you can look it up, Earcenbert of Kent was the first British monarch to issue decrees against pagan practices. And that's a big one, because before, people were generally left alone, which is obviously much better to leave everybody alone, but that's just not how it works most of the time, isn't it? Well, this king, Earcenbert, with this decree, he commanded the destruction of what he called idols, or pagan cult images, which is a clear sign of Christian influence taking root at a governmental level. Well, moreover, he mandated the observance of Lent. Everybody had to do it, integrating Christian customs into public and also civic life. The suggestion that these orders might have been formally recorded as part of Kent's legal codes, initiated under Aethelbert, is intriguing, but no such texts have survived, at least the ones that we've found. Well, this lack of documentation, coupled with Earcenbert's actions, suggests that despite King Eadbald's conversion 16 years earlier, the majority of the population remained steadfastly pagan as late as the year 640, no matter how much it frustrated the people in power. Well, to different parts of the country, moving to Essex, the period from 604 to 665 saw multiple shifts between Christianity and paganism among its rulers, a veritable seesaw of ecclesiastical manners. Ceadbert, the king in 604, was baptized by Mellitus himself, marking an early acceptance of Christianity in the region. However, it didn't last for long, because following Seibert's death in 616, his sons Sexred and Seward ascended to the throne and initiated a pagan resurgence, expelling Mellitus and prompting a return to the old gods and the old ways. This period of official paganism lasted all the way until 653, when King Oswy of Northumbria influenced Sigebert the Good to finally embrace Christianity, and this allowed Cedd to preach within the kingdom. Well, tragically, Sigebert was murdered by his own brothers in 660, and it was pretty much due to his pro-Christian policies. They just didn't like it. Well, this led to the coronation of Swithelm. Now, Swithelm was initially pagan, and very steadfastly so, but he converted to Christianity in 662, after much persuasion and debate from Aethelwald of East Anglia. Upon Swithelm's death in 664, the rule of Essex was divided between his cousins, Sigher and Seby. A plague in 665 caused Sigher to renounce his Christian faith, believing, of course, that the old gods were not pleased with him and sent a punishment. Thus he reverted to paganism, which of course led to a public resurgence of the old religious practices in his territories. In contrast, Seby remained a Christian ally. The situation prompted Wulfhere of Mercia to intervene, sending Bishop Jaruman to reconvert the populace under Sigher's rule. Additionally, Wulfhere arranged for Sigher to marry his niece Osith, although this marriage later ended in divorce. This chaotic period did end with Sigher as the last pagan king of Essex, at least for now. Who knows what the future holds? Now, on to another area of the Isles, East Anglia. In 604, the Christian baptism of Raedwald was facilitated by Mellitus in Kent, likely under the sponsorship of Aethelbert directly, marking a pivotal alignment with Kent's Christian leadership. The exact timing of Raedwald's conversion is unclear at this point, but it appears closely linked to Seibert's conversion, and possibly coincided with the dedication of a church near Ely by Augustine, suggesting rapid succession of these events. Raedwald's newfound Christian status didn't fully resonate within his own household, especially with his wife and her pagan influences. This internal religious conflict is reflected in Raedwald's temple, which housed both a Christian altar, but also one dedicated to the pagan gods, showing the syncretic nature of his unique religious commitment. Raedwald, believed to be buried in the Sutton Hoo ship, where artifacts from both Christian and pagan contexts have been discovered, died in the year 624, leaving his son Orpwald to inherit a kingdom with a Christian foundation, yes, but a very fragile one at that. By 627, under the guidance of Edwin of Northumbria, Earpwald underwent a baptism, signifying the continuation of the Christian influence despite his initial pagan upbringing. His conversion was likely strategized by Edwin to consolidate Christian governance across the eastern English territories, including Essex. However, Orpwald's reign was abruptly terminated by a pagan named Ricbert, indicating either internal dissent within East Anglia or perhaps external pressures against Edwin's expanding influence. This assassination led to a temporary reversion to paganism under Ricbert's rule, suggesting a complexity between the religious conversion and political allegiance during this period, a very delicate act to balance. Following Earpwald's untimely demise, Sigebert returned from Gaul to claim the throne of East Anglia, likely utilizing his military acumen, for which he was later renowned, to secure his position. He shared governance with Ecgric, described as his cognatus, a term suggesting close familial ties, possibly indicating that Ecgric was either a son of Raedwald or Aethelric, son of Raedwald's brother Aene. Regardless of Ecgric's precise identity, Sigebert maintained a predominant influence throughout his reign, extending his religious patronage across the kingdom. Thus, Sigbert's ascent to power was significantly bolstered by his conversion to Christianity, aligning him with the few Christian kings of the time, such as Edwin of Northumbria and Eadbald of Kent, who maintained diplomatic ties with the Frankish courts on the continent. This religious shift was pivotal after Dagobert I's accession in Francia in 628, reinforcing the Christian foundations that supported Edwin's dominance. Sigebert likely played a role in encouraging Egric's conversion, further consolidating Christian influence. Thus, all this politics was greatly shaped by marital alliances, exemplified by Edwin arranging the marriage of his grandniece Hersuith to Aethelric, potentially securing a Christian succession in East Anglia. Now, the ecclesiastical framework of East Anglia was profoundly influenced by Felix, a Burgundian missionary bishop, who arrived at the behest of Archbishop Honorius of Canterbury. This event likely marked the beginning of Sigbert's reign around 629 to 630. Felix established his episcopal seat at Dommoc, with possible locations being Dunwich or Walton, sites steeped in Roman heritage. Sigbert's efforts to foster educational and religious institutions included founding a school where boys could receive instruction in Latin, modeled after his experiences in Gaul, with Felix procuring educators akin to those in Kent. The ecclesiastical allegiance fostered by Felix underscored the Roman traditions of the East Anglian Church, although his training might have been influenced by Irish monastic practices encountered in Luxeuil. The arrival of Fursey, an Irish missionary around 633, before Aidan's mission to Lindisfarne, further diversified the spiritual landscape. Sigebert offered Fursey a monastic site at Knobesberg, now identified with Berg Castle. Felix and Fursey's concerted efforts in evangelization enriched the tapestry of the region, gaining commendations from notable ecclesiastical figures like Archbishop Honorius, showcasing a profound appreciation for their broad missionary work. Thus, Sigbert's reign was, at this point, now characterized by significant ecclesiastical developments and a firm Christian faith. Paulinus journeyed to Bernicia in 625 with the aim of converting King Edwin to Christianity. During this time, Edwin consented to the baptism of his daughter Eanfled and pledged to undergo baptism himself if his military expedition against Cuichelm of Wessex proved victorious. Bede documents that Edwin was ultimately baptized on the 12th of April 627, yet he seems to have made no concerted efforts to convert his people to Christianity. Edwin met his end in battle in 633. While following his demise, Osiric and Eanfrith, Edwin's cousin and nephew, ascended to the thrones of Bernicia and Deira, respectively. Both princes had previously embraced Christianity, while in exile among the Picts, but reverted to paganism upon reclaiming their royal titles. Their reigns, however, were short-lived, as they were both slain by Cadwallum ad Caftfan of Gwynedd in 634. Cadwallon himself was defeated and killed later that same year by Oswald, Eanfrith's brother. Now this Oswald, who had accepted Christianity while exiled with the Scots, managed to convince his council to adopt the faith contingent on their triumph over Cadwallon. After this victory, Oswald sought to evangelize his kingdom and requested missionary aid to convert the staunchly pagan Northumbrians. The initial missionary efforts were, however, unsuccessful, with the first bishop sent to the region to Iona failing to make any conversions. In 635, Aidan arrived in Northumbria and dedicated his life to the Christian mission in the region. His persistent efforts gradually transformed the landscape of the region, and he continued his missionary work until his death in 651. Now in Mercia, King Penda allowed Christian missionaries to preach from 653 onwards, following his son Peada's baptism, a requirement for marrying Alfled, daughter of Oswiu of Bernicia. Penda, however, was slain in battle against Oswiu in 15th of November 655, leading to Peada's brief reign as Mercia's first Christian king. Unlike other regions, Mercia did not revert to paganism officially after Christianization. In Sussex, Aethelwulf was baptized in Mercia around or slightly before 675, likely as a prerequisite to his marriage to the Christian Queen Aoife of Huis. By 681, Bishop Wilfrid began converting the populace of Sussex, having been converted by Wulfhere of Mercia no later than 675, the very year of Wulfhere's death. Aethelwell granted Wilfrid land in Selsey to establish a monastery. Despite Aethelwald's cooperation with Christian missions, he too was killed in 685 during an invasion led by Ceadwalla of Wessex, who later seized control of Sussex also. Now the tale of Augustine's journey to Wessex to convert the populace, as recorded by the monk Gosselin, contrasts a little with Bede's account, which notes that the West Saxons remained staunchly pagan until Bishop Birinus began preaching in 635. The baptism of the joint kings, Cynegils and Cuichelm, with Northumbrian King Oswin as godfather, marked the beginning of Christianity in Wessex. However, Cynegils' son, Cainwell, initially rejected Christianity, resulting in his temporary expulsion by Penda. Cainwell's conversion occurred during his exile, under the influence of the Christian king Anna of East Anglia. After Penda's death in 655, Cainwell returned to Wessex, succeeded by his widow Ceasbur and later by Aethelstan. The religious leanings of these rulers are a little unclear. Ceawine, who ascended to the throne later, was pagan during his reign, but abdicated to become a monk. Caedwalla, king of Wessex from around 685, despite supporting Christian institutions and missions, remained unbaptized until the end of his reign. He undertook significant efforts, however, to spread Christianity, including the violent subjugation of the Isle of Wight in 686, forcing the conversion of its pagan inhabitants. After his conquests, Caedwalla abdicated in 688 to undertake a pilgrimage to Rome, where he was baptized shortly before his death in 689. His successor, Ine, implemented a law code in 695 that reflected his Christian beliefs, but also indicated a populace still resistant to Christian practices, necessitating laws to enforce baptism and tithing. Cnut the Great was a Viking ruler who by the early 11th century ruled over a North Sea empire encompassing Denmark, England, Norway, and parts of Sweden. His reign is noted for unifying England and Denmark together, establishing a stable and effective administration, and promoting Christianity alongside Norse traditions. He also fostered economic prosperity through trade and enacted legal reforms to ensure justice across his domain. If you've come to learn about Cnut, then you're in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. For those returning, it's good to see you again. And for those who are here on the first time, it's good to meet you. If you'd like to support the channel, links to the Patreon are in the description. Otherwise, if you want to help YouTube show my video to more people, a like and subscribe, and perhaps leave your comments down below always helps. Now, let's get on to the video for today. I'll invite you to get yourself relaxed. It's going to be a long one. Cnut's lineage traces back to the Danish royal family, with his father being Sweyn Forkbeard, who himself was the son and heir to King Harald Bluetooth, a key figure in Denmark's unification. The exact details of Cnut's birth, including the time and the place, are something that we unfortunately don't have solid details about. Now, Sweyn Forkbeard's ancestry can be traced through Harthacnut I, the semi-legendary founder of the Danish royal house, and his son Gorm the Old, who marked the beginning of the official royal line. Now, Cnut's grandfather, Harald Bluetooth, was instrumental in the Christianization of Denmark, marking him as one of the earliest Scandinavian monarchs to embrace Christianity. And what about Cnut's mother? Well, unfortunately, we don't have much information about that. But the Chronicon of Tiamtar of Merseburg and the Ecomium Emae identify her as Swietoslawa, daughter of Mieszko I of Poland, and being that Polish is the dark souls of languages, Sorry if I pronounced the names incorrectly. Now, Norse sources, such as Heimskringla by Snorri Sturluson, also suggest a Polish princess, known as Gunhild, daughter of Burislav, the king of Vinland, as Cnut's mother. Adam of Bremen, however, uniquely equates Cnut's mother with the former Queen of Sweden, wife of Eric the Victorious, and mother of Olaf Skotkonung. The complexity is further compounded by conflicting narratives regarding Sweyn's marriages, including the purported union with Eric's widow, Sigrid the Haughty, following Gunhild's death. Of course, all of the uncertainty surrounding Sweyn's wives makes it even more challenging to definitively establish Cnut's maternal lineage. But, also according to the Encomium Amiae, Cnut's brother Harald was younger of the two brothers. Well, this is the only real information we have in terms of their relations with each other. There is certainly a lack of concrete information about his early life. His upbringing does hint at a martial education, however, under Thorkel the Tall, chieftain of the legendary Jomsvikings on the island of Wolin off the Pomeranian coast. Despite those scant details about his childhood, a poetic verse by Otar Svati suggests Cnut's early involvement in warfare, possibly during Sweyn Forkbeard's invasion of England in 1003 to 1004, or perhaps subsequent conflicts around the same time. The ambiguity surrounding these events makes pinpointing his birth year all the more challenging, and the estimates range from 980 all the way to the year 1000. As of right now, we don't really know for sure. The Kittilinga saga provides a vivid description of Cnut, portraying him as exceptionally tall, strong, and apparently quite handsome, albeit with a distinctive nose. His fair complexion, thick hair, and keen-sighted eyes added to his imposing presence, as depicted in Icelandic lore. Well, the historical narrative begins to gain some clarity with his participation in Sweyn Forkbeard's campaign to invade England in 1013. Sweyn's swift conquest of the kingdom propelled Cnut into a position of authority, overseeing the fleet and army base at Gainsborough in Lincolnshire. However, Sweyn's sudden death in 1014 prompted a power struggle, with Harald assuming the Danish throne, while English nobility recalled Aethelred from Normandy. Despite Cnut's claim to the English throne, opposition from the nobility forced him to retreat back to Denmark, apparently leaving behind a trail of mutilated hostages that littered the Kentish beach. His diplomatic moves with Harald for a joint kingship proved futile, prompting him to assemble a formidable fleet for yet another invasion of England. Among Denmark's allies was Boleslaw I the Brave, Duke of Poland and later crowned king, who provided Polish troops, a gesture likely made as a pledge to Cnut and his brother Harald during their mission to retrieve their mother from the Wends in the winter. Their mother had actually been sent away by their father, following the marriage of the Swedish king Eric the Victorious to Sigrid the Haughty, the Swedish queen mother, forming a potent alliance between Sweden's heir Olaf Skotkonung and Denmark's rulers, which were his relatives. Swedish forces were undoubtedly among the allies in the English conquest. Another important ally was Eirikr Hakonarsson, Earl of Lade, and co-ruler of Norway with his brother Svein Håkonsson. Norway having been under Danish sovereignty since the Battle of Svolder in 999. Eirikr's involvement in the invasion left his son Hakon to govern Norway alongside Svein. In the summer of 1015, Cnut's fleet, comprising around 200 longships and an estimated army of 10,000 angry Danish men, set sail for England. Cnut led a diverse array of Vikings across Scandinavia, while the invasion force primarily composed of mercenaries. Over the next 14 months, the invading army engaged in intense and very brutal warfare against Edmund Ironside, the eldest son of Aethelred. Virtually all of the battles during this period were fought against Edmund. Now, according to the Peterborough Chronicle manuscript, a significant witness to the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, in early September 1015, Cnut came into Sandwich. That's a place, not an actual sandwich, right? And straight away sailed around Kent to Wessex, until he came to the mouth of the Frome, and harried in Dorset and Wiltshire and Somerset, initiating a campaign of unprecedented intensity not seen since the days of Alfred the Great. There is also a passage from Queen Emma's Encomium, and it gives us an idea of what Cnut's fleet was like. I'll read the full passage now. There were so many kinds of shields that you could have believed that troops of all nations were present. Gold shone on the prows. Silver also flashed on the variously shaped shifts. For who could look upon the lions of the foe, terrible with brightness of gold, who upon the men of metal, menacing with golden face, who upon the bulls of the ships threatening death, their horns shining with gold, without feeling any fear for the king of such force. Furthermore, in this great expedition, there was present no slave, no man freed from slavery, no low-born man, no man weakened by age, for all were noble, all strong with the might of mature age, all sufficiently fit for any type of fighting, all of such great fleetness that they scorned the speed of horsemen. Now, Wessex, historically ruled by the dynasty of Alfred and Aethelred, capitulated to Cnut in late 1015, echoing its submission to his father 2 years earlier. Eadric Streona, the ealdorman of Mercia, deserted Aethelred, bringing 40 ships and their crews to join forces with Cnut. Thorkel the Tall, a Jomsviking chief, also defected, possibly due to personal vendettas against his brother's killers, and his ties to Cnut through childhood mentorship. Apparently they were old buddies. In early 1016, the Vikings crossed the Thames, plundering Warwickshire, while Edmund Ironside's efforts to resist faltered. Despite summoning the English army, opposition waned as London's king and citizens were absent. Cnut's devastating midwinter advance through eastern Mercia compelled another English muster, but internal discord undermined their efforts in unity. Edmund and Uhtred, the Earl of Northumbria, raided western Mercia, potentially targeting Adric Striona's lands. Cnut's occupation of Northumbria prompted Uhtred's submission, but his subsequent assassination by a rival illustrated Cnut's ruthlessness. With Eirikr Hakonarsson's reinforcement, Cnut consolidated control over Northumbria. Meanwhile, Prince Edmund remained defiant in London, eventually ascending to the throne upon Aethelred's death on the 23rd of April 1016. Cnut's forces meticulously executed their siege of London, employing sophisticated tactics such as constructing dikes to enclose the city's northern and southern flanks. Additionally, they managed to dig a channel across the Thames banks to the south, effectively cutting off river-based communications and completely isolating the city. Amidst the siege, battles erupted at strategic locations, including in Penselwood in Somerset and Shurston in Wiltshire. Despite the fierce fighting and the incredible amount of dying on both sides, neither one of them emerged as the clear victor in these engagements. In a daring move, King Edmund managed to temporarily relieve the pressure on London. Crossing the Thames at Brentford, he engaged the Danish forces and secured a hard-fought victory. However, the English suffered heavy losses in the process, prompting Edmund to withdraw to Wessex to gather reinforcements. Undeterred by their setback, the Danes renewed their siege of London, and despite several attempts, their assaults on the city proved to be unsuccessful. Meanwhile, the English forces, who were emboldened by their recent success, launched counterattacks and managed to push the Danes back into Kent. But the situation took a significant turn when Eadric Striona switched his allegiance to King Edmund. This defection further complicated Cnut's effort to maintain control over the region, and it was not looking good. Nevertheless, undeterred, Cnut remained resolute in his campaign. He sailed north across the Thames estuary to Essex, and then proceeded up the River Orwell, extending the reach of the conflict into the very heart of Mercia. On the 18th of October, 1016, the pivotal Battle of Asandun took place, marking another turning point in the conflict between the English and the Danish forces. The battle unfolded as the Danish army, led by Cnut, retreated towards their ships. The engagement occurred either at Ashington or in southeast Essex, or Ashton in northwest Essex. In the midst of the fierce struggle, Eadric Striona, who had seemingly switched sides to support King Edmund, unexpectedly withdrew his forces from the battlefield, dealing a devastating blow to the English cause and sealing their fate. Following the defeat at Ascendun, King Edmund fled westward, with Cnut in relentless chase. The pursuit culminated in another clash, likely near the forest of Dean, where Edmund, bolstered by alliances with Welsh allies, made a brave final stand against the advancing Danish forces. Well, despite Edmund's valiant efforts, he was unable to stem the tide of Cnut's advance. Eventually, the two adversaries met on an island near Deerhurst to negotiate terms of peace. The resulting agreement divided England along the Thames, with the northern territories falling under Cnut's domain, and the southern regions remaining under Edmund, including the crucial city of London. Not a bad deal. Additionally, it was agreed that upon Edmund's death, Cnut would ascend to the throne as ruler of the entire realm. Oh, right. Well, maybe Edmund rather selfishly agreed to it. But Edmund's reign was short-lived. He passed away on the 30th of November, mere weeks after the peace accord was reached. So before a lot of people even knew about it, well, he was already gone. Of course, there are a few eyebrows raised at the circumstances of his death. More than a few sources suggest foul play, and no wonder. But either way, with Edmund's demise, the West Saxons ultimately adopted Cnut as their king, paving the way for his coronation by Archbishop Leifing of Canterbury in London in 1017. Thus, Cnut's ascension marked the consolidation of Danish rule over all of England. During Cnut's nearly two-decade reign over England, he implemented measures that not only established stability within the kingdom, but also extended his influence across Scandinavia. Under his rule, England enjoyed a period of relative peace, with protection against Viking raids provided by Cnut's own forces, many of whom were under his direct command. This safeguarding of England's borders helped to restore the prosperity that had been threatened by Viking attacks since the 980s. Additionally, England did not face any significant external threats during Cnut's reign, further contributing to its stability. And Cnut wasted no time in consolidating his power and eliminating potential challengers, potentially from those and the remnants of the once mighty Wessex dynasty. In his first years as king, he executed several English noblemen whom he viewed as possible threats. Notably, he ordered the killing of Eadwig Atheling, the son of Aethelred, and Edmund Ironside's sons fled abroad to escape Cnut's wrath. Furthermore, Aethelred's sons by Emma of Normandy sought refuge in Normandy. In July of 1017, Cnut married Queen Emma, widow of Aethelred, and the daughter of Richard I, Duke of Normandy, solidifying his ties more to the Norman nobility. To finance his rule and maintain his army, Cnut imposed a substantial Danegald tax, collecting an enormous sum of £72,000 from across the entire nation, with an additional £10,500 extracted from London alone. That goes to show you how many people were already living in London. Well, with all this revenue, Cnut disbanded most of his army, retaining only 40 ships and their crews as a standing force in England. He also established an annual tax, known as herregeld, similar to Aethelred's system actually, and it was mainly to fund the military expenditure. Cnut reorganized England's administrative structure by grouping multiple shires under a single earldom, creating 4 large administrative units. These units were based on the historical kingdoms preceding England's unification. He appointed earls, a title of Scandinavian origin, to oversee these provinces. Initially, Wessex remained under Cnut's direct control, while Northumbria, East Anglia, and Mercia were assigned to prominent individuals. Jobs for friends, of course. However, this initial distribution of power was also short-lived. Streona, remember him, initially granted control of Mercia, was executed within a year, so he didn't make it very far. Mercia eventually passed to Leofric, a prominent local figure. In subsequent years, other earls fell out of favor, leading to further shifts in the dynamics across England. Cnut's reign also saw a transition from reliance on Scandinavian followers to the integration of Anglo-Saxon nobility into positions of power. And over time, trusted Anglo-Saxon families assumed control of earldoms previously held by Scandinavian appointees, further stabilizing Cnut's rule and integrating the English and Danish elements of society. Well, that's one way to stop rebellions. Well, back in Norway, the Battle of Nesjar in 1016 was a pivotal event, marking Olaf Haraldsson's successful bid to win the Kingdom of Norway from the Danes. This significant victory occurred after Eric, an ally of Cnut, departed for England. Following the death of Svein, possibly while retreating to Sweden, Eric's son Hakon joined his father in supporting Cnut's cause in England, leaving Olaf with an opportunity to seize power in England. Meanwhile, Cnut's brother Harald likely attended Cnut's coronation in 1016, before returning to Denmark as its new king, accompanied by part of the fleet. However, there was a bit of uncertainty surrounding Harald's fate, as his name was entered alongside Cnut's in confraternity with Christ Church, Canterbury in 1018. This entry, possibly made by Cnut himself, may have been a symbolic gesture to ensure his brother's soul was under divine protection, especially if Harald had met a violent end, which is possible. Now, Cnut after this had faced challenges on multiple fronts, including Denmark and England, which could have also been related to Harald's fate. In the same year of 1018, he confronted what he notes as pirates in a naval engagement, resulting in the destruction of 30 enemy ships. The exact location of this conflict remains a little bit of a mystery, and it leaves us to speculate whether it occurred off the shores of England or Denmark. Either way, there's 30 ships at the bottom of the sea, somewhere waiting to be discovered. In a letter addressed to England from Denmark in the following year of 1019, penned in his capacity as both King of England and Denmark, Cnut addressed the need to quell dissent within Denmark and secure support for his rule in England. He reaffirmed his commitment to upholding both divine and secular law, urging his earldom to assist the bishops in maintaining order. And we've got the original letter. So why don't we read in King Cnut's words? King Cnut greets in friendship his archbishop and his diocesan bishops, and Earl Thurkill and all his earls, ecclesiastic and lay in England. I inform you that I will be a gracious lord, and a faithful observer of God's rights and just secular law. If anyone, ecclesiastic or layman, Dane or Englishman, is so presumptuous as to defy God's law and my royal authority or the secular laws, and he will not make amends and desist according to the direction of my bishops, then I pray and also command Earl Thurkill, if he can, to cause the evil doer to do right. And if he cannot, then it is my will that with the power of us both he shall destroy him in the land or drive him out of the land, whether he be of high or low rank. And it is my will that all the nation, ecclesiastical and lay, shall steadfastly observe Edgar's laws, which all men have chosen and sworn at Oxford. Since I did not spare my money, as long as hostility was threatening you, I, with God's help, have put an end to it. Then I was informed that greater danger was approaching us than we liked at all, and then I went myself with the men who accompanied me to Denmark, from where the greatest injury had come to us, and with God's help I have made it so that never henceforth shall hostility reach you from there, as long as you support me rightly, and as long as my life lasts. Now, I thank Almighty God for his help and his mercy, that I have settled the great dangers which were approaching us, that we need fear no danger to us from there, but we may reckon on full help and deliverance if we need of it. End of letter. Hey, he's pretty well spoken, huh? Not bad. Well, Cnut's legacy as a wise and successful king is largely attributed to his diplomatic and administrative skills, as well as his efforts to consolidate power, of course, and foster stability within his realm. Now, despite the criticisms of his personal life, including multiple marriages and some treatment of several of his opponents, he's still regarded as a religious figure due to his support for the church and his strong adherence to Christian principles. Gee, that's funny. I didn't know multiple marriages were a Christian principle, but, well, I suppose I'll have to double check. Now, all the snark aside, during his reign, Cnut effectively united the English and Danish kingdoms, bringing together the Saxon and Scandinavian peoples under a period of dominance across Scandinavia and the British Isles. His military campaigns abroad shifted the balance of power in favor of the English, of course, redirecting Viking aggression towards Scandinavia and solidifying English control over their territories. Cnut's reinstatement of the laws of King Edgar facilitated the coexistence of Danish and the English legal systems, which created a framework for governance known as the Danelaw. His efforts to address grievances and strengthen governance included the issuance of proclamations on inheritance laws and taxation, as well as reforms to the currency to align it with the Scandinavian standards. Within his royal court, he fostered a diverse and surprisingly inclusive environment, welcoming both English and Scandinavian advisors and officials. After the death of Harald II in 1018, Cnut travelled to Denmark to secure his succession to the Danish crown, facing opposition from some Danes, likely stemming from his earlier attack on the Wends of Pomerania. This expedition also served as a means for Cnut to address his dominance and consolidate power within Scandinavia proper. During this campaign, a trusted Englishman named Godwin reportedly earned Cnut's favor by leading a successful raid against a Wendish encampment. So, with his hold on the Danish throne established, Cnut returned to England in 1020. He appointed Ulf Jarl, the husband of his sister Estrid Svensdatter, as regent of Denmark, and entrusted him with the care of his youngest son by Queen Emma, Harthacnut, whom Cnut had designated as his heir. The banishment of Thorkel the Tall in 1021 may have been related to Cnut's earlier campaigns against the Wends, as Thorkel may have been involved in the opposition to Cnut's rule, but that is a little bit of speculation. It seems the most likely reason for his exile. In response to attacks from the Norwegian king Olaf Haraldsson and the Swedish king Anond Jacob, Ulf orchestrated a ruse to gain support from Harthacnut as king of Denmark, effectively ruling as regent himself. Upon learning of these events, Cnut sailed back to Denmark to confront Ulf and restore his authority. The Battle of Helgea, fought at the mouth of the river Helgea around 1026, resulted in a victory for Cnut and solidified his dominance in Scandinavia. According to some accounts, the rift between Cnut and Ulf culminated in a fatal altercation during a banquet in Roskilde. Allegedly, a dispute arose between them while playing chess, and on the following day on Christmas of 1026, one of Cnut's housecarls killed Ulf in the middle of Trinity Church, and Cnut gave his approval to do this. Well, after consolidating his power in Scandinavia, Cnut received an invitation to witness the accession of the Holy Roman Emperor Conrad II in Rome. This invitation presented an opportunity for Cnut to enhance his prestige and establish diplomatic relations with other European rulers. He left his affairs in the north, and he travelled from Denmark to Rome, arriving in time for the coronation at Easter in 1027. Cnut's journey to Rome served multiple purposes. As a Christian king, he saw it as an opportunity to repent for his sins, pray for redemption, and secure the well-being of his subjects. Additionally, he aimed to negotiate with the Pope for various concessions, including a reduction in the costs of the pallium for English archbishops, and a resolution to the competition between the archdioceses of Canterbury and Hamburg-Brennen for superiority over the Danish diocese. Cnut also sought to improve conditions for pilgrims and merchants traveling to Rome. During his time there in Rome, Cnut engaged in diplomatic discussions with the emperor, the pope, and other princes to address the needs of his realm. He advocated for the removal of barriers and tolls along the road to Rome, ensuring that his people could make their pilgrimages and conduct trade without hindrance. His efforts were supported by the emperor, as well as by King Rudolf, who controlled many of the toll gates along the route. His influence and reputation as a just Christian king, a statesman, and a diplomat were evident during his time in Rome. His interactions with other rulers and his advocacy for the interests of his people earned him widespread praise and respect. The witness of 4 archbishops, 20 bishops, and numerous dukes and nobles attested to the importance of his negotiations and the solemn agreements reached during his visit. His commitment to justice and fairness, both at home and abroad, left a lasting impression on those he encountered and contributed to his image as a wise and capable leader. All in all, this visit to Rome solidified his status within Europe. During the imperial procession, he and the King of Burgundy stood alongside Emperor Conrad, emphasizing Cnut's importance and equal footing among the European rulers. The close relationship between Cnut and the emperor was clearly evident, as they were described as being like brothers due to their similar ages. In recognition of their friendship, Conrad gifted Cnut lands in the Mark of Schleswig, a strategic region bridging the Scandinavian kingdoms and the continent. Thus, the successful outcome of Cnut's visit to Rome was celebrated in poetry, with Sigvar Thordarson praising him as dear to the emperor and close to Peter. That's the Apostle Peter. This accolade highlighted Cnut's favor with both secular and religious authorities. So with the support of the Church and his newfound alliances in the south, Cnut was in a stronger position to resolve the conflicts with his northern rivals upon his return home. In his letter to his countrymen, Cnut expressed his intentions to secure peace and establish firm treaties with neighboring peoples who posed a threat to his rule. He attributed his success to God's intervention, seeking divine protection for his kingdom and the defeat of his enemies. Cnut outlined his plans to return to Denmark to ensure its security before sailing to England to attempt the equipping of a fleet. His return to Denmark marked the beginning of efforts to stabilize his realm and once and for all enforce his authority. This intention to proceed to Denmark to secure peace among the Scandinavian kingdoms aligns with the historical accounts of his efforts to consolidate rule in the region. Reports from John of Worcester suggest that Cnut heard of discontent among Norwegians in 1027 and sent them sums of gold and silver to gain their support for his claim to the throne. In the following year, 1028, Cnut embarked on a campaign to Norway with a fleet of 50 ships, facing little serious opposition from King Olaf Haraldsson, whose nobles had already been thoroughly bribed. Seems to be a good strategy. Cnut was crowned the King of Norway, adding to his titles of England and Denmark and part of Sweden. He entrusted the earldom of Lade to Hakon Eriksson, a member of the family with a history of hostility towards independent Norwegian kings. Hakon's role as Cnut's lieutenant in strategic sea lanes and his installation as the king's deputy in Norway solidified Cnut's dominance once again. However, Hakon's untimely death in a shipwreck in the winter of 1029 or perhaps early 1030 disrupted Cnut's plans for Norway. Olaf Haraldsson's return, supported by the Swedes, led to his death at the Battle of Stiklestad in 1030, and Cnut's attempts to rule Norway through Ælfkefu of Northampton and their eldest son Svein Knutsson was marked by rebellion and heavy taxation, leading to the restoration of the former Norwegian dynasty under Magnus the Good, Saint Olaf's illegitimate son. This period became known as Ælfkefu's time in Norway. Now, turning to a more western part of the Isles, onto Ireland, where the Battle of Clontarf in 1014 marked a significant turning point, where various armies clashed before the very walls of Dublin. Mael Morda mac Mercada, the king of Leinster, and Sigtryg Silkbeard, the ruler of the Norse Gaelic kingdom of Dublin, sought assistance from the Viking kingdoms to rebel against Brian Borma, the High King of Ireland. Sigurd the Stout, the Earl of Orkney, was offered command of the Norse forces, while Brian sought assistance from the Albanach, led by Domnall mac Elmin mac Cainig, the Murmur of Mar. I know, they're old Irish names and a little bit difficult to get the tongue around. Now, the Leinster-Norse alliance ended up getting defeated, resulting in the death of both commanders. Sigurd and Mael Morda, as well as Brian, his son, his grandson, and Mormer Domnall. Sigtyrg's alliance was broken, leading to the restoration of the High Kingship in Ireland to Mael Secnal mac Domnall. Following this Battle of Clontarf, there was a brief period of freedom for the Vikings of Dublin in the Irish Sea Zone, creating a political vacuum. And of course, Cnut was going to be there. He emerged as a prominent figure posed to fill the void. As a matter of fact, it was only a stone's throw away from the kingdoms he already had. May as well gobble up a little bit more land. And given his leadership in the Scandinavian world and control over commercial arteries, well, it made even more sense. Coinage struck in Dublin bearing Cnut's quatrefoil type, along with his charters mentioning the citric dukes, provide evidence of Cnut's influence in the region. Cnut's court poet, Sigvar Thordarson, mentions princes bringing their heads to Cnut and buying peace, indicating his dominance. After consolidating his power in Norway, Cnut went to Scotland with an army and navy in 1031 to receive the submission of 3 Scottish kings, being Malcolm, the future King Maelbeth, and Earmark. Malcolm, however, did not fully adhere to Cnut's power, and Cnut's influence over Scotland waned by the time of his death. Additionally, a lausiva by the skald Ottar Svarti greets the ruler of the Danes, Irish, English, and island dwellers, suggesting Svein Forkbeard's activities in the Irish Sea and Adam Bremen's story of his interaction with Rex Scotorum, the King of the Irish. This verse may also be relevant to Cnut's relations with the Irish, particularly in light of Lemark's submission in 1031. Now, on to Cnut's relationship with the Church, which was a little bit complex. Despite being a Christian before his kingship, Cnut's actions as a conqueror and his marriage to Emma of Normandy, while already married to Aelfgifu of Northampton, raised more than a few eyebrows. However, he sought to repair his relationship with the Church by extensively supporting and patronizing churches and monasteries throughout England. He repaired churches and monasteries that had been plundered by Vikings, built new churches, and was a generous patron of monastic communities. His efforts to support the Church, however, were not solely political. He genuinely sought, wholeheartedly, to enhance Christianity within his realms. He supported the Christianization of Scandinavia, with his sister Estrid patronizing the construction of the first stone church in Scandinavia in Roskilde, while he allowed his skalds to praise Norse mythology in his honor, indicating some respect for pagan traditions. He also desired to establish a respectable Christian nation within Europe. And his generosity extended far beyond England, as he made ecumenical gifts to various churches and bishops across Europe. He exempted Christchurch in Canterbury from taxes, and granted it rights in the port of Sandwich, among other privileges rather. Sandwich. He also made significant donations to Winchester and Evesham, among other monasteries. Cnut's journey to Rome in 1027 that we mentioned further exemplifies that dedication to Christianity, unwavering loyalty. While there, he made agreements from the Pope to reduce fees for English archbishops and ensure the safety of travelers from his realm to Rome. It was not only a diplomatic gesture, but also a manifestation of his religious devotion. Despite his efforts to reconcile with the Church in later times, Cnut faced challenges, and his policies were not universally embraced. This burden of taxation imposed to support his ecclesiastical gifts was felt very hard by a great many people, and his relationship with certain English sees, such as London, for example, was deeply strained by this. His death in 1035 marked the beginning of a turbulent period for England and Denmark. In Denmark he was immediately succeeded by his son Harthacnut, who reigned as Cnut III. However, Harthacnut's prolonged stay in Denmark led to discontent among the English, and he was eventually abandoned by his English supporters. And this allowed his half-brother, Harald Harefoot, born to Cnut and Aelfgifu of Northampton, to seize power as a regent in England from 1035 to 1037. Harold later claimed the English throne in 1037 and ruled until his death in 1040. With the eventual peace in Scandinavia, Harthacnut was able to assert his claim to the throne and reunite the crowns of Denmark and England in 1040. His reign lasted until his death in 1042. However, following that, Denmark fell into a period of disorder characterized by the power struggle between Svein Estridsson, a pretender to the throne and son of Ulf, and the Norwegian king. This period of instability persisted until the death of Magnus I of Norway in 1047. Had Cnut's sons survived longer, and his daughter Gunhilda not died before becoming empress consort, Cnut's reign may have been able to lay the foundation for a complete political union between England and Scandinavia. The envisioned North Sea Empire, with ties to the Holy Roman Empire through Gunhilda's marriage, could have reshaped Europe. But it didn't, because these historical events unfolded differently, and the opportunity for such a union was not realized. But who knows? History's not over yet. It never is. Who knows if the Norwegians are going to invade England, or the people of Denmark, Denmark, are going to invade Norway, or anything could happen. Things beyond your wildest dreams. Who knows? It's anyone's guess. Have you heard of the Picts? They were a confederation of tribes living in what is now eastern and northern Scotland, around the late Iron Age and medieval period. They were known for their distinctive symbol stones and rich metalwork, and they also played a significant role in the resistance against Roman Britain's northern expedition, notably documented by their presence in Roman records as a formidable adversary. But with a culture that remains somewhat enigmatic due to the scarcity of written records from the Picts themselves, much of what we know comes from external sources, including Roman and later Scottish and Irish chronicles. Regardless, we're going to try and piece it together. And if you want to learn about the Picts, then you're in the right place. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're brand new here, it's good to meet you. If you want to support the channel, links to Patreon are in the comments and description. Otherwise, if you want to help YouTube push my content out to more people, then throw a like on the video, subscribe if you feel inclined, or leave your comments down below. Helps me out more than you can imagine. But, without further ado, make yourself relaxed, because we're going to learn all about the Picts today. The evolution of the term Pictish and Pict, and its application to the peoples of early medieval Scotland, has of course been a subject of debate, and will definitely do so for the foreseeable future. Now, the traditional view, which painted the Picts as a mysterious and homogeneous group, has been significantly challenged by modern archaeological and historical research. What has been suggested is a much more complex picture of Pictish society, highlighting its diverse and dynamic nature. The archaeological record, while it is sparse in more than a few places, has begun to reveal a society that was rich in material culture, distinctive art, architecture, and unique burial practices that made it unique, setting it apart from the neighboring groups in its vicinity. The Picts' material culture, including the renowned symbol stones, provides valuable insight into their society. These stones, unique to Pictish territories, feature a range of symbols, whose meanings remain the subject of speculation, but do indicate a sophisticated system of identity and communication. And similarly, Pictish metalwork, with its intricate designs and techniques, points to a society with rather advanced skills in craftsmanship and artistry, more than they previously get credit for. Excavations of Pictish settlements in our modern times have uncovered swaths of evidence pointing to well-organized communities with substantial dwellings. All of this comes together to indicate a level of social organization and economic stability that rather seems to contradict the traditional notions of them as a barbaric people. Linguistically, the Picts are believed to have spoken one or more Brittonic languages, closely related to Welsh, Cornish, and Breton. This is inferred from place names and the sparse written evidence that survives. Their language, of what we understand to it, contributes to the view of the Picts not as an isolated barbarian group, but as part of the broader tapestry of early medieval British Isles, interacting with and influencing their neighbours. And the more we dig, the more we find out. We're always finding out more about the Picts. In fact, by the time this video is out, we may have discovered many things that are completely new. In fact, the level in which we discover things through our digs in northern Scotland and areas that are assimilated with the Picts certainly may even contradict the information in this video, depending on the time you're viewing it. If you're viewing it 10 years later, then certainly don't start yelling at me in the comments if new information has been found. Now, the transition from the use of Pict as an exonym by Roman and early medieval writers to its adoption as an endonym by the peoples of northern Britain themselves is seen as a key development in the Pictish identity. This shift reflects a growing sense of unity and also self-awareness among the Pictish polities, especially in the face of external threats and internal consolidation. The Battle of Dun Nectane, for instance, is a pivotal event in Pictish history that underscores their military prowess and helps solidify their identity against external aggressors. But we'll get to those things in due time. Let's just first understand what kind of people we're dealing with here. Now, by the 9th century, the merging of the Picts with the Gaelic-speaking Dal Riata under the Alpanid dynasty certainly marked the traditional end of the Picts as a distinct group, at least in historical records. This merger gave rise to the Kingdom of Alba, a precursor to modern Scotland, blending Pictish and Gaelic cultures. The legacy of the Picts, however, remains an integral part of Scottish history and identity, with their art, language, and material culture continuing to fascinate scholars and the public alike. I mean, you're here watching an hour-long video on them, aren't you? That's sort of got to say something, doesn't it? Now, going back all the way to the beginning, let's try and trace how the Picts came about. They didn't simply spring out of the ground, didn't they? Well, you see, the narrative of the Picts, from obscure barbarians to key players in the formation of Scotland, underscores a danger of the ethnic fallacy and highlights the importance of nuanced approaches to historical and archaeological evidence. Modern scholarship continues to peel back these layers and gives us a complex image of what was previously thought to be a rather simple one. Well, this genetic study of the Picts serves as a pivotal piece of evidence in understanding the Pictish lineage and origins, significantly enhancing our comprehension of their roots within the British Isles. And it shows a continuity of population in certain regions of Britain, despite the myriad of cultural transformations and invasions documented in historical texts. Now, for the Picts in particular, it suggests that rather than being foreign settlers, as proposed in origin myths, were deeply integrated into the fabric of early British society, sharing a common ancestry with other Celtic groups in Britain and Ireland. Think about it. Many times when we hear about an ancient people, the first time we hear of their origins is simply when they came from somewhere else, whether they came down from the steppes of Asia, or they crossed the Rhine, or perhaps they forded that channel and came over to the British heartland. But the Picts seem to have been completely homegrown. Now, the narrative of the Picts arriving from Scythia, as recounted by Bede and the Pictish Chronicle, while intriguing, yes, aligns with a common medieval practice of linking groups to illustrious or mythical origins to assert their legitimacy and understanding. But it's not really a historical certainty. Well, the specific naming of Cruithin and his sons, correlating with the provinces of Pictland, further served to politically unify the region under a shared mythos, weaving a collective identity that transcended individual tribes and territories. The recent genetic findings not only challenge these traditional narratives, but they also provide a scientific foundation for the understanding of the Picts' origins. By highlighting the genetic similarities between the Picts and other Celtic groups in the western and northern parts of the British Isles, this new research points to a predominantly indigenous origin. And it aligns with archaeological evidence that depicts the Picts as an integral part of the complex tapestry of peoples that inhabited late Iron Age Britain, rather than simply outsiders who arrived from afar. Now, these findings also enrich our understanding of the cultural and politics of early medieval Britain. They suggest that the formation of Pictland was not solely a political or military endeavor, but was underpinned by a shared genetic heritage that bound its people more closely to the land and, of course, to each other. This sense of belonging and a shared identity likely played a crucial role in the Picts' resistance to external pressures and their ability to maintain a distinct cultural identity in the face of Rome and, of course, the later Anglo-Saxon expansion. Furthermore, the genetic studies identification of what is known as broad affinities among the Celtic peoples of Britain and Ireland underscores more of the fluidity of the genetic and cultural boundaries in the past. For example, it suggests that despite the fragmentary nature of historical and archaeological records, modern scientific techniques can offer new insights into the connections between peoples of the British Isles, and it all seems to reveal a shared heritage that predates many of the divisions documented in historical sources. Now, this transition from the Picts, known in Roman and early medieval sources, to the Gaelic-speaking Scots of later periods certainly marks another fascinating chapter in the history of Britain, which, honestly, I've been researching quite a lot more lately, and I think that the history of the Bronze Age is certainly going to have to take a back seat for a while. Anyway, the transformation was not abrupt. It didn't happen straight away, but was more of a gradual process of cultural assimilation, but also political realignment, influenced by various external and internal pressures. This period witnessed significant shifts in power dynamics, from the dominance of Northumbria to the rise of Pictish kings who exerted influence over neighboring kingdoms, including Dalriata and, to an arguably lesser extent, Alt-Clut. The defeat of Northumbria at the Battle of Dun Nectane in 685 under Bride mac Bailly was a pivotal event that not only checked Anglian expansion, but also solidified Pictish independence for the time being. Of course, our timelines between looking at this history are a little bit difficult to establish. So, we will be discussing these major events that we have from different sources, so don't be too surprised as if I don't start from the beginning with the Picts, because we don't really know, at least as of yet. We have to start where the Romans tell us to start, and the other chroniclers from Britain and Ireland. So, back to the Battle of Dun Nectane, which victory allowed the Picts to maintain their autonomy and even assert a good amount of dominance over Dalriata, a Gaelic kingdom with ties to both Britain and Ireland. The reigns of Oengus mac Fergusa and later Castontin mac Fergusa illustrate the peak of Pictish power, with the former bringing Dalriata under Pictish sway, and the latter placing his lineage on its throne. However, the arrival of the Vikings in the 9th century introduced new challenges and reshaped the political landscape of Scotland and the wider British Isles. Also, people started losing their body parts to the Viking axes, and this generally made people a little bit upset. The Vikings' raids and resettlements disrupted the existing order, leading to a decline in the established kingdoms like Northumbria, Strathclyde, and the emergence of new entities such as the Kingdom of York and the Kingdom of the Isles under figures like Cetill Flatnose. The pivotal battle of 839, where significant Pictish and Dalritan leaders were slain, showed the vulnerability of these kingdoms to Viking incursions. And I will have a full video on the Viking invasions of Britain very soon, so hold your horses. The ascension of Cnut MacAlpin, a figure of mixed Pictish and Dalriatan heritage, to the kingship of the Picts, marked a key moment in the fusion of these two cultures. Under his reign and that of his descendants, particularly Constantin mac Aeda, the process of Gaelicization accelerated. This was not merely a substitution of one elite for another, but it was more of a profound cultural integration that saw the gradual erosion of Pictish language and identity, replaced by that of the Gaelic Scots. By the 11th century, the inhabitants of Alba had fully embraced Gaelic language and culture. and the distinct identity of the Picts faded into the annals of history. These transformations were noted by later historians, such as Henry of Huntingdon, who observed the disappearance of the Picts as a distinct people. Despite this, the legacy of the Picts continued to resonate, revived in myths and legends that celebrated their historical significance. But don't worry, in modern Scotland very few people speak Gaelic. Of course, they have their own language, though down in Wales they've seemed to maintain their language quite well, albeit they seem to get rather touchy when there isn't bilingual signs everywhere you go, even though they all speak English perfectly well. But still, the Scottish have certainly seemed to have lost a lot of their linguistic heritage, not through any fault of their own. For a lot of the time, they simply were not permitted to speak it. Anyway, the fragmented nature of the early Pictish society, with its multitude of kingdoms, gives us a complex political image that was far from the centralized nation-states that are familiar to us today. The evidence drawn from medieval documents such as Desitu Albaniae, the Pictish Chronicle, and the Duan Albanach, along with Irish legends, suggests a tapestry of territories each under its own rule, but connected by a common cultural and ethnic heritage. This mosaic of kingdoms, namely Cait, Cé, Cirsin, Fib, Fidac, Fortriu, and Fodla, each with its own domain within the region now known as Scotland, indicates a society where power was both divided and shared. Whether that's the truth or not still remains a matter of debate, but it certainly seems that way. Now, Fortriu's prominence among these kingdoms, as suggested by historical records, signifies its role in particular as a political and possibly a cultural center of Pictish life. The revision of Fortriu's location to Moray, based on recent scholarly work, challenges earlier assumptions and underscores the evolving understanding of Pictish society. This dominance of Fortriu might explain why in some sources the title King of Fortriu was synonymous with King of the Picts, highlighting the kingdom's preeminence among the rest. The suggestion of matrilineal succession, based on Irish legends and Bede's writings, introduces an intriguing aspect of Pictish kingship. The accounts of Bride and Nectan, sons of Der Ilay, claiming the throne through their mother, a daughter of an earlier Pictish king, offer a glimpse into the unique social mechanisms at play within Pictish society. This matrilineal practice, although not universally accepted among scholars, suggests a society where lineage and inheritance might differ significantly from the patrilineal models common in many other early medieval European societies. The Pictish approach to kingship, with its preference for rulers selected from a pool of candidates with royal lineage extending back to a great-grandfather, gives us a nuanced system of succession that emphasized experience and authority over direct patrilineal descent, which is somewhat rare for the time. Now, this system mirrored the Irish practice of tanistry, ensured the mantle of leadership did not automatically pass from father to son, but rather to a male relative, and it was often a brother or a cousin who was deemed most capable of ruling. So no free rides just because daddy likes you. Such a method likely helped maintain stability and continuity within the kingdom, as it favored seasoned leaders over potentially inexperienced heirs. Now, over time, the nature of Pictish kingship, of course, evolved and changed, moving from a focus on individual war leaders to a more structured and collective form of governance. This transition, while stopping short of the bureaucratic kingship that would characterize later periods, began to reflect a greater institutionalization of power. The role of the church in supporting kingship and the dominance of a few families in controlling succession from the late 7th century onwards played its own role in this transformation. These developments all came together to hint at the early stages of a more systematic approach to governance, which set the stage for the later emergence of Alba. The institution of more mayors, akin to earls, and the establishment of shires and tannages further show the Picts' adaptation and innovation in governance. Borrowing and adapting concepts from their Northumbrian neighbours, the Picts integrated these elements into their own system, possibly transforming former kings, royal officials, and local nobles into these new roles. Such changes signify a pivotal shift in Pictish society from loosely organized kin-based groups to more formally structured political entities. The material culture of the Picts, revealed through archaeological findings, portrays a society deeply rooted in agricultural practices, common to many of their contemporaries in late antiquity. Their existence as farmers within cohesive communities shows a shared way of life across various Celtic, Gaelic, and Anglo-Saxon groups throughout Northern Europe. Their economy, predominantly pastoral, highlighted the significance of livestock, cattle and horses in particular, as indicators of wealth and status. The more cows and horses you had, the better off you were. The management and breeding of these animals, especially cattle for size and quality, might have mirrored the competitive practices observed in contemporary elite circles in Ireland, hinting at a similar cultural value placed on livestock excellence within the Pictish society. And there's also evidence of hunting, with dogs and, uniquely, falcons, which contrast with Irish customs and gives us a more diverse picture in leisure and sustenance activities. The cultivation of cereal crops and vegetables, along with the possible gathering of wild plants, provided a varied diet complemented by the rich resources of the surrounding seas and rivers. The archaeological record hints at a diet heavily reliant on animal products for the common populace, while the elite enjoyed the added luxury of hunted game. Despite the agricultural prosperity and technological advancements, such as water mills and kilns, the Picts did not develop urban centers or large settlements comparable to those found in Gaul or southern Britain. The larger settlements that did exist were primarily clustered around royal forts or religious establishments, and it shows a suggestion of a society structured around defensive and spiritual centers instead of overly commercialized urban development. The absence of significant urban centers until the 12th century in Scotland further emphasizes the rural and dispersed nature of the Pictish, and, by extension, early Scottish settlement patterns. The technological aspects of the Picts' daily lives were not really extensively documented, but they do appear to align with those found in Ireland and Anglo-Saxon England. The aforementioned discovery of water mills within Pictland, for instance, reveals a level of technological sophistication and adaptability to the environment. Plenty of other places who didn't have them for a long time. Similarly, the use of kilns for grain drying reflects another ingenuity, overcoming the challenges posed by Scotland's unpredictable and frankly unpleasant climate. Now, the notion of the Picts as seafarers, engaging in both piracy and commerce, shows another aspect of their society that's not often talked about. Now, it wasn't just piracy either. There's economic reasons for seafaring. This dual role as both traders one day and raiders the next day, see what I did there? Particularly evident in the murky waters of late antiquity's maritime activities, shows the Picts as a people with the capacity for navigating the economic landscapes shaped by the ebb and flow of the Roman Empire's inclinations. The evidence of Gaulish tableware and storage vessels in Pictland, while sparse, does give us hints of a network of trade routes that, despite the assumed decline following Rome's fall, maintained a lifeline of long-distance commerce, likely facilitated through strategic points like Dunad in Dalriata. Now on to the Picts' architectural legacy, encapsulated in structures such as brocks and crannogs, further illuminating our understanding of their society through this architectural design. The continued use of brocks, which are ancient stone towers from the Iron Age well into the Pictic era, alongside the reconstruction of crannogs, which were man-made island dwellings, shows a blend of tradition with innovation, and I for one am glad they kept the old style around. Never goes out of fashion, a nice big stone structure. Now, here's a misconception. If you guys have played Rome Total War, I'm sure you know it. Contrary to the popular belief that the Picts were extensively tattooed, the archaeological and artistic record shows a bit more of a nuanced picture. So, maybe they could have, maybe they couldn't have, but monumental stones across Pictland depict nobles, hunters, and warriors devoid of the anticipated tattoos, presenting instead a rich picture of Pictish life rendered in Latin inscription, Ogham script, and enigmatic symbols. But no tattoos. In fact, every time we come across a drawing of a Pict, even in their own rather crude styles, we don't see any tattoos. Well, these artifacts that we have found, resisting definitive interpretation, also give us a bit more of a mystique surrounding the Pictish culture. Yet they also align the Picts with the broader Celtic and later insular art traditions. Pretty much the same sort of thing, but with some minor differences. Now what about religion? What were they all about? Well, the religious parts of early Pictland, of course, like everything else, shrouded in the mysteries of antiquity and time, give us a complex tapestry, interwoven with Celtic polytheism and also the new Christian monotheism. While definitive records of pre-Christian beliefs are rare, with only place names hinting at ancient practices, the transition to Christianity in Pictland unfolds as a series of fragmentary historical and archaeological clues. The arrival of Christian missionaries, such as Saint Palladius, and the connections with Saint Bridget of Kildare, herald the onset of Christianity's spread within the Pictic realms. The mention of apostate Picts by St. Patrick, and the silence of the poem E. Gododin regarding pagan practices among the Picts further illustrate the early Christian influence. Bede's accounts of St. Ninian's conversions, although muddled with later saints, suggest that the Christianization of the Picts began in the south. The archaeological discoveries at Point Mahamak, revealing a monastery established in the late 6th century, challenged previous assumptions about the timing and extent of Christianity's reach in Pictland. This period, coinciding with the reigns of notable figures like Bride mac Melkon and Columba, shows us another pivotal phase in the Christian journey across Pictic territories. Though the complete Christianization process undoubtedly spanned several generations. But the religious identity of the Picts wasn't solely shaped by the influence of Ireland and Iona. Northumbrian connections, particularly during Nectan mac Der Ilei's reign, underscore a complex picture of external ecclesiastical influences. Nectan's reported expulsion of the Ionan clergy, possibly tied to liturgical disputes, reflects both the tensions between different Christian traditions, but also the Pictic kings' efforts to assert their authority over religious matters. The Pictland religious institutions, unlike the monastic central model of Ireland, developed a parochial structure from an early stage. Significant religious sites like the one at Portmahomack, St. Andrews, Dunkeld, Abernethy, and Rosemarkie, likely under royal patronage, highlight the role of Pictish kings in fostering and controlling the church's growth within their territories. Extensive excavation and research conducted at Portmahomack exemplify the scholarly efforts to unravel the intricacies. So who knows what we're going to find out next? Excavations are still going on. Now, also along with the Irish and English was the veneration of saints, playing a crucial role in Pictic spirituality, with both major figures like St. Peter and St. Andrew, and also some lesser-known local saints receiving devotion. The personal patronage of saints by noble families, each with their preferred holy figure and religious establishment, points to a deeply personal aspect of faith that intertwined with familial and political identities. Now, that's enough about the religion. Let's talk about their language a little bit more. We briefly touched upon it, but it's always interesting to talk about things that we don't know much about. Let's look at the little things that we do know. Now, it is an extinct language. It's completely gone. and it's known only through scattered place names, personal names, and indirect testimony of records in other languages. These fragments do suggest a linguistic landscape where Pictish, an insular Celtic tongue akin to the Brittonic languages of southern Britain, was thriving, at least for a while. The divergence of Pictish from its southern counterparts likely stemmed from its reduced contact with Latin, painting a picture of a linguistic evolution uniquely shaped by cultural isolation. While despite the dearth of direct written evidence from the Picts themselves, particularly in the absence of written material in Pictish beyond the cryptic Ogham inscriptions, it would be erroneous to consider Pictish society as lacking in literacy. The Latin literacy required by the Church for the creation and dissemination of liturgical texts does imply a certain level of scholarly activity. Iconographic evidence from Pictish stones depicting individuals engaging with texts further supports the idea of a literate elite, particularly within the ecclesiastical and monastic communities. The progression of Gaelic into Pictland is traceable through toponymic evidence, with names such as Athol, possibly meaning New Ireland, indicating Gaelic expansion or influenced by the early 8th century. Further, the region of Fortriu offers place names that either reflect Gaelic settlement or are influenced by the Gaelic language, illustrating the linguistic interplay and cultural exchange between Gaelic speakers and the Pictic population. And it's easy to hear Gaelic, by the way. Not many people speak it anymore, like I said, but look on YouTube. It's making a little bit of a comeback. You'll certainly find some people speaking Gaelic. Now, the surviving Ogham inscriptions found on Pictic stones represent a tantalizing yet opaque window into the Pictish language. Initially deemed incomprehensible and non-Celtic by modern linguists, these inscriptions have since been subject to reinterpretation, within a Celtic framework, of course. However, the true nature and linguistic affiliations of these inscriptions, well, we don't really know for sure. It's just one of those emblematic challenges in unraveling the heritage of the Picts that maybe we'll never figure out. But Pictish art, that's something we do know a little bit about. With its rich tapestry of symbols, animal motifs, and intricate metalwork, it offers us a pretty transparent window into the cultural and aesthetic aspects of the Picts. The monumental stones, the most iconic carriers of Pictic artistry, scatter the landscape of what was once Pictland, bearing witness to a unique blend of local and external artistic influence. These stones, adorned with mysterious symbols, such as the enigmatic Pictish beast, rectangles, mirrors and combs, double discs and crescents, as well as a variety of other motifs, show the distinctive Pictish contribution to the wider Celtic and insular artistic traditions of early medieval Europe. The fusion of curvilinear patterns, meticulous hatchings, and both secular and Christian iconography on the cross slabs encapsulates the syncretic nature of the Pictish art. The interlace of animal patterns derived from insular art combined with Christian imagery highlight their integration into the broader insular world, while preserving their unique artistic voice. And then, of course, there's the metalwork, distributed throughout Scotland and beyond, showing a wealth and connections of the Pictish elite. The presence of substantial silver hoards, possibly acquired through raiding, or perhaps as tribute to prevent other people raiding you, underscores the Picts' active engagement in the power dynamics of the period. The loss of much of the Norre's law hoard to melting down is one of the lamentable gaps in our knowledge, unfortunately. Yeah, you wouldn't believe how many things they've melted away. All those times Rome was invaded and they had to melt down those old statues to pay the barbarians off. I shudder to think about it. Well, the heavy silver chains and the adoption and adaptation of Irish Celtic brooch form in Pictish metalwork further show the cultural exchanges and the aesthetic choices of the Pictish elite in the post-Christianization era. The preference for true penannular brooches with lobed terminals, along with the transformation of older Irish brooches into Pictish styles, reflects another nuanced engagement with Irish art, while asserting their own identity. If you want to see something interesting, look up the St. Ninian's Isle treasure. Now that's a testament to Pictish mastery of metalwork. It shows Pictish and Irish stylistic elements in this rather dazzling array of personal and ceremonial adornment. Go and take a look. Harald Hardrada, or Harald III of Norway, 1015 to 1066, was one of the last great Viking warrior kings, renowned for his exploits across Eastern Europe and the Mediterranean. Before becoming king, he served as a mercenary in the Byzantine Empire's Varangian Guard, amassing wealth and military experience. He even attempted to conquer England in 1066. However, that marked the end of the Viking invasions in Europe, culminating in his defeat and death at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Regardless, his ambitious campaigns and formidable reputation cemented his legacy as one of the most important figures of the Viking Age, and he is often remembered as the last of the Vikings. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're coming back, it's good to see you again, and if you're completely new here, it's good to meet you. If you want to support the channel, Patreon's in the description, like, comment, sub, all that good stuff. Especially like. That helps YouTube push the video out to a bigger audience. So I'd appreciate that. Now, with that being said, let's get on to our topic for today. Take a deep breath, relax, and let's learn all about Harald Hardrada. Harald came into the world in the year of 1015, though some accounts suggest that 1016 may also be plausible. He was the offspring of Asta Gudbrandsdatter and Sigurd Syr, her second spouse. Sigurd held the title of a petty king over Ringerike, marking him as one of the upland's most formidable and affluent chieftains. Harald's lineage was illustrious. Through his mother, Asta, he was the youngest among the 3 half-brothers of King Olaf II of Norway, also known as Olaf Haraldsson and later canonized as Saint Olaf. From his early years, Harald exhibited the characteristics of an ambitious rebel, and this set him apart from his older siblings who were quite a bit more grounded and focused on the stewardship of their lands, much like their father. Harold's admiration for Olaf as a role model was clearly evident, reflecting a divergence in aspirations and temperament from his brothers, who were a lot more pragmatic. Now, the legacy of Harold's lineage is steeped in controversy and myth, as it always is around this time. Historical records, particularly those preserved in the Icelandic sagas, like Snorri Sturluson's Heimskringla, claim a noble descent from King Harald Fairhair for Sigurd, akin to that of Olaf's father, positioning them as descendants of a lineage of notable sovereignty. However, modern scholars cast a little bit of doubt on these claims, suggesting that the genealogical connections to Harald Fairhair posited by authors centuries after Hardrada's era were more reflective of the social and political narratives of the time, rather than actual histories based in fact. Interestingly, during Harald Hardrada's lifetime, his purported ancestry from Harald Fairhair was scarcely mentioned, and did not significantly influence his claim to the Norwegian throne, an omission that suggests these ancestral claims were likely of little consequence or recognition in his quest for power. The early 11th century was a fairly chaotic time for Norway, marked by conflicts and a pivotal revolt in 1028 that led to the exile of Harald's brother, Olaf. The winds of change began to stir up more in 1030, when news of Olaf's impending return galvanized Harald to muster a force of 600 men from the uplands, eager to unite with his brother. Their reunion in the east of Norway was marked by camaraderie and a shared resolve to reclaim the throne, culminating in the Battle of Stiklestad on July 29, 1030. This battle, a desperate endeavor to dethrone the Danish ruler Cnut the Great and restore Olaf to power, ended in tragedy for the brothers. The Norwegian forces loyal to Cnut emerged victorious, leading to Olaf's death and leaving Harald grievously wounded. Despite the defeat, his participation in the battle showcased his military prowess, hinting at the legendary figure that he was destined to become. Following the defeat at Stiklestad, Harald fled to eastern Norway with Rogvald Brusason's help, recuperating on a remote farm before heading over the mountains to Sweden. Within a year, he found his way to Kievan Rus, where Grand Prince Yaroslav the Wise welcomed him and his men warmly. Yaroslav, who recognized Harald's military skills, made him a captain. Harald's relationship with Yaroslav was also bolstered by his familial connection through his brother Olaf, who had previously sought refuge with Yaroslav. His time in Kievan Rus was marked by his participation in various military campaigns, which included conflicts with the Poles, the Teuts in Estonia, the Byzantines, and several groups of steppe nomads. By the mid-1030s, Harald and his retinue of 500 ventured to Constantinople and joined up with the Varangian Guard of the Byzantine Empire. Despite initial attempts to keep his royal identity a secret, Harald's reputation began to precede him. and he quickly rose to prominence within the guard. His military endeavors spanned the empire's frontiers, from battling Arab pirates in the Mediterranean to participating in campaigns across Asia Minor, and he even went as far as Mesopotamia, fighting all over the known world. His exploits during this period, including the capture of numerous Arab strongholds, showcased his leadership and valor. Geez, a little bit too early for the Crusades. It would have been nice to have him on board. Now, Harald's adventures also led him to Jerusalem, although the timing and nature of this journey remains a subject of debate. It is possible that after a peace treaty between the Byzantine Empire and the Muslim Fatimid Caliphate, Harald was part of a mission to escort pilgrims to Jerusalem, offering him further opportunity to engage in combat against bandits who were targeting Christians along the roads. In 1038, Harald ventured to Sicily with the Byzantine forces, aiming to reclaim the island from the Saracens under George Maniace's leadership. It was during this campaign that he fought alongside notable Norman mercenaries, including William Iron Arm, and successfully captured 4 Sicilian towns. However, the campaign's conclusion in 1041 marked the beginning of new conflicts in southern Italy, where Harald, leading the Varangian Guard, faced a Lombard-Norman revolt. Despite initial victories, the Byzantines were ultimately defeated by the Normans, and not just in one battle, in several of them. The fallouts from these culminated defeats led to Harold's recall to Constantinople amidst Maniace's imprisonment and all of the other political turmoil. Well, back in Constantinople, Harold's exploits in Bulgaria against the uprising led by Peter Del Jan earned him the moniker, and this is probably one of the most sinister nicknames I've ever heard, the Bulgar Burner. I'm sure you can use your imagination of how he was dealing with the Bulgars. Well, despite the controversies surrounding George Maniaces and Emperor Michael IV, Harald received honors and held the emperor's favor, gaining titles within the imperial guard. However, this favor was short-lived. After Michael IV's death in 1041, Harald found himself entangled in the ensuing power struggles. He was then imprisoned under charges that vary among different sources, but they include accusations of defrauding the emperor, even murder, and apparently he was involved in some illicit romantic endeavors. Didn't know you could throw people in jail for that. Guilty as charged. Well, the narrative of Harald's imprisonment and subsequent escape is marked by discrepancies among historical records. Some suggest that he was liberated amidst a revolt against the new Emperor Michael V, who was not very popular, and this positioned Harald as a leader among the Varangians who opposed the emperor. Could be. Either way, this revolt culminated in Michael V's dramatic ousting, with Harald purportedly playing a direct role in the emperor's blinding and exile. Indeed, they made sure that his eyes were useless from that day onwards. Now, during his tenure in the Byzantine Empire, Harald amassed a considerable fortune through his military exploits and strategic engagements, including participating in what the sagas describe as palace plunder following the death of an emperor. This wealth not only showed his prowess, but also played a role in his future ambitions for the Norwegian crown. His astuteness in securing this wealth is highlighted by his decision to send his amassed fortune to Kievan Rus for safekeeping under Yaroslav the Wise, demonstrating a very high level of trust and diplomatic ties with the Kievan ruler. Harald's departure from Constantinople, after being denied permission by Empress Zoe, showcased his daring and resourcefulness. Escaping with 2 ships, he overcame formidable defenses to sail into the Black Sea, though one of his ships was lost to the Byzantine chain defenses across the Bosphorus. This bold escape did not diminish his respect and loyalty towards the Byzantine Empire, however, as later accounts commend the enduring loyalty and love he held for the empire, even after becoming the king of Norway. Returning to Kievan Rus in 1042, Harald's alliance with Yaroslav the Wise was further solidified through his marriage to Elisif, Yaroslav's daughter. The marriage, potentially arranged during his initial stay in Rus, or perhaps upon his return, was a strategic move, aligning him with one of the most powerful rulers of the time. Despite initial rebuffs due to his then insufficient wealth, Harald's eventual marriage to Elisif placed him among the ranks of Europe's elite, marrying into a family connected to other significant European monarchs. In early 1045, Harald set out from Novgorod to reclaim the Norwegian throne, a journey that took him through Russia's waterways to Sweden. Of course, his ships were laden with gold, and that shows that he was very confident in his win. Of course, you wouldn't bring all the gold with you if you weren't. By the time he reached Sweden, the throne had seen a change. Magnus the Good, Olaf Haraldsson's illegitimate son, had established a stable rule over Norway, and he even extended his reign over Denmark after defeating rival claimants. Well, upon arriving in Sweden, Harald allied with Svein Estridsson and the Swedish king Anund Jacob to challenge Magnus. Their initial military strategy involved raiding the Danish coast to undermine Magnus's authority and sway the populace to their side. Well, despite all their efforts, the people of Norway remained loyal to Magnus, who returned from abroad with his army to defend his reign. A conflict seemed imminent, but instead of engaging in battle, a compromise was brokered in 1046. Harald and Magnus agreed to co-rule Norway, with the condition that Harald share half of his wealth with the financially strained Magnus. It's not a bad deal. I can think of worse ones. This co-rule, marked by tension and separate courts, lasted until Magnus's death, which was only about a year later, in 1047. This, of course, left the kingdom without an heir. And I'm sure you can figure out what happens next. Harald swiftly moved to consolidate his power, proclaiming himself the ruler of both Norway and Denmark, and this was despite Magnus's wishes, his explicit instructions for Sweyn to inherit Denmark. Well, his assertion faced resistance, of course, notably from Einar Thambarskelfir, very difficult name to say, a prominent chieftain who preferred the deceased Magnus to any living king. Well, despite Harald's initial reluctance, Magnus's body was transported back to Norway for burial beside Saint Olaf, cementing his legacy. Under Harald's reign, Norway saw significant administrative reforms, including the introduction of a royal monopoly on coin minting. Harald set his sights on reclaiming and expanding the North Sea Empire, once ruled by Cnut the Great, beginning with Denmark. The initial plan to invade Denmark in 1047 was postponed, but from 1048 onwards, Harald engaged in nearly annual raids against Svein Estridsson, targeting Danish shores in a series of very violent and swift campaigns. His most notable early actions including the plunder of Jutland and the devastating attack on Hedby in the year of 1049, which was a pretty critical hub of trading in Scandinavia, and after this it never quite recovered. Now, despite all of these successes in battle, Harald was not able to secure a lasting occupation of Denmark. The conflict culminated in the Battle of Nysa in 1062, which was a significant naval engagement where Harald, commanding a fairly sizable fleet, sought a decisive and ultimate victory over Sweyn. The battle resulted in heavy losses on both sides, and ended without a clear victor, as both leaders managed to retreat with fairly substantial forces still intact. Well, exhausted by years of conflict and the toll that it generally takes on people and their kingdoms, Harald decided to seek peace. In 1064, or at least the winter between 1065, an unconditional peace treaty was signed with Sweyn, maintaining the status quo without territorial gains or reparations. Following the treaty, Harald's focus shifted more inward. He embarked on a winter campaign across Norway, enforcing tax collection with a harsh hand, resorting to maiming and killing as punitive measures against those who defied his rule. Harald's reign also saw significant strides in consolidating monarchical power within Norway itself. By asserting that only the king alone could maintain a hird, which was a private standing army, he basically centralized military power and diminished the influence of all of those smaller local warlords. His ascent to the Norwegian throne marked the beginning of a critical phase in the country's unification under a single ruler. Recognizing the need for a good amount of domestic support, Harald strategically aligned himself with the Norwegian aristocracy by marrying Tora Torbursdatter, linking him to one of Norway's most influential families. This move was pretty important in Harald's effort to stabilize his rule and navigate the complexities of power dynamics at the time, particularly against this backdrop of opposition from descendants of Hakon Sigurdsson, who had held sway over northern Norway and the region of Trondelag. Well, the legacy of his rule, that Hakon Sigurdsson, which spanned from 975 to 995, was looming large in the collective memory, with his family maintaining a significant degree of autonomy even after his death. Einar Thambarskjölfr, a key figure within this dynasty and married to Hakon's daughter, initially maintained a cordial relationship with Magnus, Harald's predecessor. However, Harald's absolutionist approach led to friction with Einar, setting the stage for a confrontation that would solidify Harald's reputation as an uncompromising leader, earning him that moniker Hardrada, which means literally hard ruler. Stop giggling. Now, the tension reached a boiling point in Nidaros, where Einar, in a bold show of defiance, arrived at Harald's court with a substantial armed retinue. The situation began to boil over, culminating in Einar's assassination by Harald's men, a decisive moment that significantly weakened the opposition from the Earls of Lade and reinforced Harald's control over Trondelag and the broader realm. In the years that followed, Harald's governance was characterized by both military campaign and domestic policies, which were aimed at consolidating his rule on all fronts. His interactions with Hakon Ivarsson, a distinguished and feared warrior in the Battle of Nisa, show the complex dynamic of loyalty and power during his reign. Despite initial favor, Harald's reluctance to fulfill his promise of an earldom to Hakon led to unrest and ultimately Hakon's revolt, which was a factor in Harald's decision to seek peace with Svein Estridsson. Harald's domestic policies, particularly in the uplands, were marked by ruthless tax collection campaigns and others to subdue dissent. Much of the dissent was because of the tax campaigns, but, well, it had to be sorted out anyway, didn't it? Someone's got to pay the bills. By employing harsh punitive measures, including burning farms and executing and maiming resistors to serve as a warning to others, Harald aimed to integrate these remote regions into his kingdom, thereby strengthening his economic base and securing his rule. By the end of 1065, Harald's efforts to quell opposition and centralize his power had largely been a remarkable success, and this left him as the undisputed ruler of a more unified Norway. Well, his reign was shaped by these extensive military background, and it was characterized by forceful dispute resolution and a penchant for breaking settlements, traits that underscored his reputation on the battlefield also. And despite these aggressive tendencies, his domestic rule is noted by historians of the time as a period of relative peace and prosperity for Norway. He's credited with establishing the Norwegian currency and fostering a new coin-based economy, which of course significantly enhanced Norway's participation in international trade. And those trade networks facilitated trade with regions as diverse as the Kievan Rus, the Byzantine Empire, Scotland, and even Ireland. In addition to all these economic reforms, He also played a role in advancing Christianity in Norway. His reign saw the construction and enhancement of churches, alongside the importation of clergy from abroad, notably from Kievan Rus and the Byzantine Empire. This influx introduced a variant of Christianity that slightly differed from that was practiced in the rest of Northern Europe, which, of course, sparked a little bit of controversy and raised some eyebrows within the Catholic Church. There's only so much you can get away with changing it. Well, Harald's assertive responses to papal legates, declaring himself the sole authority in Norway, mirrors the centralized control that's typical of Byzantine leadership, indicating the possible influence of his Eastern experiences on his religious policies. But it wasn't all just about being at home. He had a great great interest in exploration, both within and beyond Norway. Domestic ventures into regions like the uplands and ambitious naval expeditions into the northern seas show his curiosity and determination to chart the unknown. Reports by contemporaries like Adam of Bremen suggest Harald's expeditions reached the far edges of the known world, possibly encountering territories such as Spitsbergen or Novaya Zemlya. These exploratory endeavors, possibly inspired by the tales of Vinland, underscore Harald's role as a visionary leader, certainly keen on expanding his knowledge and influence across his own realm and beyond it. Well, his ambitions, having been stymied in Denmark, turned towards England, with a historical claim rooted in an agreement from 1038 between Magnus the Good and Cnut, the then ruler of England. This agreement showed that upon the death of one, the other would inherit the kingdom. So if Magnus the Good died, Cnut would be the king, and vice versa. However, with Cnut's childless death in 1042, Edward the Confessor came to the throne, which, of course, sidelined Magnus's claim. Despite the implications of the agreement, actual succession to the English throne would inevitably involve military action, a reality that both Magnus and his successor Harald recognized rather early on. Upon Magnus's death in 1047, Harald inherited not just the Norwegian crown, but also this contentious claim to England. Edward the Confessor, well aware of the looming threats to his rule, strategically kept his potential rivals, including Harald, Sweyn of Denmark, and William of Normandy, in a state of anticipation over the succession. An initial foray in 1058 by Harald's forces into England in support of a Welsh raid, perhaps one or two dipped their toes in and test the waters, but it also showed the impracticality of engaging on two fronts against both Denmark and England. It was just too much at one time. Now, these ambitions dramatically shifted with the death of Edward in January 1066. And if you know that year, I'm sure you can guess what battle is coming up. And of course, the subsequent crowning of Harold Godwinson as the King of England. Tostig Godwinson, ousted Earl of Northumbria and brother to the new king, emerged as a pivotal figure, seeking to reclaim his lost titles and his lost lands. His outreach to both William of Normandy and Sweyn Estridsson, though speculative, shows a breadth of aspirations. However, it was with Harald Hardrada that Tostig first found a more receptive ally, given the strategic advantages of northern England for a Norwegian invasion. It's certainly a short trip. Now, in the spring of 1066, Harald began mustering a formidable fleet in Solund, signaling the seriousness of his intent. By September, a fleet led by the iconic oarmen, whose name meant serpent, was ready and raring to go. Harald's departure from Norway was marked by quite a lot of preparations, including ensuring the continuity of his lineage by proclaiming his son Magnus as king, and also bringing his family along for the campaign. The addition of forces from the Orkney Islands and the support of Malcolm III of Scotland further strengthened his army, and it shows a concerted effort to marshal a substantial force against England. The eventual rendezvous of Harald and Tostig at Tynemouth set the stage for one of medieval period's most pivotal conflicts. Tostig's modest fleet bellied the strategic significance of his alliance with Harald. Meanwhile, deceptive measures by Tostig in the south hinted at a Normandy invasion, distracting Harold Godwinson and fragmenting the English defence, just as the Norwegian and Scottish force was preparing to strike. After setting sail from Tynemouth, Hardrada and Tostig Godwinson's forces made landfall at the River Tees, marking the beginning of their campaign in England proper. Their journey led them to Cleveland, where they initiated a series of raids along the coast, the start of a trail of destruction and plunder. The resistance they encountered in Scarborough, where the locals opposed Harold's demands for surrender, resulted in Harold setting fire to the entire town, a brutal tactic that precipitated the surrender of other Northumbrian towns who did not want the same treatment in the face of a Norse onslaught. Well, continuing their campaign, Harald and Tostig navigated their fleet up the Humber and disembarked at Riccal on the 20th of September. The news of their advance and the early raids galvanized the local English leadership, prompting Earls Morcar of Northumbria and Edwin of Mercia to confront the invaders. The ensuing Battle of Fulford, fought just south of the modern city of York, ended in a decisive victory for the Nordic forces. The triumph not only showed Harold's military skill, but it also led to the strategic surrender of the city of York to Harold and Tostig on the 24th of September, marking a significant moment in the invasion, as it represented the last time a Scandinavian army would achieve such a feat over English forces. But then again, who knows if the Norwegians are going to invade England in the near future? Well, meanwhile, Harold Godwinson, the newly crowned King of England, had been making his own preparations. On the same day that York capitulated, Harold arrived with his army in Tadcaster, positioning himself a mere 11 kilometers from Harald's fleet stationed at Riccal. Utilizing the element of surprise and strategic reconnaissance, Godwinson likely addressed the Norwegian fleet's position, laying the groundwork for a surprise attack. With Harald having left no forces to secure York with, he was able to march through the town unopposed, advancing towards Stamford Bridge. On the morning of the 25th of September, that great moment that would shape the course of English history, Hardrada and Godwinson departed from their strategic position at Riccal, unwittingly heading towards their fate. Leaving behind a significant portion of their force, they advanced with the majority of the men, donning only light armor in anticipation of meeting with the citizens of York at Stamford Bridge. This meeting was intended to formalize the town's submission under Harold's rule. Easy day. What could possibly go wrong? However, upon their arrival, instead of encountering this expected delegation ready to hand over the entire town to them, they were met by the formidable sight of Harald Godwinson's well-armored and significantly larger force. Godwin's forces included up to 15,000 foot soldiers, accompanied by 2,000 cavalry, while Hardrada only had with him 9,000 foot soldiers, no cavalry, and a couple hundred ships, which, not really good on land, aren't they? Caught completely off guard, but determined to stand their ground, Harald and Tostig hastily organized their men into a shield wall. The ensuing battle saw a momentary advantage for the Norse, when a single giant Norwegian warrior defending the bridge held back the English forces, buying precious time for Harold's army to regroup. Indeed, one guy on the bridge, a complete psycho. Berserker is the term, and I suppose we can use it in this context. A blood-drunk maniac, wildly flailing his weapon everywhere, making people too frightened to even approach him. You can imagine it, all the Viking stereotypes into one. Well, despite this heroic stand, the Norse forces ultimately faced overwhelming odds. The battle reached its climax when Harald, in a berserk frenzy, and without the protection of any body armor, was struck down by an arrow to the throat, straight through the neck. His aggressive tactics and refusal to don armor, characteristic of his fearless leadership, ultimately led to his rather early demise on the battlefield, though quite a fitting end for a Viking warrior, don't you think? The tide of battle did seem to momentarily turn with the late arrival of Eystein Orr and the reserve forces from Riccal, who, despite being completely exhausted from the rapid march, launched a desperate counterattack under the banner of Land Waster. It's all extremely metal, isn't it? This final effort briefly threatened to break through the English lines until Eystein himself was taken out. He died, and it caused the Norsemen's resolve to crumble, ultimately leading to their retreat. Well, either way, the battle was devastating for both sides. Godwinson lost about 5,000 men, while 6,000 to 8,000 were lost on Hardrada's side, and Hardrada himself, of course. Arrow to the neck, not a good way to go. The aftermath of the battle saw the decimated Norse army allowed to retreat peacefully, including Harald's son Olaf. The remnants of Harald's forces, significantly reduced in number, returned to Norway, leaving behind a notable contingent from Scotland and the Orkney Islands at Riccal, whose fates were not accounted for in the Norse retreat. Reigning from 924 to 939 AD, Aethelstan is often regarded as the first true king of England. His ascension marked a significant turning point in English history, as he effectively unified the various Anglo-Saxon kingdoms for the first time under a single ruler. His military skill was highlighted by his famous victory at the Battle of Brunanburh in 937, cementing his control over Northumbria and earning him recognition from lesser kingdoms in Britain and beyond, extending as far as Scotland and even Wales. His was a reign that also saw advancements in law, culture, administration, and included the increased production of coinage and the promotion of learning and religious reform. Thus, Aethelstan's efforts to consolidate and enhance the power of the monarchy laid foundational elements for a more recognizable and unified English state, setting up future developments in medieval English governance and identity. Welcome to the channel, my friend. If you're coming here for the first time, great to meet you, and those coming back, great to have you again. Supporting the channel is as easy as enjoying the channel, and you're already doing that, but the like and subscribe is only 2 clicks away, and that helps more people join in on the fun. If you want to go further than that, refer to the video description. But first, with that out of the way, let's all get nice and relaxed. Tonight, we go back to Anglo-Saxon England, those very interesting times, where we encounter a very interesting fellow, Aethelstan. Let's set the scene. You see, by the 9th century, the early Anglo-Saxon period's numerous kingdoms had somewhat coalesced into 4 major ones. Now, these 4 kingdoms were as followed: East Anglia, Mercia, Northumbria, and Wessex. Now, of these kingdoms, Mercia was the preeminent one in southern England during the 8th century. However, by the time the 9th century clicked over, Wessex ascended under the leadership of Egbert, who was actually the great-great-grandfather of Aethelstan. But this period, however, was not a very nice one for England at all. It was marked by increased Viking hostilities, climaxing with the invasion of the Great Heathen Army in 865, which sounds as bad as it is. Very cool name for an army, though. Now, the Vikings had overrun much of England by 878, you see, including East Anglia, Northumbria, and Mercia. And Wessex, well, they nearly conquered that. They got quite close, until a very pivotal victory at the Battle of Edington under Alfred the Great. I have a full video on him if you want to go and watch it, but let's continue on first. Now, Alfred's triumph led to a division of territories, with western Mercia returning to Anglo-Saxon control, and eastern Mercia, well, they fell under this Viking rule. In the 890s, Alfred, alongside his son Edward and Ethelred, Lord of the Mercians, repelled even more Viking attacks, though they were all quite costly battles for both sides. Ethelred, who was married to Alfred's daughter, Aethelflaed managed English Mercia under Alfred and continued until his death in 899, when Edward ascended the throne. Now, things remained relatively stable until 909, 10 years later, when Edward decided to orchestrate a raid into Northumbria. The retaliation by Northumbrian Danes in 910 was met with defeat at the Battle of Tettenhall. Upon Ethelred's death in 911, Aethelflaed took over Mercian rule. She and Edward managed to achieve significant victories, reclaiming Viking-held territories in Mercia and East Anglia, until her death some 7 years later, in the year 918. Edward then deposed her daughter, Aethfewin, unifying Mercia directly under his rule. Edward's death in 924, however, left a dominion that encompassed all of England south of the Humber River. Meanwhile, the Kingdom of York was under the rule of the Viking king Sihtric, with Ealdred maintaining Anglo-Saxon presence in the northern parts of Northumbria. As for Scotland, well, that was largely under Constantine II's rule, except for the southwest, which was governed by the British Kingdom of Strathclyde. And Wales? Well, that was a little bit more complicated. It remained divided among several smaller kingdoms. Now, speaking of our sources at the time, we have a good one, and that's William of Malmesbury, and he records that Aethelstan was around 30 years old when he ascended the throne in 924, indicating a birth year of about 894. He was the eldest son of Edward the Elder, born to Edward's first consort, Aegwin, a woman shrouded in quite a bit of mystery due to the scant contemporary records about her. Now, medieval chroniclers varied in their portrayal of her status. Some suggested that she was simply of low birth, while others claimed that she actually was from noble lineage. Well, today it's still a little bit divisive. Some propose that Aethelstan's initial unpopularity may have stemmed from perceptions of his mother as a concubine, whereas others argue there is significant evidence to doubt her legitimacy as Edward's wife, speculating she might have been related to St. Dunstan. Complicated stuff, isn't it? Well, William of Malmesbury also recounts an episode where Alfred the Great honored a young Aethelstan with a scarlet cloak, a jeweled belt, and a sword in a gilded scabbard. Beautiful gifts, and certainly very expensive. Not given lightly, that's for sure. Now, this is interpreted by some scholars as signaling Aethelstan's potential for succession. This was especially significant given the threat posed by Aethelwald to Alfred's direct descendants. However, it's also suggested by one Janet Nelson that this might have been an attempt by Alfred to balance power between his son and grandson, while others even speculating that Alfred may have preferred Aethelstan as his successor. Well, an acrostic poem that we have from the time praising one Aethelstan, spelled A-D-A-L, and his promising future has been associated with Aethelstan, of course, seen as a commemoration of Alfred's gift, and possibly written by Alfred's scholar, John the Old Saxon. Now, there are some who support the view, of course, suggesting John as Aethelstan's tutor, But it may also be that the poem likely dates from the start of Aethelstan's reign. Either way. Now Edward the Elder, after the death of his father, married his second wife, Aelfled, around the time he became king, following the death or possible sidelining of Aequin. And this marriage certainly complicated matters for Aethelstan, as Aelfled may have favoured her own sons, Aelfweard and Edwin. Edward later married a third time to Eadgifu, who bore him future kings Edmund and Eadred, among other children. Now, how was the growing up for Aethelstan? Well, he was raised largely at the Mercian court, under his aunt Aethelflaed and her husband Aethelred, where he likely developed those military skills that come quite a bit in handy when you have to fight the Vikings, of course. His close ties to Mercia were also evident in 925, when he granted privileges to St. Odwald's Priory in Gloucester, fulfilling a promise to Aethelred. Following Aethelflaed's death in 918, Aethelstan possibly represented his father's interests in Mercia, further strengthening those regional connections. Now Edward the Elder's death in July of 924 in Farndon near Mercia made things quite complex in terms of succession. Although Edward's eldest son by his second wife Aelfled, Aelfweard was prominently featured in royal charters, suggesting preparation for kingship. It's unclear whether Edward intended for Aelfweard to rule just Wessex or the entire kingdom. And of course, that's where the debate began. Edward's actions in 918, including removing Aethelflaed's daughter Aelfwine from power in Mercia, might have been a preparatory strike for Aethelstan's eventual rule there, set the scene for him so he can shoehorn him into power. Well, at the time of Edward's death, Aethelstan, being in Mercia, quickly secured support as king there, while Aelfweard was possibly recognized in Wessex. However, Aelfweard did not last too long. In fact, he died 16 days later, which made the succession even more complicated. Now, in Wessex there was a bit of resistance to Aethelstan, particularly in Winchester, where Aelfweard was buried. Initially, Aethelstan's rule seemed confined to the region of Mercia, as a 925 Derbyshire land charter that we have, witnessed only by Mercian bishops, indicates his authority was not yet acknowledged beyond Mercia. Now, a few modern historians have speculated that Aethelstan might have vowed to remain unmarried and childless to secure his position, reflecting a kind of political prudence. In contrast, one historian, Sarah Foote, attributes his unmarried status more to a personal choice. After all, he was quite devout. Religious chastity was certainly up there on the list. Well, we finally get to the coronation of Aethelstan, which was September the 4th, 925. He was coronated in Kingston upon Thames. Now, upon Thames basically means on the River Thames. So it's a way that they name their towns in England. Now, that was a location strategically between Wessex and Mercia, and it symbolized the unity that he sought. A halfway point, a little bit from column A and column B. Now the ceremony was led by Archbishop Athelm of Canterbury, possibly introduced a new coronation rite that replaced traditional helmets with a crown and incorporated elements of West Frankish liturgy, marking a significant shift in royal ceremonies, and of course influencing subsequent European rites. Post-coronation, resistance to Aethelstan's rule continued. Not everybody was keen to get on board with this new ruler. Once more we have from William of Malmesbury, who recounts a conspiracy by a noble named Alfred to blind Aethelstan, a move motivated by claims of illegitimacy, and of course intended to disqualify him from kingship without resorting to murder. Well, let's be honest. If you're going to do that and you get caught blinding the potential king, you're going to be put up on the rack anyway. You may as well finish the job. I don't really understand the logic behind that. Well, his choice. Either way, the exact motives behind the plot, whether they'd be personal ambition, or perhaps on behalf of Aethelstan's half-brother Edwin, well, that's another matter of speculation. Now, back in Winchester, signs of discord persisted on and on. Bishop Frithestan of Winchester was notably absent from Aethelstan's coronation, and abstained from signing Aethelstan's charters until 928. When he did begin witnessing charters, his name was positioned lower than his seniority would traditionally suggest, sort of shoved to the side. Of course, another indication of the ongoing tensions. Now, 933. Aethelstan's half-brother Edwin died in a shipwreck off the North Sea. Edwin's cousin, Adolf, the Count of Boulogne, transported his body for burial at St. Bertin's Abbey in Saint-Omer. Folcuin, the abbey's annalist, mistakenly believed Edwin had been king, and speculated that he fled England due to all of the problems and strife. He recorded that Aethelstan sent offerings to the abbey for Edwin, and welcomed its monks warmly on their visit to England in 944, though he was mistaken about Aethelstan being alive at the time. Well, despite later sources like Simeon of Durham suggesting that Aethelstan ordered Edwin's execution by throwing him in the lake and drowning him, most historians reject this and believe that Edwin may have attempted a rebellion, and when it failed, he simply fled, his death marking an end to all of the major opposition from the region of Winchester. Well, after conquering the Danish-held territories of East Mercia and East Anglia, with the support of Aethelflaed and her husband Aethelred, Edward the Elder's death created a power vacuum. The Viking kingdom of York, under Danish King Sihtric, remained independent from English control, for now. Well, in January 926, Aethelstan strategically arranged his sister's marriage to Sihtric, forming a non-aggression pact. That was just the way things were done. Traditional marriage, a little too traditional. Well, however, Sihtric's death in 927, only a year later, opened an opportunity for Aethelstan, who then defeated Sihtric's cousin Guthfrith and captured York, securing the submission of its Danish population whether they liked it or not. And thus his expansion into the north marked the first time that a southern king had controlled the region, initially facing resistance from the Northumbrians. By July 12, 927, at Aymont near Penrith, he had secured the allegiance of several northern and western rulers, leading to 7 years of much welcome peace. He also affirmed his authority over the Welsh kingdoms of Gwent, Gwynedd, and Deheubarth, continuing his lordship established by Aethelflaed and Edward. At a significant meeting in Hereford after Aymont, he imposed a substantial tribute on the Welsh kings, and set the River Wye as the boundary between England and Wales. Notably, Harald Hardrada of Deheubarth and other Welsh kings regularly were visitors to Aethelstan's court, and they enjoyed a high status and welcomed the sustained peace between England and Wales during the reign, despite a little bit of lingering resentment over subjugation. But I suppose it's far better to be subjugated than dead, depending on who you ask. Well, once more William of Malmesbury chimes in to suggest that Aethelstan expelled the Cornish from Exeter and fortified the city, setting the river Tamar as Cornwall's boundary. However, this is once again debated by historians such as Thomas Charles Edwards and John Davies, who view it as improbable or perhaps indicative of suppressing a revolt. Aethelstan further integrated Cornwall by establishing a new bishopric, maintaining the region's distinct culture and language. And thus his reign is recognized as the beginning of we may call it an imperial phase in English kingship, lasting all the way from 925 to 975, during which the Anglo-Saxon people were united as much as they could be, and he was acknowledged as the overlord of Britain. The period saw rulers from Wales and Scotland participating in English assemblies and signing their charters. Now, to secure his rule in Northumbria, as that was the difficult spot, Aethelstan sought the favour of the local aristocracy by donating gifts to the ministers of Beverley, Chester-le-Street, and York, showing once again his commitment to Christianity, proving that he was a good boy in the eyes of the church, and everybody likes that. Well, he also gained the large territory of Amunderness in Lancashire, which he gifted to the Archbishop of York, boosting the Archbishop's role as his chief representative in the region. But despite all of this, Aethelstan was still viewed as an outsider in the north. No matter what he did, he was always the southerner. It was a place where the local British kingdoms often preferred alliances with Norse pagans from Dublin over southern control. That ought to tell you something. Of course, Dublin, Ireland was indeed at a time a very famous stronghold of the Norsemen. But his authority was solid in southern Britain. Now in 934, Aethelstan led a military campaign further north into Scotland, sparked by multiple factors, including the death of his half-brother Edwin in 933, and the regional instability following the death of Guthfrith, the Norse king of Dublin. Another potential catalyst was the death of Ealdred of Bamberg, hinting at territorial disputes with Constantine. This campaign, which the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, do recommend reading that, records without specifying causes, was mentioned by John of Worcester as being provoked entirely by Constantine's treaty violation. And that's a casus belli to attack, if there ever was one. setting out in May 934 with 4 Welsh kings and a retinue including 18 bishoprics and 13 earls, Aethelstan advanced to Chester Street by late June or perhaps early July. There, he donated several items and gave gifts to St. Cuthbert's tomb that were initially meant for Bishop Frithstan of Winchester. The campaign involved land forces reaching as far north as Dunatar in northeast Scotland, and they were accompanied by naval forces who were mainly targeting Caithness. Although the chronicles don't detail battles or specific outcomes, we do know that by September of 934, Aethelstan had returned to southern England, as evidenced by a charter witnessed in Buckingham by Constantine as a subordinate king. In 935, Constantine and Owain of Strathclyde's acknowledgement of Aethelstan's supremacy was reaffirmed in a charter. That Christmas, Owain and the Welsh kings attended Aethelstan's court, although notably, Constantine was nowhere to be found. 934. Olaf Guthfrithson became the Norse king of Dublin following the death of Guthfrith, and strengthened ties with the Scots through marriage to Constantine's daughter. By August of 937, after securing his position in Ireland, Olaf aimed to reclaim the former Norse kingdom of York. The alliance of Olaf, Constantine, and the Strathclyde Britons under Owain posed a significant challenge and a threat to Aethelstan. Thus, a late-year campaign was prompted, which was quite unusual for military operations. Usually you rest in the winter. But of course, desperate times, desperate measures. You do what you have to do. Now initially he had a slow response, and he was widely criticized for it. But Aethelstan's strategic patience was later seen as quite prudent. A great contrast with King Harold's rushed approach in 1066, but that's another story, the Battle of Hastings. Now he carefully prepared his forces, composed of West Saxons and Mercians, for conflict. Notably, the Welsh remained neutral during this unfolding conflict. And thus we arrive at the Battle of Brunanburh, which was a decisive clash that culminated in a significant triumph for Aethelstan, one that's still talked about today. Well, Aethelstan was of course joined by his youthful half-brother, who was the future King Edmund, and he did his part too. Let's not write him off. But despite achieving victory, the English forces endured considerable losses, including 2 cousins of Aethelstan, both sons of Edward the Elder's younger brother, Aethelweard. Olaf managed to retreat to Dublin with the remnants of his forces, while Constantine suffered the personal loss of a son. The battle's magnitude are quite vividly captured in an account from the Annals of Ulster, and I'll read it now. A great lamentable and horrible battle was cruelly fought between the Saxons and Northmen, in which several thousands of Northmen, who are uncounted, fell, but their king, Olaf, escaped with a few followers. A large number of Saxons fell on the other side, but Aethelstan, king of the Saxons, enjoyed a great victory. While reflecting on this event years later, the chronicler Aethelweard referred to it as the Great Battle, a confrontation that solidified Aethelstan's legacy as, and I quote, victorious because of God, a phrase coined by the homilist Aelfric of Eynsham. Now, the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle seemed to deviate from its customary concise narrative to include a heroic poem that extolled his significant victory, and it cast Aethelstan in the most glorious and imperial terms as this ruler of all of Britannia. The precise location, however, of the Battle of Brunanburg, well, that we don't quite know, at least for now. In fact, there's over 30 proposed sites. The one that's most supported by historians, however, is Bromborough on the Wirral. At least for now. It may change later. We'll see. Don't yell at me if you're watching this in 2030 when we've found 10,000 dead Vikings under the ground somewhere. Now, of course, it's not just the location that's debatable. It's the significance. Some have actually critiqued it as a Pyrrhic victory for Aethelstan, which effectively means that you lose so much, it's the victory so costly, that it's hardly a victory at all. You know, when you see a boxing match and both of them look equally hurt, well, it's kinda like that. Either way, they suggest that despite the immediate success, his influence waned and his control over Northumbria was briefly contested upon his death. Now, there is one other historian, Alfred Smith, who lauds the event as, I quote, the greatest battle in Anglo-Saxon history. And I'm quite inclined to agree with him. But maybe the impact has been somewhat exaggerated in the broader scope of history. But I do think it's up there. Contrarily, Sarah Foote, we've mentioned her earlier in the essay, she argues for its critical importance as well, suggesting that if Aethelstan was defeated, they would have likely shattered Anglo-Saxon dominance over Britain, and the whole show would have come to an end. Then who knows what things would have been like. Well, in the 9th century in general, Anglo-Saxon governance relied heavily on what was called ealdormen, who held the highest lay status beneath the king, the second in command. Think of it like that. Initially, each ealdorman managed just one shire within Wessex, but by the mid-10th century, their dominions had expanded significantly. This expansion, likely initiated by Aethelstan to better administer his enlarged kingdom, saw ealdormen overseeing broader territories. Among these ealdormen was one also named Aethelstan, who governed East Anglia, the largest and wealthiest province in England at the time. And in fact, his considerable power earned him quite an interesting nickname, Aethelstan, the Half-King. Well, it's more of a king than I will be. Well, many ealdormen of this period had Scandinavian names too, because of course, well, it suggests that they were political successors of the earls who had commanded Danish forces under Edward the Elder. Aethelstan retained these leaders, of course, integrating them instead of getting rid of them, having them join into his system of local governance as representatives across the regions that they formerly commanded. Beneath the ealdormen were the reeves, local noble landowners tasked with overseeing towns or royal estates. Now, in general, the early medieval period, the roles of the church and state were, well, the church was the state. To an extent, they were quite intertwined. Lay officials like the reeves collaborated quite closely with ecclesiastical leaders, including diocesan bishops and local abbots. These church figures also played significant roles in the king's councils, showing again the integrated nature of religious and secular authority in governance during the era. Now, as the first ruler to unify all the Anglo-Saxon peoples, Aethelstan established a centralized governance system, enhancing administrative structures inherited from those before him, but this time with a more increased and broad royal oversight. And this just goes to show during 928 and 935, when scribe Aethelstan A exclusively produced detailed charters that included precise dates, locations, and extensive witness lists, showing the king's direct control over bureaucratic functions. After this period, the complexity of charters seemed to have been reduced, indicating the scribe's unique influence on their detail. Aethelstan's governance also centered around the King's Council, or the Witan as it was called. Unlike predecessors who had travelled extensively, Aethelstan primarily stayed in Wessex, managing his realm by summoning influential figures to his councils quite regularly, doing checkups when he needed to. These larger and more inclusive assemblies featured bishops, ealdormen, thanes, and magnates, effectively reducing regional isolation and fostering national unity. The Anglo-Saxons were also early adopters of using the vernacular for administrative documents in Northern Europe, a practice dating back to Aethelbert of Kent in the early 7th century. By the end of the 9th century, Alfred the Great had fully codified the laws into Old English, influenced by Carolingian models of earlier times. These laws covered governance areas like treason and judicial ordeals, serving as a foundation for later legal developments under kings like Aethelstan. Aethelstan's reign produced a significant volume of its own legal texts, in fact more than any other 10th century English monarch. These included his tithe edict and the Ordinance on Charities, along with other codes established at royal councils. Local legal texts from London and Kent, and possibly the Dunsat regulations, also date from his era. Now, if there was one problem at the time of Aethelstan, it was robbery. It was everywhere. Aethelstan had to do something about this, of course, so he initiated stern legal reforms. Basically, if you got caught stealing, they were going to kill you. Such as the Great Lees Code's death penalty for thieves stealing items over 8 pence, which isn't really that much. While recognizing the ineffectiveness of harsh penalties, he later introduced an amnesty in the Exeter Code for thieves who compensated their victims, aiming to reduce the protection criminals received from influential relatives, and this seemed to be a bit of a better option. But the leniency was unfortunately short-lived, well, for the criminals at least, and by the Thunderfield Council, Aethelstan reverted to stricter penalties. Albeit he did make adjustments, such as raising the minimum age for capital punishment to 15, reflecting his reluctance to impose the death penalty on the young for minor offences. Still, imagine a 15-year-old being executed for, I don't know, stealing somebody's pie cooling off on the windowsill. I don't think they had that in Anglo-Saxon England, but think of the equivalent. Well, during his reign, Aethelstan also introduced the system of tithing, And that's a collective responsibility model of sorts, I suppose, where groups of 10 or more ensured local peace, a precursor to the frank pledge system of later times. Now, historian Sarah Foote points out that Aethelstan's unique approach linked theft directly to disloyalty towards his rule, a perspective not mirrored in the legislation of other monarchs. His focus on theft in particular and its root causes was indicative of his broader commitment to maintaining order and loyalty across the lands. But there is a bit of a divide on the efficacy and coherence of his legal efforts. There are critiques of his laws as having a gulf dividing its exalted aspirations from the spasmodic impact, as Patrick Warmold says, describing the legislative output as somewhat chaotic and, moreover, ineffective. Conversely, there's others such as Simon Keynes, who laud the laws of Aethelstan, especially the Greatly Code, as, quote, an impressive piece of legislation that underscored the king's resolve to uphold social order despite the challenges of governing a restive populace. Well, we find ourselves now in the 970s, with King Edgar, Aethelstan's nephew, who implemented significant reforms in the monetary system of Anglo-Saxon England, establishing a sophisticated and high-quality silver currency that was both uniform as it was plentiful, making it the most advanced in Europe at the time, a system that was a stark contrast to the less developed monetary conditions under Aethelstan, where coinage was still largely organized on a regional basis, despite the unification of the country. Now, we've mentioned the Greatly Code, which is credited to Aethelstan, which mandated a unified coinage throughout his domain, echoing an earlier decree from his father's era that applied mainly to southern towns like London and Kent. Initially, various coin styles circulated within Aethelstan's realm. However, after his conquest of York and securing allegiance from other British kings, he introduced the circumscription cross coinage. This new coin bore the inscription Rex Totius Britanniae, or King of all Britain, and it was minted in Wessex, English Mercia, and York under the title Rex Saxorum, which I'm pretty sure you can guess what that means, King of the Saxons. Oh, and by the way, this coinage did not extend to East Anglia or the Danelaw. If you don't know what the Danelaw is, watch my video on the Vikings in England. You'll find out. Now, by the early 930s, as we go back in time a little bit, Aethelstan issued the crowned bust type of coin, featuring him with a crown for the first time. And this design was rampant across all regions, except for Mercia, where coins continued to lack the portrait of a ruler. What does that mean? Well, it would suggest a diminishing goodwill towards Aethelstan in the area where he was raised, nonetheless. Well, during his reign, the integration of church and state in Anglo-Saxon England, of course, deepened. As we've noted, he was exceedingly pious. Well, this trend was especially pronounced after Edward the Elder annexed Mercia, elevating the Archbishopric of Canterbury's influence. Aethelstan's victories further extended this influence, placing the Northern Church under Southern control for the first time. Aethelstan's court also nurtured future ecclesiastical leaders, pivotal in the Benedictine monastic reform under King Edgar. Dunstan and Aethelward, key reform figures, began their ecclesiastical careers right there in Aethelstan's court, with Aethelwald spending significant time at the royal palace, gaining knowledge from the king's wise men, as his biographer Wulfstan recounts. Additionally, Oda, later Archbishop of Canterbury, initially served as Bishop of Ramsbury, appointed directly by Aethelstan. Now, he was also renowned for collecting religious relics. Aethelstan valued them, as noted by the abbot of St. Samson in Dol, as more than an earthly treasure, and his contributions extended beyond relics. He was generous benefactor of manuscripts to churches and monasteries. Among his notable commissions was the Lives of Cuthbert by Bede for the community at Chester le Street, featuring the earliest known manuscript portrait of an English king. And his religious influence also extended abroad, fostering ties with continental churches. This was exemplified when Kenwald, a royal priest who later became Bishop of Worcester, escorted two of Aethelstan's half-sisters to the Saxon court for a marriage alliance with the future Holy Roman Emperor Otto. Cenwald's subsequent tour of German monasteries, where he distributed gifts from Aethelstan and secured commitments for prayers, strengthened the cultural and religious bonds between Saxony and England. And these ties were further cemented by the frequent correspondence and exchanges that spread the ideas about monastic reform from the continent to England. Now, among the eminent intellectuals of Aethelstan's court was Israel the grammarian, possibly of Breton origin, known for his scholarly contributions. Alongside a Frankish colleague, Israel created Gospel Dice, a board game presented to Irish Bishop Dubh Ince, showing the intellectual and cultural exchanges prevalent at Aethelstan's court. Such interactions also showed the king's significant role in laying the groundwork for the English monastic reform that flourished later. While few prose narratives from Aethelstan's era have survived, the period was rich in its poetry, including the epic poem Brunanburh. In fact, it's been suggested that the iconic Old English epic Beowulf may have indeed originated from within Aethelstan's scholarly circle, indicating the king's profound impact on both ecclesiastical and cultural circles. And his court revived a complex and ornate style of Latin writing too, reminiscent of West Saxon scholar Eldhelm, and influenced by early 10th century French monasticism. Key figures like the aforementioned Israel the grammarian led this revival, using lengthy, intricate sentences, obscure words, and new coined terms. All perfectly cromulent, I'm sure. This period also introduced the Aethelstan A charters that we mentioned, noted for their elaborate Latin, which Simon Keynes linked to Aethelstan's unification of England, signifying both intellectual achievement and the monarchy's embodiment of a new political power. Now, debate exists over Aethelstan's use of titles like Rex Totius Britanniae, King of all Britain, on his coins and charters. Some view these as overreaching, while others argued that they were fitting and reflected the broad hegemony that he had. Aethelstan's court maintained connections also with the Carolingian dynasty, with ties reinforced through marriages and traditions. In fact, his coronation included Carolingian anointment rituals, and his coinage introduced that crowned bust design, which was originally Carolingian iconography, a novel portrayal in Anglo-Saxon minting. He also received considerable praise abroad. French chronicler Flodoard called him, I quote, the king from overseas, and the Annals of Ulster described him as the pillar of the dignity of the Western world. It's quite a review, isn't it? Modern historians also laud him. Michael Wood, in the work The Making of King Aethelstan's Empire, an English Charlemagne, views him as Britain's most formidable ruler since the Roman times. There is also another, Veronica Ortenberg, who considers him the most powerful ruler in Europe, akin to a Carolingian emperor, putting him up there with Charlemagne. Well, she noted that while most continental dynasties faced military strife and internal conflict in the 920s, Aethelstan's military successes allowed him to surpass the reputation of a great heroic dynasty of warrior kings and develop a Carolingian ideology of kingship. Well, it couldn't last forever, of course. We reached the end of Aethelstan's life on October 27th, 939, in Gloucester. Unlike his forebears who were buried in Winchester, Aethelstan chose Malmesbury Abbey in Wiltshire, interring his cousins there who had died at the Battle of Brunanburh. Following Aethelstan's death, power dynamics in northern England once again shifted. York's inhabitants chose Olaf Guthfrithson, the King of Dublin, as their ruler, challenging Anglo-Saxon dominance in the region and initiating a period of struggle for Aethelstan's half-brothers, Edmund and Eadred, who focused their reigns from 939 to 955 on reclaiming and trying to stabilize the Anglo-Saxon authority. Olaf Guthrisson's takeover extended all the way to the East Midlands, prompting the establishment of a new frontier along Watling Street. His death in 941 provided another opportunity for Edmund, who regained the East Midlands in 942, and after 2 years, rather hard fought, he successfully recaptured York. But he didn't get to enjoy it for very long. York fell under Viking control once again after Edmund's death in 946 a few years later, and thus the region remained contested until 954, when the Northumbrians expelled their last Norwegian Viking ruler, Eric Bloodaxe. This event led to the Northumbrians shrugging their shoulders and simply submitting to King Eadred, restoring complete Anglo-Saxon control over all of England. And the wheels keep turning, don't they? What do you know about the Battle of Hastings? I'm sure you've heard of it. It was fought in 1066 on October the 14th, and it's arguably the most important battle in all of English history. Led by Duke William of Normandy, the invading Norman forces defeated the English army commanded by King Harold Godwinson. This victory allowed William the Conqueror to ascend to the English throne. The battle significantly influenced not only the English language, but their culture, their governance, and it laid the foundation for the medieval English kingdom and dramatically altered the course of history forever. Hello and welcome to the channel. Are you new here? Well, it's good to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to have you with me again. As always, if you want to support the channel, links to the Patreon is in the description. Otherwise, if you really want to help me out, get YouTube to push my videos out to a broader audience by clicking the like button. Did you do it? Thanks for that. Now, without further ado, make yourself comfortable, and let's learn all about the Battle of Hastings. Let's go back to the lead up, understand how we get to this point. In the year 911, Charles the Simple of the Carolingian dynasty granted land in Normandy to a Viking leader named Rollo and a few of his followers. The settlement did extremely well, and they thrived, with other Vikings quickly assimilating into local culture. They even converted to Christianity and intermarried with the locals. Everything was going swimmingly. Over time, Normandy grew in territory and subsequently influence. A significant connection between Normandy and England was established in 1002 when King Aethelred II of England married Emma, sister of Richard II, the Duke of Normandy. Their son, Edward the Confessor, spent many of his early years in exile in Normandy and ascended to the English throne finally in the year 1042. His reign saw a substantial Norman influence in England as he filled the English court and the church with his Norman buddies. Childless and in conflict with the powerful Earl Godwin of Wessex, Edward's actions possibly paved the way for William of Normandy's claim to the English throne. The death of King Edward on the 5th of January 1066 plunged England into a succession crisis, with several contenders vying for the throne, each thinking that they had the biggest claim. The most immediate one of these claims came from Harold Godwinson, the Earl of Wessex, a wealthy and influential nobleman who was actually elected by the Witenagemot and crowned by Archbishop Eldred of York. This election, however, was mired in more than a little bit of controversy, fueled by Norman claims that Stigand, the disputed Archbishop of Canterbury, performed the ceremony, and he was not meant to do that. Well, Harold's claim was quickly contested by the Duke of Normandy, Duke William, who alleged that Edward had promised him the throne and that Harold had sworn to support William's claim. Similarly, Harald Hardrada of Norway entered the fray himself, citing an agreement between Magnus the Good of Norway and Cnut of England that allowed for a mutual inheritance of the thrones of England and Norway in the absence of an heir. Well, this is, of course, how wars begin. Both William and Hardrada began to muster forces for their respective invasions, setting the stage for a rather turbulent year. Now, in the meantime, Harold's estranged brother, Tostig Godwinson, initiated a series of his own raids, devastating southeastern England, leveraging a fleet from Flanders and additional ships from Orkney. His campaign eventually led him northwards, where he encountered resistance from Edwin of Mercia and Morcar of Northumbria, forcing him to retreat to Scotland. There, Tostig took some time to regroup and gathered a new force to support his ambitions. Now on to Harald Hardrada, whose invasion in the early September of the same year marked another escalation in the conflict. In command of a formidable fleet of over 300 ships and an army of around 15,000 men, Hardrada, joined by Tostig, made a dramatic entry into northern England. Their combined forces quickly took the city of York, following a decisive victory over Edwin and Morcar's army at the Battle of Fulford on the 20th of September. The English military structure in the 11th century was somewhat regional, centered around the fyrd. What is that? Well, it's a local levy of land-owning men equipped by their community. The system required 1 man for military service for every 5 hides of land, with the 100 serving as the fyrd's organizational unit. In total, when everything was worked out, England could muster about 14,000 men when fully mobilized. However, a full national call-up to mobilize was pretty rare, and it occurred only 3 times between 1046 and 1065. According to the fyrd, the king maintained a force of personal warriors, known as housecarls, who were better armored and served as the core of royal forces. Local thanes, or landowning elites, either joined the royal housecarls or the retinue of an earl. Now, in anticipation of William of Normandy's invasion in 1066, King Harold Godwinson stationed a significant force that dotted the south coast. By September, needing to return to their fields for harvest, Harold dismissed the bulk of his militia. However, upon hearing of Harald Hardrada's invasion in the north, Harold rapidly gathered forces and marched to confront the Norwegians. The ensuing Battle of Stamford Bridge on the 25th of September ended in a decisive English victory, with both Hardrada and Tostig killed, and the Norwegian forces decimated, reducing their fleet from 300 to just 24 ships. Now, I've already discussed the Battle of Stamford Bridge in a different video, but in case you don't know, it's quite an interesting battle. From memory, I'll try to recount it. So effectively, the Hardrada and his allies had shown up to York. York had surrendered. Well, they went to meet with the people of York, who they believed were going to do an official handover of the city. But when they got to the meeting spot, it was not them. It was about 9,000 or so English soldiers ready to wipe the floor with them. Well, each side stood across the bridge and prepared for battle, and apparently on the Norwegian side there was a single warrior who went out to the middle of the bridge and took on swaths of Englishmen. One berserker, completely drunk off the adrenaline of battle. Well, eventually he got taken down, but Hardrada got done over in this battle as well. Apparently, when he was in the heat of things, he ended up copping an arrow into the middle of his neck. Certainly not the best way to go. If you get an arrow in your neck like that, it is not an instant death, but rather a very slow and painful way to check out. Certainly not good. So that's effectively what happened at the Battle of Stamford Bridge. Stunning English victory, and the Norwegians had to go all the way back home. So, despite this triumph, the victory significantly depleted Harold's army, leaving it weakened for the subsequent challenges it would face from the south. Oh, and it's Harold of the English army, not Harald of the Norwegian army, so don't get confused. I know. They could have made that easier. Well, it's just the way it is. Now, on to William of Normandy, who orchestrated a meticulous invasion plan that was planned for over 9 months, assembling a vast fleet and army from across Normandy and France, with notable contributions from Brittany and Flanders, whom they were on fairly good terms with. This endeavour required building a fleet from scratch and securing, according to some Norman chronicles, diplomatic backing to do so. Among these accounts is the claim that Pope Alexander II supported William's cause with a papal banner, a detail primarily sourced from William of Poitiers and absent in contemporary narratives, casting a little bit of doubt on its authenticity. Raises a few eyebrows, doesn't it? Now, an interesting thing happened in April. The appearance of Halley's Comet, recorded in April of 1066, recorded all the way across Europe, was interpreted as a kind of ominous sign linked to the ongoing succession crisis in England. I mean, a little bit of stretching on the interpretation, but, it has to mean something, right? Well, William gathered his assembled forces at Saint-Valery-sur-Somme, poised for the Channel crossing by mid-August, ready and raring to go. However, the invasion was postponed, possibly due to adverse weather conditions, or to elude the English naval defences. It could have been a storm, though. Seems to be a good way to get rid of a fleet. Just ask the Spanish. The Normans finally set sail shortly after Harold Godwinson's triumph at the Battle of Stamford Bridge, benefiting from the dispersal of the English fleet. They landed at Pevensey in Sussex on the 28th of September, with a few vessels veering off to Romney, where they engaged the local fyrd. Upon landing, William's forces quickly established a foothold by constructing a wooden castle at Hastings to serve as a base for further raids and fortifications, including additional works at Pevensey. The composition and size of William the Conqueror's invasion force still remains a little bit uncertain, with contemporary sources and modern historians all providing their own varied estimates. Now, a historical document at the time cites 776 ships in William's fleet, but this is probably exaggerated. Contemporary writers' estimates of the army's size range wildly, from 14,000 to a completely ridiculous 150,000. Certainly the period has a penchant for hyperbole. Modern historians come in with a little bit more plausible numbers, estimating William's force to be between 7 and perhaps up to 12,000 men, including a significant cavalry component of 1 to 3,000 horsemen. The consensus among scholars is that the army was approximately half infantry, while the remainder divided between cavalry and archers, possibly crossbowmen. Despite the existence of lists naming William's companions at Hastings, only about 35 individuals can be reliably confirmed to have been present. The Norman army was well equipped, with chainmail hauberks as the main form of armor. These knee-length chainmail shirts, some with sleeves and silts for riding, were complemented by conical metal helmets featuring a nose guard. The force was divided into infantry and cavalry, with the infantry wielding round, wood and metal reinforced shields, and the cavalry adopting kite-shaped shields better suited for mounted combat. While the lance was a common weapon among the horsemen, the difficult terrain at Hastings probably limited its usual effectiveness, favoring the use of straight swords, javelins, and long spears for combat. Some cavalry might have opted for a mace over a sword. Archers, an essential component of the force, utilized self-bows or crossbows, with most lacking significant armor protection, but that was pretty normal for bowmen anyway. Now, after his victory over Tostig and Harald Hardrada in the north, Harold Godwinson left a substantial portion of his forces, including notable Earls Morcar and Edwin, in the north, and hastened south with the remainder to confront the impending Norman invasion. Harold's awareness of William's landing likely emerged during this march. He paused in London for about a week before advancing to Hastings, averaging a frankly impressive 27 miles per day, over approximately 200 miles. Harold's forces encamped near Calbdeck Hill on the 13th of October, positioning themselves strategically close to William's base at Hastings. And despite attempts to surprise the Normans, William was forewarned by his scouts of the English approach. The prelude to the Battle of Hastings is muddled with conflicting reports, but it is agreed that William's forces moved towards Harold's defensive setup on Senlac Hill, which is about 6 miles from Hastings. And what about the size of Harold's army? Well, just like William's, the exact numbers are a little unclear, with rather comical estimations from the contemporary sources. Some Norman sources vastly inflating the numbers between 400,000 and 1.2 million. This is a fairly obvious exaggeration. Well, English sources possibly underplaying the number to mitigate the perception of defeat contrast sharply with these figures. Modern estimates suggest Harold's forces numbered between 5 and 13,000, but there's a consensus between 7 to 8,000. This contingent comprised both the feared and professional housecarls, with only about 20 individuals, including Harold's brothers Gyrth and Leofwine, specifically identified. Now, the English army of Harold was entirely infantry-based, with higher-ranking members likely arriving on horseback, but dismounting for combat. The corps was formed by the housecarls, donned in conical helmets, mail hauberks, and carrying shields, predominantly fighting with two-handed Danish battle axes, though swords were also used. The Fyrd provided additional support, forming a shield wall with axemen, javelin throwers, and archers backing them up, though they were more lightly armored and not really professional soldiers. And so we arrive to the night before the battle. Duke William's forces remained armed and vigilant against potential surprise attacks, as reported by William Jumièges. Now, as for the battle's location, it lies about 7 miles north of Hastings, nestled between Caldbeck Hill and Telham Hill, a terrain that's marked by dense woods and somewhat difficult marshland. Despite being fought closer to other settlements, it's historically dubbed the Battle of Hastings. This nomenclature is first recorded in the Domesday Book of 1086. Earlier references, such as by the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, label it the battle at the hoary apple tree, which is a little bit less catchy, isn't it? Well, another source, Orderic Vitalis, referred to it as Senlac, derived from Sandlacu, meaning sandy water in Old English, possibly naming the stream that crosses the battlefield. But of course, we're going to refer to it as the Battle of Hastings. Now, the exact path taken by Harold's English army to reach the battlefield also remains unknown, with some speculation favoring either an ancient Roman road from Rochester to Hastings or a route from London to Lewes, then local tracks to the battlefield. While contemporary accounts, like William of Jumièges, suggest that the Normans were already present at the battle site the night prior, most historians believe that the Normans advanced from Hastings on the day of the battle. So, Harold Godwinson's army, when the time had come, took a strategic defensive position on a steep slope for the battle, forming a compact shield wall to maximize protection. The English forces, flanked by woods and marshes on either side, possibly extended their line to a nearby stream for additional natural defense. The exact location of their deployment is debated, though, traditional accounts placing them at the side of the latter abbey, while more recent suggestions point to the actual top of the Caldbeck Hill. Now, the Duke William, of Normandy, his tactical arrangement of his invasion force was more clearly documented. He divided his army into 3 main groups, based on their geographic origins. The left flank comprised Breton forces, along with units from Anjou, Poitou, and Maine, led by Alan the Red. The central group was predominantly Norman, and was personally led by William, surrounded by his relatives and close allies. The right flank included forces from various French regions, commanded by William Fitz-Osbin and Count Eustace II of Boulogne. William's strategy employed archers in the front to initiate the battle, supported by infantry armed with spears, with cavalry held in reserve for decisive charging when the time came. The formation aimed to soften the English defences with arrows, before close combat and a cavalry charge could break through and chase down the fleeing opponents. And so the battle commenced, with Norman archers firing uphill, but their efforts were largely ineffective against the English shield wall. The archers' arrows either deflected off the shields or simply overshot their mark, with the Normans also disadvantaged by the absence of English archers, leaving few arrows on the field to be reused. Following the ineffectual archery barrage, William's spearmen advanced, but were repelled by a hail of javelins, axes, and stones, and they were ultimately unable to breach the shield wall. The subsequent cavalry charge also failed to break through the English defences, leading to a retreat, particularly blamed on the Bretons on the Norman left flank. Amidst the retreat, a rumour of Duke William's death began to spread, causing further disarray among his forces. William, however, quickly quashed the rumour by making a visible and vocal presence among his men, yelling out to them, "I'm still alive," and rallying them for a counter-attack. For some reason, the image of Theoden pops into my head from Return of the King. Well, this manoeuvre caught the pursuing English forces off guard, some of whom had rallied on a hillock, only to be eventually overwhelmed by the rallying Normans. The decision for the English to pursue the retreating Normans remains another subject of debate, with sources disagreeing on whether it was a spontaneous action or one that was under the specific orders of Harold. The death of Harold's brothers, Gyrth and Leofwine, plays another role in these accounts, with their timing and manner of death varying across sources. Some narratives suggest that they died early in the battle, possibly leading Harold to resolve to fight to the death. This speculation is supported by the positioning of their bodies near Harold's after the battle, suggesting they were moved there posthumously, as if they had fallen earlier in the conflict. In the midst of the battle, a pause in the fighting likely occurred early in the afternoon, serving as a critical juncture for both armies to rest and strategize. Duke William, seizing this moment, possibly formulated a new strategy based on exploiting the English tendency for pursuit, observed during earlier phases of the battle. By feigning retreats with his cavalry, William aimed to lure the English into breaking their shield wall formation, and thus create some vulnerabilities that the Normans could exploit. William of Poitiers mentions that this tactic of feigned flight was deliberately employed twice, a strategy not unique to Hastings, but seen in other Norman military campaigns of the era. Despite skepticism among some historians who suggest that the accounts of feigned flight may have been post-battle fabrications to justify Norman retreats, the consensus acknowledged its strategic use at Hastings, giving its detailed recordings and the strategic mindset it reveals. Now, these tactical feints, while not dismantling the English shield wall, likely diluted its strength by thinning out the elite housecarls and necessitating their replacement with less experienced and less armored members of the fyrd. Despite this, the English formation remained resilient. The battle then saw renewed use of archers, followed by a concerted assault by Norman cavalry and infantry. Later sources suggest a tactical shift in archery, with orders for high-angle shooting to arc arrows over the shield wall, though contemporary accounts do not elaborate on this. The exact number of assaults William launched in the afternoon remains uncertain, with varied actions recorded by both sides. Notably, the Carmen and William of Poitiers diverge in their accounts of William's personal risk in the battle, with the former claiming 2 horses were killed under him, while the latter asserts it was 3. While the circumstances of Harold Godwinson's death at the battle are muddled by their own conflicting accounts. William of Poitiers notes that Harold's death, without detailing how it occurred, he just says that he died at the battle. And when we look at the Bayeux tapestry, we get a different narrative that depicts a figure with an arrow in his eye, beside another being slain with a sword, with the caption, "Here King Harold has been killed," which of course leaves a little bit of ambiguity about Harold's depiction, or at least the manner of his death. The first particularly detailed account of Harold dying from an arrow to the eye comes from Amatus of Monte Cassino in the 1080s, later echoed by William of Malmesbury and Wace, suggesting an arrow struck Harold's eye and went all the way through to the brain. In contrast, the Carmen credits Duke William with Harold's killing. Duke William, a claim that's doubted by historians due to a lack of corroborating evidence. William of Jumiege's version, placing Harold's death at the battle's outset, is pretty much dismissed by everybody. The Chronicle of Battle Abbey suggests Harold's death occurred amid the battle's chaos, with the exact killer unknown. Could have just been a normal foot soldier. But, well, most people think the arrow in the eye is the most plausible death. Following Harold's death, English resistance crumbled, with many simply fleeing the battlefield. However, a core group of them, likely the royal household soldiers, made a brave final stand, surrounding Harold's body. The Normans pursued the retreating English, with only a rearguard action at Malfosse, or Evil Ditch in our modern tongue, offering a substantial resistance before the battle's conclusion. The location and specifics of the Malfosse encounter is once again something that we don't quite know for certain, but is known only as a brief but fierce confrontation where Eustace of Boulogne was seriously injured before the Normans ultimately secured victory. Harold Godwinson's defeat at Hastings can be attributed to multiple factors, which complicates the narrative of a singular cause for the English loss. It's really not that simple. One significant challenge was the need to counter 2 near-simultaneous invasions, stretching the English military resources too thin. Additionally, Harold's decision to dismiss his southern forces on the 8th of September prior to William's invasion likely weakened his defensive capabilities. Critics of Harold's strategy argue that he acted hastily by marching south without amassing a larger force, though it is debatable whether additional troops would have significantly altered the outcome. Contrary to claims of an exhausted English army, the battle's duration, lasting from morning until dusk, suggests the English were not significantly wearied by their rapid southward march. Questions also arise regarding Harold's trust in Earls Edwin and Morcar post-Torstig's defeat, potentially influencing his decision not to summon their forces for the southern defense. Some modern historians do suggest that Harold's swift movement towards Hastings aimed to limit William's ability to consolidate power and wreak further havoc from his initial foothold. Within the battle itself, though, several key elements tipped the scales into the favor of William. First of all, William's extensive military experience and the Norman army's cavalry gave them a tactical edge over the English, who lacked comparable mounted units. Also, Harold's failure to capitalize on the momentary confusion caused by rumors of William's death and the English pursuit of retreating Normans, which left their flanks vulnerable, are seen as crucial missteps. Whether these errors stemmed from command inexperience or soldier indiscipline, we really don't know for sure. It could have been either one of them. Well, it was the demise of Harold that was the real turning point. The real point that led to the complete disintegration of the English. Following the Battle of Hastings, the identification of Harold Godwinson's body became a matter of both personal and political significance. Depending on the source, his body was recognized either through the marks on his body or his distinctive armor. In a symbolic gesture of victory, and perhaps a kind of claim to legitimacy, Harold's personal standard was taken by William and later sent to the papacy, signifying papal involvement and approval of William's claim to the English throne. The aftermath of the battle left the field strewn with bodies of the dead, including some of Harold's brothers and his loyal housecarls, while the Norman casualties were collectively buried in an unmarked grave that remains undiscovered to this day. The English dead initially received no such honor, which somewhat reflects the brutal norms of medieval warfare and the victor's prerogatives. Over time, though, relatives managed to reclaim some of the bodies for proper burial, indicating the personal tragedies that unfold alongside the broad historical narratives. No one remembers the mothers, the fathers, and sons and daughters who have to go and pick up the broken, battered corpses of their relatives. Yeah, no one ever writes about that. Well, the precise number of casualties also remains a mystery, and of course the estimates have suggested devastating loss on both sides, possibly 2,000 Normans and twice as many Englishmen. The grim tally underscores the brutality of the battle. And intriguingly, recent archaeological finds challenge long-held beliefs that acidic soil conditions would prevent the recovery of human remains and artifacts, and it gives us a new possibility to understand the battle's physical context, so looking forward to a few more digs. William's victory did not immediately secure his rule over England. Instead of surrendering, the surviving English leaders proclaimed Edgar the Aetheling as the new king, which of course led William to work a bit of overtime in undertaking a military campaign to consolidate his control. That being said, there wasn't much of an army left to fight on the English side. Well, his manoeuvres around London and the subsequent submission of key English leaders at Berkhamsted paved the way for his official coronation only a few months later, on December 25th of 1066. Merry Christmas, William. A moment that marked the beginning of Norman rule in England, but also the onset of prolonged resistance and rebellion against the Norman dominance. The establishment of Battle Abbey at the site of Harold's death, purportedly fulfilling a vow by William, serves as a lasting memorial to the conflict, and it's still there to this day. It's a beautiful building. Over the centuries, the abbey and the battlefield have undergone their own changes, with the dissolution of the monasteries and later developments altering the landscape. Now, a site of historical interest managed by the English Heritage, it attracts visitors and a lot of reenactors, keeping the memory of the battle alive in the public imagination. And I suppose I hope that I'm doing my part in it as well. But what about the battle's veterans and their fates? Well, some of the English fighters went to join the Varangian Guard. Others joined up with the Normans. And I suppose plenty more of them, those who were left, went out to the countryside and did what everyone else did. Farm. Well, thank you very much for listening. I told you it was a pivotal battle. You didn't believe me, didn't you? There's a reason why everyone still talks about the Battle of Hastings. One thing I will say is, if it wasn't for the Battle of Hastings and the victory by William, well, our language that we're speaking right now would be very, very different. You see, the English had their own language, and the English that we speak now is more of a, how can I put this, a lesser version of French? Perhaps so. The two great events that changed our English language to what it is now is, one, the Battle of Hastings with the Normans conquering England, and two, the great vowel shift that began at the end of the Black Plague, where basically everyone came over from the heartlands of Europe and changed the language even more. But if you want to hear what Old English sounds like, it's quite easy to do so. Just get onto YouTube and search up what Old English sounded like. And then try and imagine that you, if history had have played out a little differently, you might sound exactly like that instead. Richard I, also known as Richard the Lionheart, was a formidable figure in medieval European history, renowned for his prowess and leadership on the battlefield. Richard ascended to the throne in England in 1189, ruling until his death in 1199. His lineage traced back to Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, and though initially an unlikely heir, Richard emerged as a dominant force in European politics. From a young age, Richard exhibited military acumen, taking command of his own army by the age of 16 and quelling rebellions against his father. However, his most notable exploits came during the Third Crusade, where he played a crucial role as a commander of the Christian forces. Hello everyone and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to see you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. If you'd like to support the channel and everything I do here on YouTube, go and have a look at the Patreon, where all the videos are ad-free. Also, like, subscribe, and comment below if you're enjoying this style of content. Now, without further ado, let's begin our topic for today's video. Richard the Lionheart. Richard, born on the 8th of September 1157, likely at Beaumont Palace in Oxford, England, was the son of King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine. He grew up alongside siblings William, Henry the young king, and Matilda, with William passing away before Richard's birth. Despite being a younger son, Richard was not anticipated to inherit the throne. He had 4 additional siblings from his parents, and 2 half-sisters from Eleanor's prior marriage to King Louis VII of France. Richard's lineage traced back to William the Conqueror, and according to legend, to figures like Noah and Woden. Raised primarily in England during his father's periodic visits to his various domains, Richard's early years were marked by travels to Normandy with his mother and the care of his wet nurse, Hadrian of St. Albans. While the extent of his English proficiency remains uncertain, Richard was known for his education, displaying talents in poetry and writing in both Limousin and French. During his imprisonment, Richard's brother John leveraged English bias against foreigners to undermine the authority of Richard's Chancellor William Longchamp, who was Norman. One accusation against Longchamp, made by John's supporter Hugh Nanant, was his purported inability to speak English, highlighting the expectation of English proficiency for those in positions of authority in the late 12th century England. Descriptions of Richard depict him as physically striking, with reddish blonde hair, light eyes, and a fair complexion. While his exact height is uncertain due to the loss of his remains, some sources claim he stood at 6'5", contrasting starkly with his shorter brother John, who was around 5'5". One account describes Richard as tall, with an elegant build, reddish gold hair, and a long, well-suited limbs, particularly well-suited for wielding a sword. In medieval Europe, marriage alliances were not just matters of personal choice, but crucial diplomatic tools that could shape political landscapes. Richard, born in 1157 to King Henry II of England and Eleanor of Aquitaine, was destined to play a central role in such engagements. Early on, a marriage pact was proposed between Richard and one of the daughters of Raymond Berenguer IV, the Count of Barcelona, in March 1159. However, due to various circumstances, this plan eventually fell through. Meanwhile, Henry, the young king, Richard's elder brother, solidified an alliance by marrying Margaret, daughter of Louis VII of France, in 1160. This union between the Plantagenets and the Capetians, though seemingly harmonious, occasionally faced tensions inherent in their complex relationship between England and France. Henry II's territorial ambitions further complicated matters, especially in Brittany and the Vexin, leading to conflicts with the French crown. Despite these challenges, Richard's betrothal to Alice, Countess of the Vexin, was finally confirmed in January 1169, after a peace treaty mediated by Pope Alexander III. This betrothal marked a significant diplomatic achievement, as it represented an attempt to bridge the rivalry between the English and French monarchies. Henry II, envisioning a division of his vast territories, planned for Richard to inherit Aquitaine and Poitiers from his mother, Eleanor, thereby securing his position as a powerful vassal in southwest of France. Henry II's illness in 1170 prompted the formal implementation of his territorial division plan. Richard, who at this time was only 14 years old, was granted the Duchy of Aquitaine, a momentous step towards his independent rule. Together with his mother, Eleanor, Richard embarked on a tour of Aquitaine in 1171, aiming to assert his authority and win over the local populace. The ceremonies held in Poitiers and Limoges in June of 1172 were pivotal in Richard's official recognition as the Duke of Aquitaine and Count of Poitou. These events marked his transition from a young nobleman to a ruler vested with authority over significant territories. With the backing of his mother and the formalities of investiture, Richard embarked on his journey of becoming one of the most renowned figures in the medieval era, setting the stage for his illustrious reign as the Lionheart. The seeds of rebellion sown within the Plantagenet family bore bitter fruit in the form of Henry the young king's defiance against his father, Henry II. According to Ralph of Coggeshall, the young king sought to assert his independence and stake his claim to the territories promised to him, weary of his father's control over finances and authority. Speculation even arose that Eleanor of Aquitaine, the young king's mother, may have fueled the flames of dissent among her sons. But that is exactly that, speculation. Henry the young king's bold move to seek refuge at the French court under Louis VII signaled the beginning of open defiance. Joined by his brothers Richard and Geoffrey, they formed a formidable coalition against their father, strengthened by Louis's support and the accolade of knighthood bestowed upon Richard. Their rebellion, as described by the poet Jordan Fantôs, was marked by strife and discord, devoid of all familial affection. Bound by a solemn oath at the French court, the brothers vowed not to negotiate with Henry II without Louis VII and the French barons' consent. Bolstered by promises of land and wealth, the young king garnered support from influential barons, including Philip I, Count of Flanders, and rallied allies in England, igniting rebellions in various regions. Robert de Beaumont, Earl of Leicester, joined forces with other nobles, launching a rebellion in Suffolk that gained momentum by July 1173, with sieges and captures marking their advance. As the rebellion continued to unfold, Richard took charge of the situation in Poitou, rallying local barons to his cause against his father's supporters in Aquitaine. Eleanor's capture left Richard to lead the campaign independently, facing resistance as he sought to consolidate his base of operations. Though met with a good amount of setbacks, Richard's resolve remained firm as he navigated the tumultuous landscape of that familial strife and politics, laying the groundwork for his future as a formidable leader. The rebellion continued to intensify, and Henry II mobilized a formidable army of over 20,000 mercenaries to quell the unrest. Advancing towards Verneuil, he forced Louis VII into retreat and recaptured Dole, asserting control over Brittany. Despite the military presence, Henry III extended an olive branch to his sons, offering peace, but the Council of Louis led to its rejection. In a swift turn of events, Henry's forces seized Saintes by surprise, capturing much of its garrison, while Richard narrowly escaped, seeking refuge in Château de Taillebout. Meanwhile, Henry the young king and the Count of Flanders prepared to support the rebellion in England. However, their plans were thwarted as Henry II swiftly returned with a contingent of soldiers, accompanied by his prisoners, including Eleanor and his sons' wives and fiancées. Yet upon his arrival, Henry discovered that the rebellion had already crumbled, with key figures like William of Scotland and Hugh Bigod already captured. Subsequently, Henry returned to France, lifting the siege of Rouen, where Louis VII and the young king had converged after abandoning their English invasion plans. The ensuing defeat led to the signing of the Treaty of Mont-Louis in the September of 1174. With the truce excluding Richard, he found himself to be isolated and vulnerable. In a dramatic plea for forgiveness, Richard sought reconciliation with his father, reportedly shedding tears and falling at Henry's feet. Moved by his son's display of contrition, Henry extended the peace, marking the beginning of a reconciliation process that would also involve Richard's brothers. However, the terms offered to the brothers were less favorable than earlier proposals, with Richard granted limited control over castles in Poitou and Aquitaine. Eleanor, held as a captive, remained a political pawn in Henry II's political maneuvers, ensuring Richard's compliance with the terms of reconciliation. Following the resolution of the conflict, efforts to restore order in the rebellious territories commenced. Henry undertook the pacification of Anjou, while Geoffrey focused on Brittany. In January of 1175, Richard was dispatched to Aquitaine to quell dissent among the barons who had rallied to his cause. The Chronicle of Roger Howden provides insight into Richard's activities during this period, detailing his endeavors to restore control over the region. According to Howden, Richard's directives included the restoration of most rebel-held castles to their pre-war condition, albeit within a tight deadline, with some structures rather slated for destruction. The task proved to be arduous, given the proliferation of stone castles and the extensive fortification that was undertaken by the barons. One notable engagement during Richard's campaign was the 2-month siege of Castillon-sur-Agen. Despite the fortress's formidable reputation, Richard's determined leadership and siege engines eventually compelled the defenders to surrender. It was during this campaign that Richard earned the epithet the Lion, or the Lionheart, for his courageous and indomitable demeanour. References to Richard as our lion appear as early as 1187, while the moniker Lionheart is first documented in Ambroy l'Histoire de la Guerre Sainte, and once again, sorry about my French pronunciation, in 1191, during the campaign in Acre, later in the Crusades era. Also, you might hear the French expression Coeur de Lion. Richard de Coeur de Lion just means Richard the Lionheart, but I'll try and keep it in English as much as I can. Now, amidst these military exploits, tensions simmered within the royal family. Henry II, weary of empowering his sons with resources that could be ultimately turned against him, reportedly appropriated Alice of France, that's Richard's betrothed, as his own mistress. This maneuver complicated Richard's prospects at marrying Alice, as the union would be deemed illicit by the Church. Despite pressure to renounce the betrothal, Richard hesitated, as Alice's dowry, which included the strategic Vexin region, held significant political value. Moreover, Alice's familial ties to King Philip II of France posed further complications, as he was a key ally whose goodwill Henry II sought to maintain. Following his failed rebellion against his father, Richard turned his attention to quelling internal revolts within Aquitaine, particularly in Gascony, where his increasingly harsh rule actually managed to incite a major uprising in 1179. The rebels seeking to depose Richard enlisted the aid of his brothers, Henry and Geoffrey. However, the tide turned in the spring of 1179 at the Charente Valley, where the formidable fortress of Taillebourg stood. Richard employed a strategic approach, decimating the surrounding lands to cut off reinforcements and retreat options for the fortress's defenders. Despite its formidable defenses, Richard's forces prevailed, compelling the garrison to sally out and engaging them in battle before seizing the castle in a swift 2-day assault. This resounding victory at Taillebourg quelled further rebellion, as many barons pledged allegiance to Richard. In subsequent years, tensions between Richard and his father kept escalating, with Henry II demanding Richard's homage to Henry the young king, which Richard adamantly refused. The situation reached a boiling point in 1183, when Henry the young king, along with Geoffrey of Brittany, invaded Aquitaine to subdue Richard. However, Richard successfully repelled the invasion, with his barons rallying to his cause. The conflict intensified with the execution of prisoners, and only paused briefly with the young king's death in the June of 1183, leaving Richard as the eldest surviving son, and also the heir to the English throne. Yet the rift between Richard and Henry had persisted, exacerbated by Henry's demand for Richard to relinquish Aquitaine. Richard's steadfast refusal prompted Henry II to release Queen Eleanor from captivity and dispatch her to Aquitaine, tasking her with asserting control over Richard's lands. In 1187, Richard sought to bolster his position by forging an alliance with Philip II, the young King of France and son of Eleanor's former husband, Louis VII. Roger of Howden's chronicle depicts Richard's audacious move to secure his castles in Poitou and defy his father's authority, effectively setting the stage for further confrontations between the father and son. Howden's focus on the political dynamics between Richard and Philip sheds light on their strategic alliance, which was instrumental in shaping the events leading to Richard's ascension. In response to the escalating tensions with his father and the looming threat posed by Henry's forces, Richard took decisive action by joining Philip in taking the cross at Tours, indicating their commitment to the Crusades. In exchange for Philip's support against Henry, Richard paid homage to him in November 1188. Their combined forces achieved a significant victory over Henry's army at Balans on the 4th of July 1189, prompting Henry to acknowledge Richard as his heir apparent. Just 2 days later, Henry's death in Chinon paved the way for Richard to ascend to the English throne, as well as inherit the titles of the Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou. Although Roger of Howden's account of Henry's death bleeding in Richard's presence remains unverified, it underscores the political intrigue surrounding Richard's rise to power. Richard I's investiture as Duke of Normandy on the 20th of July 1189 marked a significant step in his ascent to power, culminating in his coronation as king at Westminster Abbey on the 3rd of September 1189. However, this momentous occasion was marred by violence and persecution against the Jewish community. Despite tradition barring Jews from investiture culture, some Jewish leaders ventured to present gifts to the new king, only to face rather brutal mistreatment at the hands of Richard's courtiers, as recounted by Ralph of Diceto. Rumors soon circulated that Richard had ordered the killing of all, triggering a vicious attack by the people of London on the Jewish population. Arsonists destroyed many Jewish homes. Several Jews were forcibly converted, and there were also many tragedies of casualties in the mix of all of this. Roger of Howden attributes the violence to jealousy and bigotry among the citizens, with Richard punishing the perpetrators and even allowing forcibly converted Jew to return to Judaism. However, Baldwin of Ford, Archbishop of Canterbury, expressed dismay at the unfolding events, highlighting the precarious situation faced by Richard as he prepared to depart on crusade. Recognizing the potential destabilization of his realm, Richard ordered the execution of those responsible for the most egregious acts, including rioters who inadvertently harmed Christian homes. Despite issuing a royal writ to protect the Jews, further violence erupted in March, culminating in a massacre at York. These events underscore the pretty terrible situation during Richard's early reign, which was categorized by religious tensions and challenges to royal authority. In 1187, Richard committed fully to the Third Crusade as Count of Poitou. Following his father and Philip II's lead after the fall of Jerusalem to Saladin in 1188, Fearing territorial usurpation during their absence, Richard and Philip agreed to embark on the crusade together. Richard, seeking redemption for his past deeds, raised funds for his crusader army by depleting his father's treasury, imposing taxes, and granting positions and privileges for exorbitant fees. Notably, he freed William I of Scotland from his oath of subservience in exchange for a hefty sum. Finalizing agreements on the continent, he appointed various officials to oversee his domains and left regions to manage affairs in his absence. Troubadours like Bertrand de Born criticized Richard's delay in departing for the crusade. Meanwhile, Richard's brother John began scheming against William Longshank, one of the appointed regents. In pursuit of funds, Richard was reputed to have made a rather interesting remark. Apparently he had quipped, "I would have sold London if I could have found a buyer." In September 1190, Richard and Philip arrived in Sicily, where they encountered political turmoil following the death of King William II. Tancred had seized power, imprisoning Richard's sister, Queen Joan, and withholding her inheritance. Richard demanded her release and restitution, which was granted, partially. However, the unrest continued to persist, leading to a revolt in Messina in October of the same year. Richard intervened, capturing the city and establishing it as his base, leading to a good amount of friction with Philip. After prolonged negotiations, a treaty was signed in March 1191, securing compensation for Joan and confirming Arthur of Brittany as Richard's heir. Despite the initial tensions, Richard and Philip made a full reconciliation, with Richard ending his betrothal to Philip's sister Alice. Before departing for the Holy Land, Richard met with Joachim of Fiore, who shared a prophecy from the Book of Revelation with him. The prophecy was rather motivating, and sent Richard along his way. In April 1191, Richard embarked from Messina for Acre with 17,000 troops. But he didn't get far. A storm scattered his fleet. His sister, Joan, and fiancé, Berengaria of Navarre, along with other ships, was stranded on Cyprus, which at the time was ruled by Isaac Komnenos. Upon arriving in Lemessos in the 1st of May, Richard demanded their release, but Isaac refused. Richard's forces then took Lemnos, and various Holy Land princes, including Guy of Lusignan, pledged support in exchange for backing Guy against Conrad of Montferrat. Local magnates then began to desert Isaac, who initially sought peace, but later attempted escape. By June 1st, Richard's troops, led by Guy de Lusignan, conquered the island fully. Isaac surrendered, and Richard named governors, eventually selling Cyprus to the Templars' master, Robert de Sable, before departing for Acre on the 5th of June. The swift capture of Cyprus secured a vital maritime route to the Holy Land and bolstered Richard's reputation and coffers, while the island maintained a Christian stronghold until the Ottoman conquest of 1570. Before departing Cyprus for the crusade, Richard married Berengaria, daughter of King Sancho VI of Navarre, whom he had grown close to at the Navarrese tournament. The lavish wedding took place on the 12th of May, 1191, in Lemisso's chapel of St. George, attended by Richard's sister Joan. Despite being betrothed to Alice, Richard pursued the match to secure Navarre as a fief and align with Eleanor's interests, as Navarre bordered Aquitaine. Richard and Berengaria briefly joined the crusade together, before returning separately. Berengaria faced challenges on her journey home, and did not reach England until after Richard's death. Although Richard expressed some remorse for his past behavior after his release from German captivity, he and Berengaria remained estranged, and their marriage remained childless. Richard arrived at Acre on June 8, 1191, and supported Guy of Lusignan's claim to the kingship of Jerusalem. Despite Guy's wife Sibylla's death during the previous year's siege of Acre, Conrad of Montferrat, Sibylla's half-sister, Isabella's second husband, contested Guy's claim and was backed by Philip of France and Leopold V, Duke of Austria. Richard also allied with Humphrey IV of Toron, Isabella's first husband. Despite suffering from a serious illness similar to scurvy, Richard aided in the capture of Acre. He quarreled with Leopold over the deposition of Isaac Komnenos and raised banners, resulting in Leopold's departure from the crusade, followed by Philip's departure due to health issues and disputes with Richard. Richard kept Muslim prisoners as hostages, but feared being trapped in Acre, so he ordered their execution. He then defeated Saladin's forces at the Battle of Arsuf and advanced towards Jerusalem, reaching Beit Nuba before deciding to retreat due to bad weather and other strategic concerns. Negotiations with Saladin were unsuccessful. Then Richard refortified Ascalon in early 1192. Following an election, Richard reluctantly accepted Conrad of Montferrat as king of Jerusalem and sold Cyprus to his protégé, Guy. However, Conrad was assassinated by the assassins before his coronation. Richard's nephew, Henry II of Champagne, then married Conrad's widow, Isabella, who at this time was pregnant with Conrad's child. Although the murder remained unsolved, many suspected Richard's involvement. In the June of 1192, the Crusader army approached Jerusalem, but it was divided on strategy. Richard and the majority advocated for attacking Egypt to weaken Saladin, while Hugh III, Duke of Burgundy, insisted on a direct assault on Jerusalem. This disagreement led to a retreat to the coast, as the army lacked a unified command. Minor skirmishes followed, including a notable victory for the Crusaders at the Battle of Jaffa, where Richard's martial prowess was praised by contemporary Muslim sources. However, both sides recognized the growing difficulties of their position. Richard faced plots from Philip and his own brother John, while Saladin's army suffered from low morale due to repeated defeats. Despite attempts to strengthen his bargaining position, such as an unsuccessful invasion of Egypt, Richard realized he needed to return home. He reached a settlement with Saladin on September 2nd, 1192, agreeing to destroy Ascalon's fortifications and initiating a 3-year truce. Ill with Arnaldia, Richard departed for England on October 9th, 1192. Bad weather during Richard's voyage compelled him to dock at Corfu, then part of the Byzantine Empire under Isaac II Angelos. However, Angelos was not too impressed with Richard. He objected to his annexation of Cyprus, which had previously been Byzantine territory. Disguised as a Knight Templar, Richard sailed from Corfu with 4 attendants, but their ship was wrecked near Aquileia. This forced Richard and his companions to embark on a dangerous overland journey throughout Central Europe. Subsequently, near Vienna, Richard was captured just before Christmas 1192 by Leopold of Austria, who accused him of arranging the murder of Conrad de Montferrat, and resented Richard's actions at Acre, particularly the tearing down of Leopold's standard. Richard was then held prisoner at Dürnstein Castle, under the care of Leopold's ministerialis, Hadmar of Coenring. News of Richard's captivity reached England, where the regents were initially uncertain of his whereabouts. Meanwhile, Richard composed Genus en Prix. That's right, he wrote his own little song about it, a song that expressed his feelings of abandonment, addressed to his half-sister Marie. Pope Celestine III, considering the detention of a crusader contrary to public law, decided to excommunicate Leopold. And this was a big deal, by the way. If you got excommunicated, your people were very displeased with you. Richard was later transferred to Trefells Castle under the custody of the Holy Roman Emperor, Henry VI. I know there's a lot of Henrys, just bear with me. Who was aggrieved by Richard's support for Henry the Lion's family and his recognition of Tancred in Sicily. Henry demanded an exorbitant sum, a big ransom set at 150,000 marks, and that was equivalent to 2 or 3 times the annual income of the English crown under Richard. Eleanor of Aquitaine, Richard's mother, tirelessly worked to raise the ransom. Leopold proposed a marriage between his heir Frederick and Eleanor, fair maid of Brittany, niece of Richard, as part of the ransom negotiation. Clergy and laymen were heavily taxed, church treasures were confiscated, and additional funds were raised from taxes wherever they could get them. Despite John and King Philip of France offering a ransom to prolong Richard's captivity, the money was eventually raised, and Richard was released on the 4th of February 1194. Philip sent a warning to John upon Richard's release, indicating that the devil is loose. Additionally, pressure from the Pope compelled Frederick to abandon the marriage plan with Eleanor after Leopold's sudden death. Now, during Richard's absence, his brother John had rebelled with the support of Philip II of France, who successfully conquered Normandy among other territories during Richard's imprisonment. However, upon Richard's return, he forgave John and reaffirmed him as his heir instead of their new nephew Arthur. To nullify the shame of his captivity, Richard underwent a second coronation ceremony at Winchester on 11th of March, 1194. After this, he immediately initiated the reconquest of Normandy, focusing on building a new stronghold to defend the duchy and serve as a base for his campaign. Despite the terms of the Treaty of Louviers prohibiting fortifications, Richard embarked on the construction of the formidable Château Gaillard. The Archbishop of Rouen, initially reluctant to sell the necessary land, eventually acquiesced after Richard seized the property amid opposition from the church. Construction of Château Gaillard, although costly, proceeded swiftly under Richard's personal supervision. Its innovative design and efficient construction made it one of the finest castles in Europe. Richard made the chateau his favored residence, evident in official documents bearing its name. Determined to resist Philip's expansionist ambitions, Richard formed alliances and waged war against him. Despite Philip's military successes, Richard secured victories at battles like Fréteval in 1194 and Gisors in 1198, where he adopted the motto, "God and my right," which later became the motto of the British monarchy. In March 1199, Richard found himself in Limousin, quelling a revolt led by Viscount Aymar V of Limoges. Despite it being Lent, Richard mercilessly ravaged the Viscount's land in a campaign marked by fire and sword. He then turned his attention to the insignificant castle of Chalus-Chabrol, which some chroniclers suggest was due to rumors of a hidden treasure trove of Roman gold. On the 6th of March, 1199, tragedy struck as Richard was struck in the shoulder by a crossbow bolt during the siege. The wound quickly turned gangrenous, sealing Richard's fate. There was nothing they could do about it. Desiring to confront his assailant, Richard learned that the crossbowman was a youth seeking revenge for Richard's prior action against his family. Remarkably, Richard forgave the boy and granted him freedom, showing a final act of mercy before his death on the 6th of April, 1199, in the presence of his mother. Richard's death marked the end of an era, earning him the posthumous epithet, the Lion by the Ant. His remains were then divided, with his heart interred in Rouen, his entrails in Chalus, and the rest of his body laid to rest beside his father in Fontevraud Abbey. In 2012, analysis of Richard's embalmed heart revealed symbolic substances, including frankincense. In the years following his death, Bishop Henry Sandford claimed to have witnessed Richard's ascent to heaven in a vision, suggesting his purification in purgatory. With no legitimate heirs, Richard's brother John succeeded him as king, although his French territories initially favored his nephew Arthur. Richard's passing without direct heir marked the beginning of the decline of the Angevin Empire. Thank you very much for joining me. It's been a pleasure to have you here with me again today. I'd like to, before we end the video, give a thank you to my Mega Chad member on the Patreon, Stark Factory, for his contribution to the channel. Thank you very much, Stark Factory. I know you're out there listening. If you would like to become a patron and get all of the videos ad-free, along with supporting the channel and keeping me going, then follow the links in the comments and description to the Patreon. It's all so easy these days, isn't it? Otherwise, make sure you're looking after yourself and looking after the people around you, and don't do anything that I wouldn't do. Good advice. I will see you in the next video, everybody. Good night.